taking my medication, and this is gonna be a long stream, so we're gonna set it up now on stream, just as part of the count. So I have my own live timer, but it'll be alright. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a new one. Let's see. I just haven't tabbed up, and I might need to close some, killing my RAM. Um, let's see. The fuck was that? That was her phone. I'm on FaceTime with someone at the same time. So I'm just gonna download XSplit. There's something called Live Split. I don't know if it's better. Says Live Split is better. I think XSplit's just outdated. There it is. Alright, timer started. Let's see. If I were to tab into something else, is it still there? Yes, okay, so it's there at all times now. Good, good. So window capture. I could hide it, but like chroma key it out to where the black's gone, you only see the timer. I don't know if that's worth it or not. So first thing I'm gonna do is games. So let's talk about what we're gonna do first. I'll even type it out here. I wasn't planning on it, but let's type out what we're gonna do. So I think we'll start off with some plans for 24-hour stream. Right. First off, I need to lower the contrast on my Elgato. There we go. Okay. First thing, let's do Kingdom Hearts first by sleep. That's the main thing is like Terra's command board. I gotta finish first, then we'll do all the arenas. Then I'll go through getting achievements. I'll go ahead and say KHPBS. Missing achievements. Edit. Record intro introductory YouTube video. Begin accruing clips for first video. And then it really says Unreal is better, but I don't know. Unreal uses C++. But it also has the visual scripting. Which is kind of what I used to do in Blender. Yeah, I'm actually gonna read this all over here. I really feel like Unreal is better. The Unreal Engine does a better job in this regard. Really? On the other hand, if you want if you want better and better graphics, Unreal is better suited to your needs. I mean, I would like to do Unreal. I mean, maybe I can use Unity and just it'll translate from learning Unreal. I don't know.
Hello, dear. Mother has been waiting for you. Let's get you up to speed, shall we?
So you're wondering which game engine is better, Unity or Unreal? You want to learn game development and you're wondering which engine should you choose. If you pick the wrong engine, you'll waste your time and then you'll need to start all over. Now, right off the bat, I'm going to tell you, given the fact how Brackeys quit making Unity tutorials after 8 years,
It's been 2 years since he quit. Holy shit.
tells you how awful the Unity engine is. I'm just kidding, or am I? Anyways, let's dive into a deep analysis of the main features of every engine you'll use during your game development journey and compare them to see which engine is better for a beginner game developer. Starting with coding, which is the most important part as that is where you'll spend your time the most, Unity uses C# while Unreal Engine uses C++. Now, right off the bat, I'm going to say that C# is easier to learn for a beginner, especially someone who has never written a single line of code before. The syntax is easier and C#, along with Unity, does pretty much all the work behind the scenes for you. Which means you don't have to worry about garbage collection that affect the memory and performance of your game and so on, because in C++ there are pointers that you need to get rid of when you stop using them, which can cause significant memory leaks that can hurt your game. Now, that being said, it doesn't mean that C++ is a bad language. In fact, while it is a little harder to learn C++ than C# for a complete beginner, it might actually be smarter to pick it as the first language. The reason why is exactly the difficulty we're talking about, because when you learn C++, it will be much easier to learn any other language after it, including C#. Plus, if you plan to work in the game development industry, most big game studios either use Unreal Engine or they have their own custom engine which uses C++ as a programming language. This doesn't mean you can't learn C++ after you learn C#, but tackling the harder part first makes everything after it much easier. All in all, both languages are object-oriented, so the concepts of how both languages work are the same. There's just the minor syntax difference between them. Moving on to Visual Code. For those of you who don't want to get your hands messy with writing
Yeah,
code from
you
the
can do
very
that in
start,
Unity.
you
I
should
forgot.
use Visual Code to create games. For a long time, Unreal Engine was a pioneer in this field with its blueprint system, which consists of nodes that you connect together to perform a certain action in your game. These nodes are visual coding blocks. It's basically the same code you would type using C++, but presented in a visual state. Because Unity was lagging heavily on the visual coding part, they bought Bolt, a plugin developed by a studio called Ludic. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right, and they made it available for free in all Unity versions, which means the battlefield is now leveled. Now the big question is, which one should you choose? And the answer is either of the two. They work and look pretty much the same. You move the nodes around and connect them together to perform operations. The name of each node is the same as its coding part. So for example, if you want to move the player, you will call the move node. Same as how you would call the move function via code. Can you learn to code with visual coding? The answer is yes, but you learn visual coding. It's exactly the same as written code, but it will give you an idea how written code works. Because, as I already mentioned, the nodes are visual representations of the written code. Plus, the same coding principles apply to visual as well as written code. So for someone who is afraid of starting with coding from the beginning, you can start with visual code, and when you get comfortable with it, move on to written code. And if you're wondering, can you create a full game just with visual code? The answer is yes, you can. But it is better to combine visual code with written code for better performance of the game. And also, some features of the game where you need more control are better done with written code than visual code. Next up, we have the interface. And for some reason, every video talking about Unity versus Unreal compares their interface, as that is one of the reasons why you should pick one engine over the other. I'm going to make this step easy. The interface of both engines doesn't matter at all. First of all, they are similar. You have the project tab in Unity or content tab in Unreal, where all your game assets are sorted. You have the hierarchy tab in Unity or world outline in Unreal, where you can see all the game elements placed in the game scene. There's the inspector tab in
And Blender
Unity,
works
where
the same
details
way. I
are
haven't
in
used Blender in
Unreal, where you can
forever, but
see
this works the
details of a
exact same.
selected game element from the game scene. And there is the scene tab in Unity or scene view in Unreal, where you see how your game looks like. Pretty much the same functionalities, only the names are different. You can also rearrange the tabs in the engine editor however you want, so when it comes to interface of both engines, they are similar if not the same. And after one day of using either of the engines, you'll get used to its interface.
I
Now
still
we come
wish
to
I
the
had my other
juicy part,
computer.
how hard it is to learn Unity or Unreal. I must admit that Unity has way more tutorials and guides than Unreal Engine. For some reason, very few people cover Unreal Engine anywhere online, me being one of the few people. It's also rare to see C++ tutorials for Unreal Engine, which is one of the reasons why I focused on that a lot in my Game Dev Pro. One of the things that I find funny, people always mention, is the documentation for both engines. It's like one of the arguments why Unity is easier to learn, and that is because its documentation is better. Now let me tell you right away, you will never learn a game engine based on its documentation. Because in the documentation, you'll only find raw explanations with or without basic examples of a certain functionality you're looking up. For example, if you want to see what vector3 move towards function does, in the documentation it will say it moves a vector from point A to point B, and below you'll see a simple example. Not very helpful when you are a beginner, but it is useful when you get a grasp of the engine and you know how to use its language, and by that time you'll just use the documentation as a reference. So the main thing when it comes to learning any engine is the amount of tutorials, blogs, and books you can find. And in this case, there are more tutorials for Unity than Unreal. But don't let
I'm gonna
that
make a
discourage
2D
you,
game.
as there are still
Might be
resources to
easier.
learn Unreal Engine. My YouTube channel is one of them, where you have multiple videos covering basic and advanced features of Unreal Engine with blueprints and C++. Now we have the soul of the rivalry between Unity and Unreal Engine. Most of the time, when you see a comparison between the two engines, the main comparison is between the graphics they produce. Unreal has got to the point where it's rendering ultra hyper realistic scenes that you can't differentiate between real life scenarios and virtual scenarios. I mean, look at the metahumans Unreal Engine created. It looks insane. You can't tell the difference between a real person and a metahuman. Unity is not that far away. Historically, over the years, Unity was way behind Unreal Engine when it comes to graphics, but over the years, Unity introduced their own powerful tools that made their graphics rendering system insane. So much that it also got to the point where you can't differentiate a scene made in Unity versus a scene from a real life scenario. And Unity's latest demo enemies is a practical representation of that. The woman in the scene looks so real, you can't tell if it's a real human or a 3D character, basically. Now, that being said, you should not care for any of that. Because if you plan to create a game by yourself, you'll not create anything where you would need any of those advanced rendering features. So your plans to create a new GTA game are not gonna come true. Sorry to bring it up here. To create something like that takes a lot of time and resources, which indie game developers don't have. The games you can create on your own will not require any of those features. And besides, if you compare games created in Unity and Unreal, even advanced ones, it will be hard to tell the difference which game is created with which engine. This is more a concern for big game studios that have a team of people working on the graphics part of the game, and they'll be able to utilize the full potential of the rendering pipelines of both engines. All in all, graphics should not be a parameter you need to take into consideration when choosing between Unity or Unreal Engine. Now we're getting to the main part, which is creating a game with the engine. Generally, all comparisons between Unity and Unreal you'll see will say Unreal is better for 3D and Unity is better for 2D. While that might be true if you are a AAA game studio, it isn't necessarily the same for an indie developer. The reason is simple. Any type of game you want to create, you can create it with either Unity or Unreal. That being said, Unreal does have a lot of built-in tools that are native to Unreal and doesn't require additional plugins. And these tools are very helpful when it comes to 3D game development. As far as 2D goes, Unreal has its Paper 2D framework, but as far as I can tell, they either stopped supporting it or they plan to stop supporting it. So for 2D, Unity is definitely the way to go. Unity also has a lot of built-in tools for 2D framework you can use. In the end, we can say while Unreal has a better workflow for 3D games, an indie game developer can create the same 3D game in both Unity or Unreal. As far as 2D goes, Unity is the dominant engine here. Next up, we have plugins.
So
This
Unity's
is one of
better
my
for 2D, which
favorite
is what I was
things
gonna
when
stick
it
with.
comes to game engines. As I already mentioned, for 3D games, Unreal has a lot of built-in functionality you can use to make your games better. Things like making your graphics better, adding stunning particle effects, and so on. Of course, there's also the Unreal Marketplace where you can find a ton of other plugins. However, I must say, Unity has the upper hand here. Because on the Unity Asset Store, you'll find way more plugins that will help you create better games much faster. And if you're wondering why am I even mentioning plugins in this debate, simply because if you plan to create a game, you need to think ahead and plan how to save time and money while developing the game. Especially if you're creating a bigger game that has a storyline, quests, missions, boss fights, and so on, it's always better to buy some of those systems and implement them in your game than coding them on your own. The reason is because it will take a lot of time to create anything decent from scratch. Time that you need to save because the more it takes you to create your game, the less revenue you'll earn. And for those of you thinking it's cheating to use third-party assets to create your game, get a life, boomer. Now we're getting to the best part, getting a job in a game studio. If that is your goal, then what I'm about to say will shock you. Because if you plan to get a job in a game studio, there are some things to take into consideration. First, if there's some particular studio you like, I suggest you look them up and see which engine they use to create their games. If it's Unity, then learn Unity. If it's Unreal, then learn Unreal. One thing to keep in mind is there are game studios that don't use Unity or Unreal. Instead, they have their own engine, and most of the time that engine will be similar to Unreal. If no other similarities, at least the custom engine will use C++ as its programming language. So for this part, I would say Unreal has the upper hand because even if the studio you apply to doesn't use Unreal, it will be easy for you to adapt to their custom engine because it is similar to Unreal. Plus, knowing C++ is always an advantage when getting a game development job because C++ is the best suited programming language for game development.
I never knew
And
that.
lastly, we have
I always thought C# was
applications.
better.
Things like architecture, commercials, even simulations are created with Unity and Unreal Engine. And believe it or not, a lot of people, even game developers, are wanted for these positions. The reason why I'm bringing this up is it can be a source of income while you're creating your game because as you know, we need to live, eat, and pay our bills. And if you're working on your game for 5 years, then you'll not have any money to live, eat, and pay your bills. But if something in these fields catches your eye, you can apply for those positions, get a job, and work on your game in your spare time. And for this part, I would have to give the upper hand to Unreal Engine, simply because of how detailed you can make things, which is a must, especially in fields like architecture. Even movie scenes are created in Unreal Engine because of the high quality and detail you can pull out of it. This is not to say you can't do the same things with Unity. You can, but it will not reach the level of Unreal Engine. This is where the 3D graphics dominance of Unreal Engine shines. And there you have it, a detailed analysis of all important parts
And he
you
said
should
Unreal.
take into consideration when choosing a game engine. And whichever you choose, you can learn how to use it as a professional inside my Game Dev Pro. Link
I mean, maybe I can make mobile games. Playmaker, I'll be banging out games really quickly. Multiplayer on Unity is a mess. Interesting. Lastly, if you're working in a large team, Unreal offers far more solutions for a team to work simultaneously, far better than Unity's cloud-based system. I remember the reason we originally picked Unity over Unreal was because me and Nathan and a few others actually I think too were working in Unreal through that cloud-based one 'cause it's just built in. We couldn't figure out anything for Unreal. I was Googling for hours trying to find something for us to be able to work together on a project in Unreal, but could never find anything for that. It's so weird. Unreal is far harder to learn, but so much more powerful. I thought Unreal would be easier to learn. That's Nathan. I'll download Unity. I still would probably prefer Unreal, but I'll go ahead and download Unity. Money-wise, I strongly believe this is more cheaper if you make, or this is cheaper if you make a lot of money with your projects. I believe I have Unreal Engine 5 already. I'm still sad I did do a game jam one time and I didn't get very far with that game. I kind of, maybe I'll remake that game as like one of my first games. So that'd be a 2D game, so there you go. Maybe that could be my first game. I guess my first game that I have in my head was, the reason I would pick this is because the class I'm in, a class that I failed 4 times, uses C# and it's could be useful in this. This was 2 years ago, no damn. Wait, Implement was in this video? Huh.
Now that's legendary.
So without further ado, this is the masterpiece from EMP Lemon. There will never ever be another melee player like Hungrybox.
I like you can just move light split wherever you want.
Which is not only a good look into my life, but into Melee as a whole. So here we go, share it around, and we're going to do this ad-free. No ads played the entire time, and we're just going to enjoy it. This is a gift from us to you, so here we go.
It's April 21st, 2019. Competitors and
You started
spectators
this
have
video
gathered in
about
Laurel,
Pound.
Maryland for the Pound 2019
You told
tournament.
me
Today we visit the
this
meeting
video
of
began
two players competing
the
under
crowd
the
incident.
aliases of Mango
That
and
is correct.
Hungrybox.
I was
They're
sitting-
playing Super
sitting
Smash
in the
Bros. Melee,
Weimer
a
Hall
video game
After
released
Effects
in
Lab,
2001 for
watching
the
this very
Nintendo
tournament.
GameCube.
I
Despite
watched
the age of the
Hungrybox
game,
as
this
he
event
tore
has
through the
managed
loot.
to
Okay, they're just fucking talking over it. I can't do
It's
that.
April 21st, 2019. Competitors and spectators have gathered in Laurel, Maryland for the Pound 2019 tournament. Today we visit the meeting of two players competing under the aliases of Mango and Hungrybox. They're playing Super Smash Bros. Melee, a video game released in 2001 for the Nintendo GameCube. Despite the age of the game, this event has managed to attract a live audience of a few hundred spectators and upwards of 70,000 viewers tuning in from around the world. Today is Championship Sunday. After battling past the rest of the competition, the top 12 players are competing for the title of this year's Pound Champion. Since this is a double elimination tournament, Hungrybox is kicked down to the losers bracket where he now has to face S2J. The loser of this set will be out of the tournament in 5th place. Hungrybox wins and advances to face Zane in the losers semifinals. Quickly, Hungrybox finds himself in deep trouble, about to fall to an 0-2 deficit. With his back against the wall, he rebounds to win Game 2. He narrowly wins the next 2 games to eliminate Zane at 4th.
Damn, Zane looks young in that. He got a beard 2 years later. I mean, hell, I guess that's kind of how I was. He must be younger than me.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser powers through tough messes.
Makes it look like I spent hours cleaning. No, I didn't.
Once again, Hungrybox wins, eliminating Plup at 3rd. After defeating everyone in the losers bracket, Hungrybox has only one competitor left to face, Mango, the player who sent him down there in the first place.
I'm not sure that I'm dropping any frames yet. Was this one that he won? It must have been. I don't remember this whole beginning part. I do remember him having that Twitter verification video.
Great DI. Ooh.
And
Yeah, there it is.
That's
The
a wrap.
reset.
In their second encounter of the tournament, Hungrybox defeats Mango 3-1 to reset the bracket. Since it's a double elimination tournament, Hungrybox must defeat Mango for a second time to win the tournament.
I think it's out to get me since I don't have. I don't know. I'm gonna play on Terra first to do the command board stuff because that's the most boring thing. I can watch the video while I do it. And I also have to get the Pete achievement.
Okay, he'll take that.
So I play
Just comes down aggressively.
secret board, I guess.
And there it is. And Hungrybox.
HBox is your Pound 2019 Smash Bros. Melee champion.
After an incredible comeback victory, Hungrybox begins to celebrate in
No,
front
it
of
was
the stunned
Evo.
crowd.
It's like Evo 2020 or
But
something.
unfortunately for him, the celebration he earned is about to be cut very, very short.
Hungrybox
What
is
is
the
that?
champion.
What is that?
Once again.
What is that? What is he holding?
I'm not sure what that is in his hand.
Hey! Hey! Who threw this at me?
He's saying someone threw that at him?
Someone
Just
threw-
because
Whoa.
Hungrybox won.
Just 10 seconds after his victory, a disgruntled spectator throws a raw crab at Hungrybox,
Oh.
narrowly missing his head. In a matter of seconds, Hungrybox is transformed from the most joyful person in the arena
I wondered
to
what
the
that
most
was.
miserable. Most people don't care that much about video games, but some people do.
Yeah, there's a
Out
lot
of
of
these
PS2
people,
games.
Most don't care about competitive gaming, but
I
some
don't think I've
do.
ever seen this video
And for all
before.
the esports out there, most spectators don't care about watching a 19-year-old game, but still, some do. And out of those few people, surely, no one cares enough about the outcome of a match
4 or
to
5.
throw a raw crab at the winner. But on this day in Laurel, Maryland, someone did. As far as I know, this is the only time something like this has ever happened in the history of competitive video games. But if it was gonna happen, it was probably gonna happen to Hungrybox. Who is Hungrybox?
You know how hard I work on here?
Damn.
Before we can talk about Hungrybox, we have to talk about the game that made his name. Super Smash Bros. Is one of Nintendo's flagship franchises, releasing on every console dating back to its debut on the Nintendo 64. The game was originally conceived by developer Masahiro Sakurai,
I'm glad
who
I
was
didn't make me go
interested
left
in
there.
creating a 4-player fighting game with Nintendo's most iconic characters. Despite his vision,
Pink
Sakurai
ones. Oh,
prepared to
secret.
field the game with generic fighters, as he never anticipated that Nintendo would approve of their flagship characters in such uncharted territory. However, much to his surprise, Nintendo greenlit the most ambitious crossover event in history, and Super Smash Bros. Was born from the defiance of expectations. The game released in 1999 to a warm reception from critics and audiences alike. While the novelty of barbarically pummeling beloved childhood mascots drew people into Smash, the game's unique mechanics kept them playing. When first conceiving of the game, Sakurai wanted Smash to stand out from the typical 2D fighters of the era, and he accomplished this with the game's fundamental objective. In standard fighting games, players damage each other to deplete a health bar, and you win the game by lowering your opponent's health to 0. Super Smash Bros. Alters this formula by instead programming damage to increase knockback, and setting the win condition to launching your opponent off screen. This relatively simple change produced radically different gameplay from other fighting games. Instead of prioritizing complex button combinations and precise spacing, Smash places much more emphasis on movement, platforming, and stage positioning, mechanics that were rarely considered in other fighting games at the time. While developing Smash, Sakurai wanted to offer the player a new experience with each session, and in doing so created a game with incredibly divergent outcomes, resulting in dynamic, unpredictable gameplay, but most importantly, a game that's very hard to figure out. This design philosophy would serve as the blueprint for the series going forward, and while Smash 64 brought a lot of ideas to the table, the concept wouldn't realize its full potential until its successor, Melee.
What is Barmageddon?
That's the voice.
Try Swiffer Sweeper Wet. It gives me the cleaning
I
power
rolled a
of a
1.
mop and
Wow.
the convenience of a wipe. Start Swiffering.
This is an hour and a half long? That's only like 40 minutes long. Yeah, I can imagine trying to make a video like this.
It seems as if Super Smash Bros. Melee has always been in a race against time, going all the way back to its development. After the success of Smash 64, Sakurai was tasked with developing its sequel in time for the debut of Nintendo's new console, the GameCube, giving the team at HAL Laboratory just 13 months to complete its most daunting project yet. After an exhaustive development cycle, the result was an accidental masterpiece. Compared to its predecessor, Melee was much faster. Faster movement, faster attacks, faster combos. The rapid pace of the game contributed to incredibly dynamic and unpredictable combat. Melee offers the player an immense degree of control over their character. Mechanically speaking, Sakurai described Melee as the sharpest in the
Captain
series.
Dark, can't you also play
Players
against Captain
seemed
Justice?
to agree, as upon release, Melee was a smash hit. However, despite the game's tight presentation, Melee would go on to be defined by its loose ends. The game's hasty development allowed a few oversights to slip through the cracks. In due time, players would begin to discover numerous exploits to gain a competitive edge over their opponents. Combined with Melee's already fast gameplay, these techniques were able to transform an already good game into a masterpiece. Super Smash Bros. Melee was, without a doubt, a very successful casual game, but its unique mechanics set the foundation for one of the greatest competitive games of all time. The discovery of such advanced tactics would push the game's potential beyond what anyone thought was possible. Shortly after the game's release, local Melee tournaments began to spring up everywhere, and thousands of players began contending for the title of the best Melee player in the world. Starting in 2004, Major League Gaming would sponsor Melee on its pro circuit, incentivizing the highest level of competition with thousands of dollars in prize money. As tournaments became more prestigious, so too did the players. Captain Jack, Isaiah, and Azin emerged as Melee's top contenders, but no early player was better than Ken, the undisputed king of Smash. From 2003 to 2005, he won almost every tournament he entered, beating Melee's best competition along the way. Around 2006, new challengers like PC Chris and Korean DJ began closing the gap. Ken retained his crown all the way through 2007, where Melee made its first appearance at EVO. After battling through Melee's biggest tournament yet, Ken would once again emerge victorious in what many at the time considered to be Melee's last hurrah. In competitive video games, it's customary for players to compete in the latest version of their franchise. After 7 years as the GameCube's most popular title, Melee was scheduled to be supplanted by the next Smash game. As the franchise moved to the Wii, the competitive Melee scene was expected to follow. However, following one of the most anticipated releases in video game history, Super Smash Bros. Brawl was not at all what people expected. The combat was slow and plodding. Lower hit severely limited the potential of comboing. Advanced tactics like wave dashing were replaced with punishing mechanics like tripping, where the game would randomly stun players for dashing.
Oh, wow! Wow, and you hate to see that kind of thing happen. Oh, you stupid son of a...
What? Needless to say, the sluggish pace of Brawl was a drastic change from the fast-paced precision of Melee. Supposedly, Sakurai felt that Melee's highly technical execution made the game too difficult for casual play, and he worked to make the sequel much more simple and accessible for new players.
That makes
While
sense.
Brawl succeeded as a casual game, it suffered competitively. Many of Melee's top players tried to give Brawl a chance. 1 year after his final Melee victory, Ken would return to the finals of EVO playing Brawl, where he would be promptly beaten by a 14-year-old kid. The player who beat him had no prior tournament experience, and he only entered because his family just happened to be vacationing near the venue at the time. The tournament result was viewed as a total farce by the competitive Smash community. The fact that essentially a random player could score a fluke win against a skilled veteran like Ken served as an indictment against Brawl as a competitive game. With all this considered, it didn't take long before many of Melee's competitors soured on the new Smash game. For the first time ever, the Smash community was divided over the future of the franchise. In an era before esports were commonplace in online culture, many fans struggled to accept Smash Bros. As anything beyond its original role as a party game. Most were prepared to write off Melee as a stale, dead game with nothing left to figure out.
His turn?
And the vast majority of players were ready to move on with the series. Only a small ragtag community would stay behind in what they considered to be the better game. And luckily for them, this 7-year-old title was still very much alive.
Right now we are in the Atlanta airport, and it's like 7:30 in the morning. It's cold. I'm wearing a jacket, so it's not Florida.
You got one again. God damn,
Start making
ads.
holiday memories with a new Honda during Happy Honda Days.
You kind of put them in decent spots, but Jesus.
Hungrybox started entering local Melee tournaments in the summer of 2007. In just a few months, he started regularly placing in the top 5. And by the next year, he started winning. As HBox kept playing, he found himself conquering tougher and tougher competition. In 2009, he entered Revival of Melee, the game's first major tournament since the release of Brawl. Facing off against the best in the nation, Hungrybox placed 7th. 4 months later at Genesis, he placed 3rd. 2 months after that at Tip Top 5, he won. Just 2 years after he started competing, Hungrybox was already contending for the title of Best in the World. But in addition
I've
to his
seen the captain just
individual
cast it back, yeah,
success,
surprising.
Hbox was arguably taking part in something much more important. The rise of Hungrybox was indicative of a new generation of Melee. By 2010, the old legends of yesteryear had pretty much vanished. Like most of the old community, they had moved on to new frontiers. The departure of Melee's old generation left new top players the opportunity to usher in a new era. In January 2010, the Pound 4 tournament would mark the beginning of a period in Melee's history known as the Era of the Five Gods, specifically serving as the first tournament with all five gods in attendance. The story of Melee's gods begins with the first god, Mewtwo King. Beginning in 2005, Mewtwo King would eventually rise and defeat Melee's old
He's
legends.
like a melee savant.
Mewtwo King's melee ascent was due almost entirely to his pioneering research into the game's combat.
Rocket.
Frame data, character matchups, KO percentages, information that's readily accessible today was originally discovered by Mewtwo King's exhaustive exploration of Melee's mechanics. And for many years, no player knew more about the game than Mewtwo King. In 2008, Mewtwo King was widely regarded as the top player in both Melee and Brawl. To this day, he remains the only player to achieve the concurrent title of Best in the World in 2 different Smash games. And as impressive as this accomplishment was, it meant that Mewtwo King's attention was divided among 2 very different games, leaving the door open for many to challenge his throne. The second of Melee's gods to rise to power would be Mango, who, by 2009, would overtake Mewtwo King as the top Melee player. Throughout the history of Melee, many would argue that no player had a more intuitive understanding of the game than Mango. Watching Mango perform at his highest level is an experience unlike anything else in Melee. The way he could effortlessly string together complex combos led to a style that was as fluid as it was unstoppable. At times, the only thing that could stop him was how much he was willing to try. Mango's exciting and aggressive playstyle made him a consummate fan favorite, especially through his iconic clashes with Melee's third god, Armada. As Europe's best player, Armada carried the weight of a whole continent on his shoulders as he traveled to prove himself in the United States. Historically, Melee's competitive scene has viewed Europe as a significantly weaker region than North America, a stigma that was often used by Americans to invalidate the success of European players.
To beat him, he can win.
Armada would defy everyone's expectations by immediately contending with America's best. His unrivaled dedication and consistency would make him one of the most formidable opponents Melee had ever seen. Hungrybox established himself as Melee's 4th god through his meteoric rise in 2009, and last but not least, Melee's new generation would be cemented through the rise of the 5th god, Dr. PP. Although he was the last to develop, PPMD would quickly rise to the highest level of competition. PP's style relied on tactical execution to pick apart his opponents with surgical precision. When the doctor was in, you were about to be prescribed your daily dose of destruction. These are Melee's 5 gods. Now that we've introduced who they are, we can talk about what they are. Carrying the title of God in any game entails a great deal of prestige, and Smash Bros is no exception. So what exactly did these 5 players do to transcend us lowly mortals? It's unknown who exactly introduced the term 5 gods to describe Melee's top players, but the expression started seeing frequent use in the summer of 2014, most likely used to describe the era of supreme dominance that preceded it. From 2009 to 2015, a member of the 5 gods would win every major tournament, utterly dismantling the rest of the competition in the process. In any competitive sport or game, it's typical to have 1 or 2 elite players win a lion's share of the competitions. Chess, for example, has witnessed Magnus Carlsen dominate the competition for the past 6 years.
I've seen all his blunders lately, and it's kind of crazy.
On display in tennis, which has seen 3 players dominate major tournaments over the past decade.
Nadal, I know too.
A competitive game with 5 elite players occupying the same era is almost unheard of. But if such an unlikely event were to occur, it's somewhat fitting that it would happen in a game used to defying expectations. As the legend goes, Melee's 5 gods would hardly ever lose to any other players, and all were capable of defeating each other in any given competition. But just how much better were the gods than everyone else? Well, as a reminder, I like to recall 2 cases involving the player Hax, a skilled competitor known for his flashy combos and lightning-quick execution. In 2013, Hax was ranked as the number 6 player in the world. the best of the non-gods. He would remain a perennial top 10 player until his hiatus in 2015. In a 2014 tournament, Hax faced off in a set against PPMD. In the first game, he got 3 stocked in about 2.5 minutes.
When you think of your dream future career, is it one where you can make a difference? Do you love working?
In the second game, he got 4 stocked in 68 seconds. Later that year, Hax would compete in a set against Mango, which Mango would win 3-1. Not the most impressive result, until you realize that Mango doesn't actually main Marth or Captain Falcon. That's just the difference
Mango
between
played
a good
Puff?
player and a god. Even when you're good, you're a long way from the best.
Yo, did he just walk up slowly and down smash?
That's what that's
At one
from?
point,
Damn.
the gods were so far above the rest of the competition that they could even win with their secondary characters. Now would probably be a good time to talk about Melee's characters. Out of all the Smash games, Melee may have the most interesting character composition. Some Smash games have 1 or 2 characters that outright dominate the meta, with the most obvious example being
Bayonetta was that
Brawl's
nuts.
aptly named Meta Knight, a character so blatantly overpowered that some tournaments chose to ban him entirely. On the other hand, the best Melee character has always been kinda tough to figure out. To put it simply, about a third of Melee's roster are completely unusable in a competitive setting, another third are just kinda bad, and the last third are all capable of winning tournaments. To this day, the community remains largely
Of course, both sons
undecided
were on one
on
roll.
which character is actually the best. A debate that can be traced all the way back to the beginning of the game through the history of Melee's tier lists. That's right, this widespread facet of modern internet discourse originated from the niche purpose of
IDubbbz,
categorizing
it's already been over
characters
2
in fighting
years
games.
since the
In
fucking
the early days of
tier list trend? Is this 2 years ago? There we go, I was about to say. Oh, it's almost 3 years ago that IDubbbz did that fucking thing. Jesus.
Melee, Sheik was considered
Never
the best
Ever series
character
seems
with her
cool.
rapid attacks and movement. As the meta progressed through the rest of the 2000s, more characters would emerge as top-tier contenders. Peach with her strong aerial attacks, Marth with his chain grabs and huge spacing, Captain Falcon with his heavy combos, the Ice Climbers with their infinite combo, and the Space Animals, Fox and Falco, with their great mobility and high
Spaces.
damage. And then there's Puff. In any competitive video game, your character is far more important than just a colorful avatar. It's an extension of the self, and an integral part of a player's identity. In Melee, perhaps no player is more intertwined with a character than Hungrybox and his Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is the most confounding character in all of Melee. She arguably should have never existed as a Smash character at all. Puff is not even among the most popular characters in her own franchise, but she wound up in Smash anyway because of her similar character design to Kirby. The Smash 64 developers would recycle Kirby's character model and animations to fill out the game's 12th and final character slot, and thus, the balloon
I forgot she's in
Pokemon would
64.
remain as a mainstay for the rest of the franchise.
All
At a
3
glance,
stuns have been on one
Jigglypuff in
roll.
Melee
Jesus.
seems like a rather mediocre character. She has 5 jumps and great mobility, but her ground game leaves much to be desired. Most of her attacks do unimpressive damage and have a short range. Combined with the slowest dash speed in the game, Puff has a hard time approaching other characters. 2 of her special attacks are practically useless in a competitive setting. She's the second lightest character with the slowest falling speed, meaning she tends to die much faster than any other character in the game. With all this considered, it's difficult to imagine this character seeing any kind of competitive
That's
success.
crazy. That's
This
what I would do in a
sentiment was
game like
echoed
that.
during the early parts of the game with Melee's inaugural tier list, which placed Jigglypuff firmly in the bottom half
playing a
of
very
the cast.
squishy character.
However, as the game progressed, the Melee community found that Puff was a lot better than what they initially anticipated, due in large part to 2 moves. Back Air is Jigglypuff's strongest aerial attack. Thanks to a disjointed hitbox, this move provides Jigglypuff with her only powerful ranged option. Its relatively low end lag makes it spammable, granting Puff her only real way to space out opponents. And while back air may be Puff's most versatile move, it doesn't come close
I see
to
why
the
now.
most
Okay.
game-changing
That's kind of a hard tech. Looks like. You have to look away like right when you do it.
The premise of Rest is quite simple. Hitting the move deals massive damage and knockback, killing most characters at very low percents. Missing the move will stun you for 3 seconds,
Motherfucker.
basically guaranteeing your own demise. Scoring a Rest is very difficult due to the move's small hitbox, basically requiring Puff to be on top of the opponent's character to connect. But at the highest level of competition, the threat of getting rested forces other characters to treat Puff like a ticking time bomb. Rest prevents opponents from aggressively rushing down Puff and smothering her with their otherwise superior attacks. It forces other players to back down and keep their distance, as one slip-up could lead to devastating consequences. Throughout the 2000s, players would begin to discover the power of Puff, and the character would gradually move up Melee's tier list, peaking at number 3 overall in 2010, after Hungrybox and Mango showed that Puff could dominate at the highest level. However, on the cusp of what looked to be a Jigglypuff uprising, the character was about to run into a major roadblock. Midway through 2010, Mango unexpectedly dropped Puff as his main,
That's what I was
choosing
wondering.
instead to move forward with Fox and Falco.
So he main
Mango's
is
character
Puff.
swap
Weird.
marked the beginning of a trend in Melee that would go on to be known as 20XX.
Wish your
And
car's
that's
air
what
freshener
started
didn't start
20XX?
so strong
God
and
damn.
fade too soon? Try Febreze car vent clips. Unlike other fresheners, Febreze releases a consistent amount of scent day after day for 40 days. Won't overwhelm, won't fade away. Febreze car. Love it or get your money back.
I was gonna get YouTube Premium a long time ago, but never did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This wasn't technically an actual stun, so I swear to God, I better not get a 1 roll. Okay.
Welcome to the world of tomorrow.
By 2011, the Melee metagame had undergone more than 10 years of evolution, and its combat was starting to get very optimized.
What's he need?
For Melee's community, no character
Needs
represented
red.
the game's optimization more
As
than
far away from red
Fox.
as possible.
Ever since the beginning, Fox was always considered to be a character with incredible potential, but no one could truly harness it until the metagame had progressed beyond a high enough threshold of technical skill. To put it simply, Fox in Melee is the fastest character in the fastest Smash game. If played perfectly, Fox's rapid movement and attacks should theoretically overwhelm any other character in the game. Optimal execution with Fox pushes the limits of what's humanly possible with a controller, but that wouldn't stop many players from seeking the holy grail of peak Melee performance. One of those players was Hax, the originator of the 20XX meme,
Fuck.
and widely regarded as the best Captain Falcon player in the world before switching to Fox, much to the dismay of Captain Falcon fans who viewed the switch as a betrayal. Mango's infamous set versus Hax supposedly came as a result of Mango trying to teach Hax a lesson that Fox was not quite the Melee messiah that everyone envisioned. Some of you may see this as
Here you go,
ironic
thank
since
you.
Mango himself
Good enough.
abandoned his original character
Right.
for Fox.
I need green.
But it
Fuck.
starts to make more sense when you consider the scale of sickness. The Melee community
Oh my
loves
God,
to
I'm
throw
getting
around
whooped.
this idea of players and characters being sick. A sick character roughly translates to a character being cool, dynamic, and generally fun to watch and play. Arguably more important than Melee's tier list is its sick list, which by my estimate looks something like this. You see, Hax switching from Falcon to Fox may have improved his standing on the tier list, but he kicked himself down a peg on the sick list, and the move was somewhat unpopular. On the other hand, when Mango switched from Puff to Fox, he upgraded his sickness by a huge margin, because in the realm of Melee, no character is lamer than Jigglypuff.
Right, because he's a peach.
I'm already fucked on by the price side of the box too. Price cube.
For many fans of the game, Jigglypuff represents the antithesis of everything that makes Melee great. She requires lower technical skill than the rest of the high-tier characters. She's floaty and hard to combo. Her playstyle is inherently slow, campy, and defensive. Spectators often accuse her of being boring to watch and play. These are many of the same points that Melee players use to claim why Brawl is an inferior successor.
fucking
And
God.
yet, sitting right inside their otherwise flawless masterpiece is a little pink blemish. For this fundamental incongruity, Jigglypuff is Melee's black sheep. But even the most despised character in all of Melee can still find support from some players. One of those people was Hungrybox, who all of a sudden found himself as the #1 Jigglypuff player in the world. Unlike Mango, who had always demonstrated proficiency with a variety of characters, Hungrybox only played Puff.
He was like the earlier on
Whether it was
Leffen.
out of
Nobody talks about
loyalty
Leffen
or
anymore.
necessity,
I liked Leffen.
Hungrybox would show up year
Back in the day,
after year,
Leffen was my
game
favorite
after
player.
game, rain or shine, with the same tried and true character. Most Melee players consider Jigglypuff to have a solid matchup spread.
Because he wasn't considered one of the gods, but I guess he wasn't on early enough.
Matchups with most of the other high-tier
Maybe he
characters.
just consistently beat them.
But
I don't know.
without a doubt,
I kind of almost want to make a
Jigglypuff's
video
most
essay on
difficult
Leffen.
matchup comes against Fox, whose powerful vertical attacks are capable of launching Puff into the stratosphere at low percents. Fox versus Puff is quite possibly Melee's most intriguing matchup, pitting the strongest offensive character against the strongest defensive character. For ages, Fox stood mightily as Jigglypuff's only hard counter, and as Fox began to dominate Melee's meta, the game was about to get a lot harder for Hungrybox.
Maybe I should have just made him take damage, I don't know.
By
I could've
2011,
put him
the
down,
era
like-
of the Five Gods was well underway. Despite HBox's impressive
Yeah, that's fair.
2010,
Fuck.
his tournament results would stumble a bit in the following years. He would grab the occasional first place at smaller events, but would struggle to win at tournaments with more than one other god in attendance. Although around this time, he hardly had much of an opportunity. Melee was still very much in the midst of a competitive dark age, and nationally organized tournaments were
There you
few
go.
and far between. Despite its small underground following, the Melee community held steady, persisting through sparse events and prize money fueled almost entirely by the love of the game itself. Their patience would pay off when, unbeknownst to anyone at the time, Melee would once again be thrust into the spotlight.
I'd love to start hosting my own 10-mans. I got invited
2013 was
to
arguably the most
to
influential
customs
year in
through
Melee's
Pennsylvania
history,
at one
a year
point.
that was marked by 3 monumental events. 2013
That's why I
oversaw the
kinda wanna
release
join
of Project M,
that
one of the most
fucking-
ambitious video game mods
I'm
of
gonna
all
do aim
time,
training,
which
but I
sought
want
to
to join the
reimagine what
fucking
Brawl
Pennsylvania
could have
Knights
been had it
later.
retained Melee's
Which,
fast-paced
if I could play that
mechanics.
through college, that'd be amazing. Like, if I go back to K-State and start playing that for them, that'd be amazing. I should have to find some way back in. I don't know, though. I'm sure I could. Then either play Valorant for them, or under a new name, or try and hope to God I get back into Counter-Strike. That'd be funny. My current computer can't run Counter-Strike, though. My 5900X computer probably could, but I'd have to get that back.
For the first time ever,
But
Melee players
if I
could
played
enjoy what they
Valorant for
felt
them,
was a true
holy
sequel
shit, that would
to
be
Melee.
amazing. I think
Also in 20
I am genuinely better at Valorant than I ever was at Counter-Strike. The only thing is like Noah was so good at opping. Knack was what do we buy? Was so good at opping. And that's kind of what I want to get into because he was like the underdog of all that. Like he was like the fucking surprise entry that got in by sheer luck. From just like he was just insanely good. He was a complete outsider beforehand. So it was amazing.
2013, independent filmmaker Travis Beauchamp would release the Smash Brothers documentary to critical acclaim. The film would bring unprecedented exposure to Melee's underground scene and would go on to inspire a new generation of players to compete in the coming years. But without a doubt, 2013 saw perhaps the most important event in the history of competitive Melee, where after 6 long years of slumber, Super Smash Bros. Melee would return to EVO. The announcement quickly drew in over 700 competitors, making EVO 2013 the biggest Melee tournament to date. And heading into the event, all eyes shifted towards the 5 gods of the game.
Oh, the big house was the first big one.
He can't make it back.
And all 5 of them.
Mango is gonna take it.
How did
over
Armada
Fox
ever
and
get there?
Easy.
My question. Can you just fall and die?
Recovering this edge position.
Maybe that was old now.
And 2-0 Armada knocks out YouTube King. Percentage kill. No, can't keep him out there.
I got another stun.
He's taking his shirt off. Searching the crowd.
To everyone's surprise, Hungrybox found himself in winners finals of Melee's most important tournament to date. Even more shocking was his opponent, Wobbles, an Ice Climbers player in the twilight of his career who managed to slay 2 gods on his way to one of the most improbable runs in Melee history. Hungrybox was in prime position to become EVO champion.
And he wobbled?
All
No.
he had to do was beat Wobbles in a favorable character matchup and then win just one more set in
What if I
grand
just
finals.
spam the A button the
and
whole
he
time
would
if I'd have a
claim
chance of
Melee's
winning?
most coveted
No,
title.
you have to pick a direction sometimes. I thought spamming A would get a direction pick for me automatically, but I guess not. Forgot to roll last turn.
No cap,
Use my hand last
no
turn.
mess. Just grab and squeeze.
Oh,
Try
no.
Dawn Easy Squeeze.
Oh my god. That works.
But this time, oh, you got it this time. Oh, what? Wow! Wow!
Now I want a 1. But I got a 6, of course. I'm gonna land on one of his panels.
Down to his last stock, perhaps. Winner side.
Lower one.
Zoning him out.
That's
Hungrybox
true.
always used to this way.
I am
That's it.
slightly
Wobbles
winning.
is in grand finals.
Astoundingly, Wobbles did the unthinkable by conquering a 3rd god in a row. To make matters worse for HBox, the moment he lost, he didn't even know that he had.
Wait, do they know it's 2 out of 3? I think they think it's 3 out of 5. I don't know if they know. I don't know. I don't know if they know. Do they know? Yeah, I think they think it's 3 out of 5 because that's the standard. And there's the handshake, Hungrybox. Oh, Hungrybox is not happy about this. There's the handshake. And Wobbles.
After this discouraging moment, Hungrybox had to imagine that his golden opportunity to claim the EVO crown had slipped right through his fingers. The rest, as they say, is history.
A miracle right now. Oh, he read that roll! He read that roll! 3-0 in that first set to get revenge against the man who sent him in the loser's bracket. Situation, but still there it is! And there it is! The up smash! And Wobbles is gonna go down!
How would he do that?
3-1 Mango has come all the way back!
We may never know just how influential Mango's
Oh my
EVO
God, they're winning?
2013
Wow.
win was, but the game's most popular player winning its biggest event was enough to catapult Melee out of the Dark Ages and into a renaissance. It breathed new life into the game as a
I'm in big
competitive
roles.
spectacle, during a time when esports were just beginning to enter the public consciousness. In the
Sure, I was
coming
playing Chaos
years,
back then.
viewership, attendance, sponsorships, and prize money would skyrocket. After EVO 2013, Melee would never be the same. While the game was booming, Hungrybox was slumping. With his loss at EVO, HBox only added to his 3-year-long major tournament losing streak, and he did so in gut-wrenching fashion, not just getting upset by Wobbles, but also handing the tournament win to Mango, who was, at the time, Hungrybox's biggest rival. Following his EVO victory, Mango hosted a now infamous Reddit AMA, on which Hungrybox voiced some scathing remarks about how Mango had disrespected him for his entire career. Mango's response? Come up and get me.
I'm the boss. Roll, roll, roll. That's right.
2013 also saw the release of Melee's first annual player rankings. Mango, following his monumental win at
Wait, did I
EVO,
lose?
scored the #1 rank. Hungrybox, in a lackluster year, sat 5th, the worst of the best.
I thought it was
As
20 is it
2014
wasn't it
rolled
12K to
around,
win?
things would only get more tumultuous for Hungrybox. This was the year that 20XX began to tip the scales of the Melee metagame. In addition to the other gods of the game, Hungrybox now had to face a rising generation of highly technical Fox players like Hax, Leffen, and Lucky. With each tournament,
No.
the Puff main
No, I'm
was
not
dealing
doing
with
that.
more threats than ever before. If the Fox Revolution wasn't enough, HBox also faced challenges that few others could have anticipated. During this time, Armada would frequently thwart HBox by using Young Link, an obscure mid-tier who was only really viable at countering Puff. Hungrybox's losing streak would continue deep into 2014, where he would once again enter EVO in desperate need of
Did I
a
end up
win.
beating that one as
In
Aqua
his most
before?
impressive performance
That
of
was
the
like the
year,
Blush Rock, Villain Vendetta or
Hungrybox
whatever?
would play valiantly, beating PPMD and finally vanquishing Armada's Young Link, only to be double eliminated by Mango, who won the tournament for the second year in a row. What Hungrybox lacked in winning, he made up for with his flair for the dramatic.
She spins around when she does it too. Oh man, Hungrybox still alive, left in.
This guy's confident. He's confident now. He's got his confidence back.
A few moments later.
Uh-oh. Wow.
Is this it?
Okay, he PI'd it away.
Oh my god! That's the setup. Hungrybox, humongous comeback.
Around this time, Hungrybox started developing a penchant for making ridiculous comebacks. These clutch displays reminded everyone of his skill, and earned him the moniker of Clutchbox. But improbable comebacks weren't the only dramatic traits of HBox's play. Much like his in-game character,
I don't like how the
HBox
Thunder
2
Surge
was a
stuns.
bit
I'd rather use Fire
theatrical
Surge for that
and
exact
emotional.
reason.
During this time, he was most often characterized
stun knocks
by
him out
his
of the Thunder.
explosive pop-offs after close wins. Perhaps it was
I
his
shouldn't
way
use
of
Thunder Surge
confronting
at all,
the
to be
growing
honest, but-
pressure from Melee's new wave of spectators. The combination of his god status and defensive playstyle caused many fans to actively root against him. By the summer of 2014, Melee was no longer just a ragtag bunch of players competing mostly for bragging rights. It was becoming a legitimate esport, with its players falling under the scrutiny of thousands of spectators. You have to imagine that any player would have a tough time adjusting to such a drastic change, especially in Hungrybox's case where, more often than not, the crowd was firmly against him. 2014 marked a year of tremendous growth and change for Melee, but Hungrybox ended the year exactly where he started, ranked 5th. After a disappointing finish at the Big House, some began to question whether he still deserved his god status, or if it was even worth it for him to continue sticking to Jigglypuff. Fortunately for Hungrybox, the world of Melee was about to realize that he performed the best under pressure.
And Mewtwo King gives up game 1. You know, I really feel like Hungrybox's tag is applicable. Bruh.
Ow.
Back here. Oh, that's gonna be it. Yeah,
He's double back
low
here.
out there.
Wow, and look at him. The King is so upset.
Oh, he's way up there and he takes it
that
easy.
is it. Beautiful job. Hungrybox beats Mewtwo King yet again.
Hungrybox opened 2015 with a bang by winning Paragon Orlando in dominant fashion. At long last, HBox won a tournament with multiple other gods in attendance, snapping a losing streak dating back to 2010. The celebration would not last long, however, as through his victory, Hungrybox had just awoken a sleeping giant.
That's it.
Nice.
Wow.
And just like that, Hungrybox up 2-0.
Fox? Did I hear Fox? I heard Fox. Okay, let's see what Armada can do here.
What is Barmageddon?
Of course, you're fucking at her now, like needing to fully concentrate.
Monster Spill? Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Throughout the rise of Fox in the Melee metagame, Armada was one of the few remaining
I don't think I can
holdouts
do
who
this.
did not pick up Fox in any capacity. That all changed in 2015 when he determined that solo maining Peach was no longer a viable option. Over the past several years, Hungrybox had been slowly but surely improving at the Puff-Fox matchup. The abundance of Fox players in the meta gave Hungrybox a matchup nightmare at first, but it also provided him with plenty of practice to learn how to counter it. The prior years of frustration
Fuck,
gave
that
him
was-
enough experience to turn a daunting matchup into an increasingly winnable one. Armada's Fox, however, was different than anything Hungrybox had ever seen before. It was as technical as any other players, but matched the patience and discipline of Hungrybox's own playstyle. Following Paragon, Armada's Fox would beat Hungrybox at Apex 2015, then again at Sandstorm. After the character change, HBox would fall to Armada 7 out of the next 8 sets they played. But despite this new setback, Hungrybox was rising. His tournament results were gradually improving, but more importantly, he learned how to adapt to the spotlight. 2015 featured the debut of heel Hungrybox, where he learned to embrace his role as Melee's villain.
Is what determines
Winner or loser. I don't know if you can hear this in my headset, but like, listen to the crowd.
Yo, the crowd is not happy.
Hungrybox developed a cocky, brazen persona that he used to taunt hostile audiences. And perhaps no other tournament showcased heel HBox better than EVO 2015, where for the third year in a row, Hungrybox faced off against Mango.
Therefore, since I can approve a lover, I'm determined to prove a villain.
Hungrybox walks off. I don't even think he shook hands with Mango.
Oh my God, it's over! It's done! Brian! Fox has this. He has Mango right where he wants him!
And Hungrybox defeats Mango. There will not be a three-peat. Mango is out of the tournament in 5th place.
For 2 years, I held my head high. And the reception I got when I came out here, you fans can stick it, brother.
Hungrybox would then go on to beat PPMD and return to EVO Grand Finals, before losing once more to Armada's Fox. Although he equaled his placement from the prior year, EVO 2015 felt different. Hungrybox had finally bested his greatest rival on the biggest stage. He looked stronger and more confident in his game than ever before.
Mega Flare,
EVO
of course.
2015 represented a major turning point in HBox's career, where he toppled one rival for another to take their place. From that day on, Hungrybox had his sights set on Armada.
Say, man, this tournament is looking pretty, unless Armada blows it pretty hard. I don't know, dog.
I mean, and
that's
Armada.
it. That is it.
A few months later, the two would once again meet at the Big House, where Armada would double eliminate HBox, who looked no closer to solving his Fox. He may have been totally stumped if it weren't for a little help from Captain Crunch.
Hold on to your teeth, Natty! Crunch-a-dice!
Crunch was a Fox player from Hungrybox's hometown of Orlando. After a disappointing finish at CEO 2015, their hometown tournament, HBox and Crunch started talking about how to deal with Puff's most difficult matchup. Soon after, Crunch assumed the role of Hungrybox's full-time coach, and after losing to Armada at the Big House, HBox and Crunch made it their mission to analyze Armada's playstyle and find a way to beat him. For weeks, Hungrybox dedicated himself to study and grind the matchup, so that the next time they met in bracket, he would be prepared.
Slow rise.
When Armada plays the platform, HBox is all over him.
I think that is it. Congratulations to Hungrybox making history here on European soil.
With his win against Armada, Hungrybox had proven that he could conquer anyone and everyone that Melee had to offer. He had spent a whole year building himself up as Melee's unstoppable villain, but after perhaps the most monumental win of his career so far, the pompous, arrogant HBox unexpectedly broke down in tears.
D1, I've wanted this for so long. And you know, my dad just passed away, you know. It was my biological dad, and I know it's personal stuff, but he told me, you'll never be the best. You'll be good, but you'll never be the best.
There's an interview segment somewhere on YouTube featuring 4 of the 5 gods. Hungrybox was supposed to be there too, but due to a scheduling conflict, he couldn't participate. The producers decided to replace Hungrybox with a cardboard cutout of Hungrybox. An amusing prop, but also a disturbingly accurate metaphor
How do I
of
get
how many in
crawling
the Smash
fire?
community view him.
It looks like you might know something about.
I know nothing.
You have no. Wait,
I know
do
nothing.
Any of you guys have any experience hanging out with him?
I'm actually not entirely sure what to say because
Oh,
I
it
feel like
says
I
here.
know Hungrybox
Firaga
more
plus
than I know Juan.
Slow Stopra.
On December 16th.
Do I have Firaga? Oh, I can see in this job.
Is even better.
I have 2.
In 3D.
I need Slow / Stopra.
Avatar: The Way of Water. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now. December 16th.
I'm gonna do the Thunder build first. I like that ad.
It seems that Juan has always had a hard time fitting in, dating all the
Who's
way
Juan
back to his
Bocanegra?
childhood when his family emigrated from Argentina to the
Juan Bocanegra. Why does that name sound familiar? No. Bocanegra. Who is famous as the name Bocanegra? There's a car. Carlos Bocanegra is a soccer player. Is that who I'm thinking of? How the fuck am I thinking? There's no way that's who I'm thinking of. The last name Bocanegra sounds... I know who it is. It's fucking last year's president of my esports club that I got banned from. Fuck. That's embarrassing.
the United States. You have to imagine that it's not exactly easy to make a lot of friends at school when most of your classmates don't even speak the same language.
I have seen a Hungrybox
Things at home
documentary,
weren't much
but
better for him either. Juan's domestic life was often thrown into turmoil by his father, who would mismanage his family's
I didn't
wealth
like that
and
double
outright
dash.
abandon them in pursuit of his own fruitless business ventures. Juan's complex relationship with his father and the world around him ultimately created the competitor you see today, for better or for worse. The conflict Juan faced growing up
I'll get some
instilled
water
in
in
him
a
a
minute.
powerful work ethic and unparalleled mental fortitude that he used to excel in Melee and in life. All those losses over the years suddenly become a lot more reasonable when you realize that HBox was balancing Melee with a full-time student workload, and then a full-time job as an engineer.
Here's the amazing thing about going through school and working your ass off.
You know how many times I did my own homework? I have more Evo wins than I did my homework.
There's another video on YouTube that intercuts Hungrybox's graduation speech with Mango's high school stories. The juxtaposition here is fascinating. Unlike HBox, Mango never tried at school. He risked all of his life's prospects to become the best Melee player in the world, and ultimately succeeded. That part
I
of
guess Thunder
Mango's
is slower.
personality represents the spirit of competitive Melee as a whole, a community that was
Why are they
never
not
supposed
killing
to
them?
succeed, never supposed to make it
Aqua
as
was
far
killing.
as they did,
Oh,
never supposed to
it automatically
outlast
equipped a
the other
shitty
Smash
Keyblade.
games. And yet, against all odds, they did.
Did I lose
Some
Chaos
Melee
Ripper?
fans like to imagine that Hungrybox would still be successful even if he never picked up a controller. That Hungrybox never needed Melee.
No, why
and
am
that
I not
Melee
wearing
doesn't
Chaos
need
Ripper?
Hungrybox.
This game has been my escape for over a decade from whatever else life offers. And for everyone else, if that's the same for you, I love you and thank you for coming.
After moving to America, Hungrybox used Melee
That is
as a
weird
way
that
to
it's not
fit in,
one-shotting.
as a way to make friends, and as a way to seek
Oh, I did
refuge
Magnet
from the
Thunder
turbulent
on Terra
environment
before.
around him. Hungrybox
That's
needed
why.
Melee as much as anyone else. His passion for the game is undeniable. But soon enough, he would find that the very community from which he sought
Like I
comfort
immediately
and
leveled up.
acceptance was beginning
Plus, I
to
did
reject
do
him. Like
Reactor
everything
less
else
on
in his
him than I
life,
did on
it only gave him a bigger
Aqua.
chip on his shoulder.
And they hurl insults at you, and they tell you, you know, all the worst things you could imagine, with no respect or no care for what's going on in your personal
Fire
life.
Rock's gonna take a little bit
No,
longer.
They don't give a rat's ass about that. They just care that you play a really gay Jigglypuff.
And I came close. You know? Came
And it was like
really
5
close
levels.
to just giving up, to quitting. I did. I'll play this game for 20 more years.
I feel like if you consistently got like even like top 24 or top 32, I mean, that'd still be perfectly fine to stick with that game.
Hungrybox ended 2015
Although I guess Melee wasn't as big of a
ranked
game.
second behind Armada. Fueled by his newfound belief that he could beat anyone, Hungrybox entered 2016 on a warpath.
I would have too.
The first half of the year was marked by Hungrybox and Armada swapping tournament wins. Both competitors were playing at the highest caliber of their entire careers, and they looked to be on a collision course heading into EVO.
Upgrade any large menu price Pizza Hut pizza to an original stuffed crust for free.
Charmin
Holy
Ultra
shit, I didn't
Soft
realize
is
that would be
twice
that
as
fast.
absorbent, so you can use less.
I don't know if I can take enough damage on beginner, not pick up health. Let's just move to like makes me take
2016 would
damage.
represent the absolute peak of Melee as a competitive game. The tournament drew more than 2,300 entrants, a figure not matched before or since. For Hungrybox, his path was clear. Make it back to Grand Finals where, more likely than not, Armada would be there, waiting for him. This time, however,
What is damage
Hungrybox would know
siphon?
how to beat him.
Like some way to force myself to take damage. Holy shit, that
Truly, it
stage
would
is
be a
insane.
battle for the ages.
Never been to something like that before. I wouldn't mind going to a Counter-Strike 1, like ESL 1 New York or something. Would be nice, or although Valorant, I don't know how Valorant teams work. I've never watched professional Valorant. But Valorant I see lasting like 5 more years minimum.
Over Trilogy.
It'll probably outlive. I could very well see it outliving Counter-Strike by a little bit, but Counter-Strike's probably got almost 10 more years in it. That or until Source 2 comes out.
I mean, being down this much, even without time, is hard. And yeah, classic Hungrybox. My man's a top 8.
I could actually go for water now. I feel like that means the drugs are working. 'Cause usually I don't like drinking water. Dude, I level up so much quicker on him than I was Aqua. I swear. So I got up to what, 46 on Aqua?
Oh my God! 2-0! And Plump advances in the winner's side. Hungrybox going down to the loser's bracket. Yo, the Assassinito.
As the story goes, following his loss to Plup in winner's semifinals, Hungrybox was so discouraged that he almost checked out of the tournament entirely. All of a sudden, the memories of his past failures all came rushing back, along with the bleak realization that this year would be no different. Although he adorned the nickname of Clutch,
What
he had
is-
never actually won a major tournament from the loser's
What is
bracket.
reload boost?
For a brief moment, in his mind, his fate was sealed. For all the progress he made and as far as he came, Hungrybox could not win on the biggest stage when it mattered the most. He likely would have been finished too, if it weren't for a little help from Captain Crunch. Sometime in the interval between matches, Crunch was able to calm HBox down and refresh his mindset for the next match. Sometimes before you can learn how to win, you have to learn
Like a
how to
Minecraft
lose.
song.
It was at this moment that Hungrybox truly became Clutch, because after all, there was still so much Melee left to play.
Either randomly or by applying a fleeting crystal. So I need to go get fleeting crystals. Chrono Twister, Shoegazer, Sonic Blaster, or Thorn Bite. Oh, this is 45, 95, 50, 60, 95, or 45, 50, 95. I don't know what the fuck that means. I'm assuming Shoegazer's that, like, walking foot thing. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize there's a unversed inside of it. I never noticed that. Sonic Blaster is a little radar-looking thing. Thorn Bite is a plant drill thing. Sonic Blaster is Trick Ghost, basically. Chrono Twister and Radiant Garden has the best drop rate. Or I can buy them, apparently. So I need to look for 95%, because I'm at shop level 95%. So Thornbite or Sonic Blaster. Deep Space, Enchanted Dominion. Oh, Magic Haste and Reload Boost.
These guys are here to play.
Right? Yes.
Alright, EVO 2016 is on the line right now.
Yes.
One more big hit from Armada is going to end this tournament.
Yeah, no, oh my God.
He just goes for it.
Notably, Rest is kind of out of play right now.
So I just need a shit ton of fleeting crystals right now. A minimum of
And
4.
then the moment that changed Melee forever.
Pretty sure I want 5. They're gonna reload boost before, so I don't know.
Armada not giving him anything. Nobody gets hit. He gets that could be it. To reset the bracket. Reset.
I did not want to do any research. I was hoping to do a lot of this blind, but Chrono Twister's the clock.
Sometimes the only thing you need to win is believing that you can. In Melee, the difference between winning and losing can often come down to just a few pixels and a few frames. But the difference between winners and losers feels far, far greater. For years, Hungrybox
I also
embodied
do
the
want once more
competitor
as well.
who was never quite good enough.
Once more would be
He
good
was
to
always
have.
so close, yet so far.
And Damage Siphon.
EVO 2016 changed all of that, and Hungrybox walked out of that building a completely different player. After accomplishing what he did, nothing could stop him from becoming the best in the world. From that moment on, Hungrybox would never be the same, and neither would Melee. After conquering his greatest challenge yet, Hungrybox fell into a bit of a slump. After starting the year on fire, he would not win another tournament after EVO, finishing second in the rankings, once again trailing Armada. Following a disappointing loss at the Big House, he would take a moment to pause and reevaluate his life. Perhaps guided by those discouraging words that haunted him for his entire career, he knew what he had to do. At the end of 2016, Hungrybox quit his job to play Melee full-time. At first, his newfound commitment to the game didn't seem to change much. It didn't help that it coincided with possibly the most dominant stretch of Armada's career. But then, late in the year, Hungrybox started winning, and then he kept on winning. If he could score a victory at the Big House, HBox could put himself in serious contention for the #1 ranking. His rival Armada would fall to Plup, who was in the midst of an incredible winners bracket run. Hungrybox would stumble early, then proceed to tear through the losers bracket to meet Plup in grand finals. As the crowd rallied around the underdog Plup to complete his fairy tale run, the glass slipper broke.
That might. Oh, and yeah. Hungrybox.
Okay, well, I can't go that way.
Hungrybox closes it out.
There was no pop-off
There's
after
one.
Hungrybox double-eliminated Plup to capture his first Big House title. He just slowly turned his gaze towards the now lifeless crowd. A few people clapped, a couple cheered. Most had already begun filing for the exits without saying a word.
Man, I'm in a weird mood.
In what way?
Usually when I win an event, I'm like ecstatic and I jump off, but like I feel like I left part of me on that stage today. You ever have everything you ever wanted, and then when you finally have it, you're like, now what?
1 year ago, after the very same tournament, Hungrybox decided that he was ready to become Melee's best player. He never stopped to consider whether Melee was ready for him. Be careful what you wish for, Juan.
That was eerie. Maybe they talk less later in the video, in that reaction video. Yeah, that's a decent farm for one.
Well, we're boned.
And so we enter the era of HBox as the #1 Melee player, an era characterized by two remarkable shifts in Melee. The first of which being the end of the 5 gods dominating the game. The untouchable status of the gods had been in decline ever since 2016, after PPMD was forced to take an indefinite leave of absence due to medical issues. To this day, he is still not returned to competitive play. The 4 remaining gods continued to hold the keys to the kingdom through 2017, but many were beginning to tell that the end was near.
Yeah.
No shield. Armada.
Lucky Strike is from Abounding Crystals, of which I don't have either, so.
2018 Super Smash Brothers Melee
EXP Walker.
2018 saw the year's 2 biggest events fall to new contenders, with Plup taking Genesis and Leffen taking EVO. Midway through 2018, Armada seemed poised to retake the #1 rank from Hungrybox,
Other than Central Square,
only to shock everyone by announcing his sudden retirement from Melee singles competition. Although never explicitly mentioned,
he retired in 2018?
attributed his
Damn.
retirement to the constant stress he suffered from trying to keep pace with Hungrybox.
For me, I feel like if I can't have fun doing it, then it's no point in doing it.
I'm having pretty good
At
luck.
around the same time, Mewtwo King started shifting his focus away from Melee in favor of streaming and writing his book. In 2019, Mewtwo King only competed in
Mango
4
said that
events
too.
and
No,
looks
no, no.
unlikely
I'm
to
thinking
return to
Hikaru.
full-time competition anytime soon. Mango, perhaps the
player.
most dominant player ever in his prime, failed to win a tournament in 2018. And while he can still crank out the
Oh, he did a lot of
occasional
side
epic
stuff, but-
performance, his inconsistency has relegated him to a shadow of his former glory, placing his god status in serious question. These days, it seems that Hungrybox is the only god left who can still strike fear into the hearts of his opponents through his sheer dominance alone. In his time, there were 4 others like him. Now, there's just one.
I just won.
The current state of
that
Melee is
Gran
represented
Turismo?
partly by the decline of the gods, but mostly by something far more
I
confounding.
understand like how you could pump this out in like less than like a
always wanted
month.
to become the best in the world. He
I guess
struggled
it'd
through
take you
years
at
of
least a month to
frustration,
get something like this
gradually
prepared.
improving and eventually
Assuming you work
defeating
on it
the
like for
best
hours a
players that
day.
Melee had to offer. But when he finally achieved his life's goal, he began to realize that the promised land didn't exactly come as promised. Becoming #1 in the world was the hardest thing Hungrybox had done in his entire life. He was about to find out that being #1 was even harder. It's common for sports or games to generally dislike their most dominant competitors, but in all these cases, most of the hatred never strays far from the confines of the competitive landscape. You hate Tom Brady when he destroys your favorite team in the playoffs, but if you saw him walking down the street, you'd probably want his autograph. In Melee, the hatred for Hungrybox has progressed far beyond a simple competitive rivalry.
I need to find that button for my
fraction of the
mouse.
Melee community seem to treat
Dude, I literally just hit a
Hungrybox
back
with
button.
utter
As I was raising it
contempt.
up, I hit the back
A lot
button.
of this comes from the
I couldn't hit
idea
the forward
that
button
by
because
simply
there's not one
being
there.
the #1 player, Hungrybox is killing the game. Much of this rhetoric stems from players like Leffen,
Is calling fire
who
an
has
attack?
assumed the role of Hungrybox's arch-rival following Armada's retirement. Leffen is perhaps the biggest proponent of the Puff Doomsday Theory, a scenario I have unofficially labeled 20FF.
I literally don't see it anywhere. Am I blind?
Leffen believes that Jigglypuff is not only the strongest character, but the easiest to play. In the year 20FF, no one
I'll send you
plays
to break
Fox
time
anymore because
as
everyone
Aqua
has
and
switched to
Terra
Puff
still.
in order to beat Hungrybox. Melee games have devolved into boring, unwatchable stallfests where the only measure of winning is determined by which Puff player can outcamp the other. A compelling theory until you realize that
Stopka is
Hungrybox is
B,
the only Puff player
which
in
is
the
what I
top
want.
35, and has been for
So I
basically
need to do it
the
with
past
Stopka.
decade. Even now, entering year
A,
3
D,
of
or B?
Hungrybox as Melee's top player, Jigglypuff mains are still few and far between. If Puff was truly such an unskilled, overpowered character as many of its ardent critics like to claim, then surely
So I might need to buy
someone,
Stopka.
anyone else could have risen to the top of the Melee metagame besides HBox. 20FF theorists will often counter
Yeah.
this by saying that playing Puff is so boring that hardly anyone is willing to play as the character even if it could vastly improve their tournament results. They say this despite the great number of Ice Climbers players who only practice wobbling setups for the sole purpose of cheesing tournament wins. In a competitive game, it's no surprise that people will do anything to win.
You play to win the game.
There's probably a faster way to do this.
And at some point, you have to account for the fact that Hungrybox is the only Puff player in the modern era who has been able to consistently win.
That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. You don't play to just play it.
The same critics also like to claim that Puff is as boring to watch as it is to play, and that Melee is hemorrhaging viewers for as long as HBox is on top, even though in 2019, during Hungrybox's most dominant stretch, peak viewership actually increased across most tournaments. This is consistent with many other spectator sports. By and large, audiences tune in to watch juggernauts. Michael Jordan was possibly the most dominant player in NBA history. As he led the Bulls to their 6th championship in 8 seasons,
I got 3
the
so far.
NBA set
2
their
more.
all-time record for television viewership. The next season, after Jordan's retirement, ratings plummeted. The same pattern
gone
can
by
be
a lot quicker
observed
than I
in
expected
golf,
so far,
whose
though.
ratings are notoriously dependent on whether Tiger Woods is in contention. The trend even holds true in games you wouldn't expect. During James Holzhauer's 22-game Jeopardy winning streak, ratings skyrocketed. Do you think the same number of people tuned in a month afterwards when the show returned to its regular, unremarkable contestants? When people watch stuff, they want stakes. They want to follow a story. They want antagonists to root against. Dominant players are inherently interesting because they fulfill all of these things. But that still doesn't stop a vocal portion
I
of
guess
the
I
community
should
from zealously
add
believing
stakes
that
to whatever I do.
Hungrybox is single-handedly killing Melee.
I'm basically trying to say Hungrybox deserves more credit, and people discredit him because he's been winning for so long.
Hungrybox victories are treated like funerals, while his defeats are celebrated like God's gift to the game. The goal of the game for many has devolved into stopping HBox. The Smash community as a whole has a tendency to
That's
rally
crazy.
hard
I never knew
against
that.
their
But
top
he
players.
did fall into
In
Ultimate a
Smash
lot.
4, the sequel
Yeah,
game to
man.
Brawl,
I guess Smash
no
4 a
one
little
was
bit.
better than Zero.
Yeah.
At one point, he won 56 tournaments in a row. a record that will likely never be
Thought
broken by any other
MKLeo
Smash competitor.
was a little better than
His
him
staggering
when
winning
Ultimate
streak
came out.
also spawned an insatiable desire to see him lose. And after 3 years of constant pressure and harassment
Isn't he
from the
also
Smash 4
Hispanic?
community,
Pretty sure he
Zero
is.
lost all passion for the game and retired from competition entirely. Even Armada at his peak faced a considerable amount of hate in
And he was
Melee,
like kind of like a
despite
beta
being
tester
one
of
of the most
sorts for
widely respected
Ultimate.
players of all time.
Like they were playing it
Even though he
on
also
YouTube way
dominated
before.
with a
I saw
pink,
YouTube videos of
floaty
them playing it way
defensive
before it even
character,
released.
not many
Like a lot of people were
considered
playing like
Armada to be a
Splatoon
threat to the game itself.
or Inklings. I
Nothing
guess they're
Armada
called Inklings.
faced ever came close to the amount of bitterness
You
and
can play Boy or
vitriol
Girl.
that Hungrybox tolerates on a regular basis. His eternal reward for struggling and clawing to Melee's
While I'm
top
doing
rank
this, I can
is
go ahead
to
and
be
install
perhaps the
Stop to
most
get that at
ostracized
Stopka.
top player
That'd help
of
a little
any
bit.
game ever played.
Anything's
At least
cheaper. I probably
perennially
could just do
hated
it
teams
otherwise,
like
but-
the Patriots can return to their home crowd and be cheered. It doesn't matter where Hungrybox goes today. Nobody cheers him. He can never be applauded for his achievements. Many
Sure.
in the Melee community say he deserves the hate. In addition to the prevailing belief that he's ruining the
Realistically,
game,
I only need one,
many
but-
are quick to express their sheer disgust for HBox as a person. Some decry his unwillingness to play friendlies or mentor other players, as he tends to guard his Jigglypuff gameplay as a trade secret. Others cite instances of his infidelity in past relationships as an indictment against his morals. Most just accuse Hungrybox of being generally rude or egotistical based on
What? Oh, he's
interactions
kissing
from
himself. I
years
was like, what the
ago.
fuck?
There's a saying in the Melee community that everyone has an HBox story, me included. I mean, this one time I saw Hungrybox at a grocery store in Gainesville, but I won't get into that here. The point is that Melee players can usually pull out a laundry list of reasons for why they detest HBox on a personal level, and for that reason he gets scrutinized more than any other player in the game. Athletes like Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods each had their own share of personal demons, but their respective audiences were both able to look past that and appreciate their accomplishments as competitors. It seems that the Melee
thing goes way more
community
in
has
depth
an
than the
all too
Amso one that I just
difficult
watched,
time
like,
applying the same treatment to Hungrybox.
2 hours ago.
They like to assume that everything HBox does has some nefarious, self-serving plan behind it. It got bad enough to where Hungrybox couldn't even look
There
at
we go.
his watch on stage without facing backlash and drama. It's as if Melee people have such a low opinion of HBox that they couldn't give him the benefit of the doubt that he may have been running late for a flight and wanted to keep track of the time. It doesn't matter how much he reforms his actions and attitude today. Hungrybox has always been held to his lowest standard, and he's never allowed to overcome his past reputation. Perhaps the community's apparent zero-tolerance policy for rudeness and ego would make a little more sense if they also applied it to Leffen, who publicly disrespects other players, games, and communities
wondering.
on a weekly basis.
Hello?
But alas, Leffen, like every other player, gets cheered wildly over Hungrybox. After a while, the whole list of grievances against
People like
Juan
Leffen doing that?
Hungrybox
I didn't think they
to Vienna
did.
reads like
Thought he was,
sour
like, infamously
grapes,
hated.
double standards, and empty excuses.
Wish I knew all
At
that
the end of the day, the
story
Melee
there.
community stigmatizes
46?
HBox for the
45?
same reason they
Fine.
always have.
Oh, what is
He
Aqua?
doesn't fit into their idea of what Melee should be.
46,
The
okay.
mere existence of Hungrybox challenges the fundamental identity of the game itself. Melee prides
Probably faster
itself
to
on its
TP out, that's
fast-paced
fine. I don't care.
gameplay, yet its top player uses one of the slowest characters.
Yeah, like,
Melee
Cost is here,
celebrates
yeah.
its highly
That's probably a
skilled
lot- that
technical
should be a lot
mechanics,
slower.
yet its top player uses the
Unless I had, like,
character
double
with
flight
the
or
most
something, but I don't.
simplistic controls. Melee relies on its risky and aggressive playstyles to wow its spectators, yet its top player plays patiently and defensively. Hungrybox can never be truly respected because Hungrybox isn't Melee. But allow me to explain to you how he is.
You can buy Mega Elixirs?
It's
Damn.
July 9th, 2013. After raising more than $90,000
No, it's funny, it's a Mega
for
Elixir over,
charity,
like, a
the Melee
Elixir in
community
this.
punched a ticket for their beloved franchise to return to EVO. After 6 long years of waiting, the biggest Melee tournament in history was less than a week away. This
Only
could be Melee's
2013?
big break. If the
Holy
talent
shit.
can put on a good enough show, Melee may finally be recognized for the brilliant
No,
competitive
there's
masterpiece
no way
it
that's
is.
what this is.
With less than 3 days to go before the tournament,
Yeah, no, this is like- they were like
blocked EVO from
2018
streaming
before.
Melee, to the absolute shock of the Smash community. Eventually, after a sizable amount of backlash, Nintendo allowed the event to proceed as normal. But the message had been delivered loud and clear. Nintendo would never truly respect Smash as a competitive game.
Oh, this
no
is-
matter
this is where
how
Free Melee
popular
came from?
competitive Melee got, the community would always be on their own. It didn't really make much of a difference because that's how it had always been. But in an age where most game developers embrace competitive play by bankrolling huge tournament pots, it's discouraging to realize that Melee will never have that privilege. 2019 saw a Fortnite player earn $3 million by winning a single tournament. That's nearly 10 times the prize money that Hungrybox has won in his entire career, a career in which he consistently placed top 5 at more than a dozen tournaments per year for over a decade. It's sad to think that top Melee players who are so talented and draw in so many
Fortnite does have a way bigger player
often
base,
have a
though,
hard time
unfortunately.
affording rent from tournament winnings alone. Melee fans love Mango because Mango represents how they see Melee. What many of them don't consider is that Hungrybox represents how the rest of the world sees Melee. Other Smash players often regard Melee players as rude and arrogant, and they actively root
No offense
against
to him, but
Melee
he do be a little bit
success.
tubby. If he was so
Casual
tubby, I feel
players
like that
are
would
often
help him a
hostile
little
to
bit.
the idea that Smash is
I
even
know, it's
played
fucked up, but
competitively at all. Much
I mean,
of the Smash fandom can't
every
even
one of these
comprehend
big
the
Smash players got a pretty
reasoning
big beer
behind
belly, it
turning
looks
off
like.
items in tournament play.
In all fairness.
When Melee was removed from the EVO lineup in 2019, many people celebrated, saying that Melee no longer deserved
They
the
drop so much
spotlight.
health.
Lots of people in the
I guess
general
if you can
fighting
kill
game
him
community
way out of the
believe
way
that
and jump
Melee never
over and
deserved
avoid the health
spotlight it
pickups.
got. The Smash Bros. Franchise and Nintendo games in general have been stigmatized as kids' games ever since they censored blood in Mortal Kombat. Many traditional fighting game players don't respect competitive Smash for this very reason. They can't take a game seriously
Okay.
if it was never
Any second
intended
to
for
think here. So now these are all B type. So I want a Wellspring for once more. Good. I want I have XP chance already, which this would have been XP chance as well. I want a Soothing, which I don't have. Wonder what, there's no mention of the Chaos Crystal. I wonder what that does. Let me see what damage siphon does. Is MP Rage? Recover their ability fuel engage when damage is taken. Well, that probably doesn't really help much. Type M or type N, which apparently those are like super random, I feel. Ducky Goose ability link. What the fuck is all that shit? Dream Drop Distance might be a bit of a bitch. Because I was not expecting to win 100% these games, but they don't seem too bad to get all the achievements at least. Or platinum. Not 100%, but platinum. Lucky Strike. Okay, Soothing. Best bet is also Deep Space or Castle of Dreams. Flood or Jelly Shade. I think Flood is best. No. Yes. Flood or Jelly Shade. 4%. Look up what Flood is. Oh, Flood's just a normal ass enemy. Spy from the Mirage Arena. That's what I thought. That's what I was thinking before about the Fleeting Crystal, but, you know, I had to grind. Do I really need Damage Siphon?
Yeah, he just tells you to buy them all once you get one. That's fair. But I'm doing it this way. It's easier. Since I'm already basically done. So I'll just do the ones that he has, except for Damage Siphon, which I think he has. Does he have 2? No, he only has 1. Finish boost, reload boost, Damage Siphon, reload boost. So I'll just do 2 reload boosts, or 3 reload boosts, I guess. It's fine. So I can do reload boost with Crawling Fire. So I can already get multiple of those. Thyraga, Stopka, Fleeting, reload boost. Good. We go ahead and equip that. Just so I see. Let's go back to abilities, make sure how many I can equip. I can equip at least 2, I know that for sure. I just I could probably equip at least 3. I want more magic boost. Reload boost, you only equip 1. Huh. Magic haste, you can have 3 though, so I need more magic haste. Which is A, E. So this one I can do slow, right? Slow is A, right? I said A, B, or D. Crawling Fire. Slow is A, so yep. Thought I didn't even need those Stopkas. Thyraga slow. Fleeting. Wait, not fleeting, not fleeting. Or, no, it's fleeting. Yes. Yes. Should be reload, or magic haste. I need 2 of those. We should be done with that. So weird they have to look this up. Plus, it's like, why is it a question mark? If I've already made the exact same thing, why is it a question mark? Can you not just fucking show me? So finish boost is the finisher of a style change. Combo finisher is the last hit of your combo. Neither of which I particularly need right now. But I'll go ahead and get finish boost, which is pulsing. I think. I don't know if I need multiple. I think they stack to 4 to 3. If they stack to 3, I mean, regardless, I probably only have 1. I may not have any. Finish boost, I have 2. It only stacks to 2. Combo F boost as well. Fuck. So I don't know what are some good ones that I can get then. Oh no, Crawling Fire would be towards the top. Yep. Okay. Lucky Strike? I don't really need Lucky Strike anymore, because now we're just grinding for levels. I can do a screen. Like a fire screen first, maybe? Or we can do a fire. Can we do fire into thunder? No, it would be fire screen. We can't do a thunder. I can do a fire screen. Fire boost. I don't think. I mean, flare is not technically. Flare is non-elemental. It says it launches a ball of fire, but I think it's non-elemental. It might be fire though. I don't know. So I want a fire boost and a. Let's do a fire screen. Which I can do one or the other. Cure boost would be good as well. I think cure boost makes me heal faster. That would be nice to have. I don't think I can make a cure boost right now though. I think fire boost is damage, right? Yes. Okay, so let's look up. We already have our 4, so Mega Flare. I should have looked this up before, but Mega Flare, Crawling Fire is a B always, no matter what I do, which is a fire boost. So I have a fire boost. Fire boost, reload boost, finish boost, once more, damage siphon, HP price plus, XP chance. none of which are particularly useful besides Fire Boost, and I only can take one. Because I already have Reload Boost all the way. I finished Boost. I think I finished Boost all the way, right? Yeah, I finished Boost all the way already. Once more I have already. Damage Siphon. Wait. Damage Siphon, I don't have a Soothing Crystal. I can always get it later then. That's fine. There's only 2 ways to get it. The B or F. Just fine. You start with Scan, don't you? Or you have to unlock Scan? You start with Scan. Okay. I was about to say, that's kind of cringe if not. I have XP Chance already. So I guess I'll just do a Fire Boost and an HP Prize Plus. So Shimmering Crystal, Hungry Crystal. That's only 2 of them though. I still need 2 more. Fuck, so I shouldn't have done B. I should have realized I didn't want B on this because fucking the Mega Flare's only type B. That's fine. So I'll make a Fire Boost, HP Prize Plus. I mean, unless HP Prize Plus can 4-stack. If it stacks 4, then I only need to make those in general. Now my concern is how the fuck do I get my HP low enough? Because I'm in beginner mode. So I kind of just like straight up can't die. Like I just straight up don't take enough damage. Like even that I picked up HP. I didn't want to. I get Defender. Defender's only J or N. Okay. What do we at? 4? Oh, it's done already. Wow. That gets done so quick. How does that finish so fast? Okay, now we need to get Fission Pyraga up, right? All of them? Oh no, we already have those done. Shit, okay. Okay, so we decided one will be Shimmering. Finding Shimmering Splendid. And then one will be Hungry. And we will check. Which I finally find that funny if they were watching Hungrybox videos now. So I need to check to see. I'll probably have to uninstall them as well. But let me check to see. Well, okay, first, if I don't have it equipped, does it appear? It does. You can have 3, so I'm just gonna fucking put 3 on there. That's fine. I literally don't have any other. Like, I don't think I have anything else that I can put on here right now besides Soothing, which I don't have. So. Charles, I don't understand the purpose of that if Thunder does the same thing, but I mean, Thunder on Aqua seemed to be pretty consistent. So let's see what he wants. I might need to level it up first before I actually start using him right away. That's what I did. Holy shit, that charge is so slow. Maybe it sits for a while. Maybe that's why it's good. Also,
serious.
I mean, critical health is under 25%. So I have more health, so it's possible. My healing doesn't affect me as much. So first off, can I unactivate these? I can once I get it. Although, if they're equipped, can I turn it off? If not, I might have to remake these, because HP Prize kind of fucks me. But he also has jack shit for HP. Let me see if I can show you. I probably can. Like, looking at this, he has jack shit for health. So, because I've done the whole game, a lot of Mirage Arena, and 3 HP boosts. Okay, that's fair. So the whole fucking room just dies on a Mega Flare. Beautiful money. I mean, this is slightly faster than my Thunder. Slightly. How long does it take you to hit 99 though is my question. Because it kills 2 waves at a time. Whatever you say, buddy. Unless one of the other waves would do more damage to me, I don't know. Once more does help a little bit with that, though. There's a way to, like, decrease my defense or something.
Play.
I like how we haven't even started this process yet. Like, I don't think I've done anything yet since I technically started. Oh, and I did Toon Board. Because I lost Skull Board against Hook. I'm assuming critical just means blinking, right? I'm gonna leave the room once I start blinking and see if that's 25%. Because it is 25%. I don't know if that counts as critical. I would assume so. So I'm assuming about once it gets to that bar, like once it gets to the halfway point, like it makes the green health makes a semicircle. I know you can't see my health all the way. Let me actually move the timer. Once the health, I guess I can move this up here. Or actually, do that. Move the this over here for now. I know it blocks off my camera a little bit, but I guess I can shrink it. It also blocks chat just a wee bit too. There you go, now chat goes over it. But, actually, you know what? I'm gonna fucking move it all the way to the bottom. Like that. What is that screen? Oh, it's the exact same thing. That's literally what I wanted to do before. That's fine. I think I'm below 25. I'm definitely below 25 now. I'm not blinking yet. I'm guessing maybe once it's up to the quarter. There you go. That's gotta be that's way more than 25%, right? Let's see. 150 divided by 4. So technically, I'm perfectly at it. So I actually would like to get hit one more time, just in case. Realistically, getting even lower isn't too bad of an idea if it's guaranteed I can't die. Worst case scenario, I pick up some health orbs if I get low. So you're basically down to 1 HP. So if I do want to pick up HP orbs. I don't even know if this is the best method after all. Oh, they despawned. HP orbs are bigger, that's funny. Did I just kill one wave? Holy shit. And they're all level 6 now. God damn. Not bad, not bad at all. Oh, despawning. Hold up. Come back. Come back. If they despawn, they don't come back? That's new. I didn't realize that. The range on that shit is pretty nuts. What? Bitch. Dashing back towards the exit is best. HP Prize Plus is kind of scaring me. They like there, I picked up HP by accident. But it is a relative circle, so if I stay within that, like, these little bolts here, like this metal part, that should be fine. You can hear the... Oh, wait, you don't hear the game. Never mind, I was about to say you can hear us blinking the whole time, but no, we're good.
Because Smash is a kid-friendly, casual-friendly game,
I don't know how I'm
the
going to go.
FGC
I was going to go
likes
to
assume that
65,
it's
but...
easy and claim that competitive
I was only going to go to
Smash
50,
players don't have
but...
the skill to lace their
I need to go to
boots.
at least
As long
65.
as Smash players don't have to memorize button combinations with quarter circles, that must mean that their controls are crude and basic, and that you don't need to put in any real effort to win a Smash tournament. All this sound familiar? Well, that's because Melee sees Hungrybox how the rest of Smash sees Melee. The fighting game community treats Smash how Melee treats Hungrybox. You may not want to believe it, but Hungrybox is Melee in the most literal sense. Both spent years being told they weren't good enough, that they would never achieve what they would eventually become. Both were constantly disrespected, stigmatized, and ridiculed because they didn't quite fit into what others thought they should be. Both were able to succeed even though everyone else wanted them to fail. Both have a huge chip on their shoulder because no matter what they accomplish, how many challenges they overcome, and how much they prove themselves, they will never get the respect they deserve. In the countless, endless online arguments between the FGC and Smash, Melee fans will always defend their game by saying just because it's different doesn't mean it's easy. Every time this happens, Hungrybox just shakes his head and sighs.
It's hard for everyone. It's not easier for Puff or for Falco or for Fox. It's all hard. To
He spawned.
So just get better.
Hungrybox is Melee. And you know what else? Hungrybox is the best in the world. And as much as some people would tell you otherwise,
Might switch
Melee
controllers.
has never been more interesting. 2019 saw Hungrybox win 12 of the 20 tournaments he
Yeah, it's
entered.
Kingdom Hearts 2, I definitely
It
want to
also
switch to
saw a
my
Pikachu main
Xbox
and
controller.
a Captain Falcon main win majors for the first time in the history of the game. So despite Melee entering its 20th year of competitive play, it appears to be far from a solved game. And that's because despite how many people bought into 20XX, Jigglypuff is the meta. While the rise of Fox encouraged many players to get increasingly faster and more aggressive, the rise of Hungrybox has forced many of them back to the drawing board. Even though the new era has been tough on Foxes,
Out of range?
it has
Yes.
led to the rise of a new generation of players with more patient, strategic playstyles. Players like Zayn, Wizrobe, and Amsa have all demonstrated the capacity to beat Hungrybox without a favorable character matchup. At times, despite his recent dominance, Hungrybox has never looked more vulnerable, frequently losing to players and characters that he never has before. This is mostly due to how, at long last, the rest of Melee's competition is finally catching up to the level of the gods. In present-day Melee, the gods are the old generation, and Hungrybox is the last of the gods. Melee is approaching the precipice of an entirely new era, and Hungrybox remains the last stickler of the old days. In a way, Hungrybox carries the torch of all the gods. Newer players will never know the satisfaction of challenging a Prime Mango, Armada, or PPMD. For them, facing Hungrybox is the next best thing. He represents one of the few remaining links between old and new Melee. And as much as some Melee fans would like to forget, he's an integral part of the game's history and legacy. Hungrybox, like Melee, is still going strong all these years
See, like
later.
that one killed them all in one.
2018, Nintendo released the 5th installment to the Smash franchise with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Can I turn off the
So
abilities?
far, it has been the first Smash
Please.
title to successfully appeal to
Yes.
both sides of the competitive community, with players like Armada, Leffen, and even Hungrybox frequenting Ultimate events. However, despite the popularity of Ultimate, Melee still consistently surpasses it in viewership. Even in its advanced age, Melee is the future, and shows no signs of dying off anytime soon. There will come a day when Hungrybox stops playing Melee, and in his absence, the game will become that much less interesting as a result. And now, at long last, we return to the crab, perhaps the most enduring symbol of Melee's relationship
I
with
think I should
Hungrybox.
speed up the
Crab
timer for a little
mentality
bit,
refers to the
to
unwillingness of a
match it with my
community
live
to let
timer.
its individuals succeed.
So I'm only doing this in
It's
case I
based
decide to
on
like
the
make a video off of
behavior
this.
crabs in a bucket, who will often prevent their peers from escaping by pulling them back from the brink of freedom, thus dooming them all. If Melee is to survive in the future, they'll have to learn to tolerate their top player. By trying to destroy HBox, they're only
They hit a
destroying
wall
themselves.
to Sunny.
Because at the end of the day, Hungrybox is Juan de Biedma. Despite playing for the past decade with the status of God, he's only human.
It is my personal belief that human beings are naturally meant to persevere. No matter what happens,
But
as
it's
long
because
as we
Mega Flares
simply
range,
make
whereas
the
Thunder
decision
didn't.
not
That's the only
to
reason
give
why I
up,
think this is good.
it simply does get
So you get
better
that extra
if you
25%.
believe it will. There's certain experiences that even
That's
thinking
bad.
about, even the act of thinking about it, sets you back, maybe all the way back to all the work you've done just by thinking about it. But that's not the point.
If I cast a
Point
flare and
is
then
you
dash
to
into it,
focus
make it a
on the
little
fact
bit
that you
faster, but I don't really want to fucking, I don't need to min-max it that hard. But I guess if I am doing this fucking for 3 characters, maybe it is worth it, I don't know.
You're pushing through, and that's more than anyone can ask of you.
But theoretically, if you
Will
time it right,
HBox
you should be able to
ever
kill all
overcome the hate?
4 waves
That
in
remains
one
to
single
be seen,
fireball.
but until that happens, he will always have a reason to keep fighting. To overcome perhaps his greatest challenge yet. And if there's one thing the Melee community has learned over the years, it's to never count out Hungrybox, the one player in
Right.
Melee who spent his entire career doing stuff that couldn't be done.
I said I'll be top 5 jigs in Florida. I'll be best jigs in Florida. I'll be top 3 in Florida. I'll be the best player in Florida. One day I'll be the best player on the East Coast. Maybe, who knows? One day I'll be the best player in the world.
Just how did Hungrybox get so good? The truth is that Hungrybox became the best in the world not because he learned how to win,
Those all, like,
but
first place
because he
trophies?
learned how to lose. So yeah, he may get upset by
Oh, look at him
unranked
enjoying that
Albert or
crab.
4-stock by Zane or 6-0'd by
He should have
Leffen,
kept that one
but after
crab.
every defeat, you can count on HBox to pick up the pieces, come back later, and win. Hopefully one day Melee will learn to appreciate Hungrybox while they still can,
I like watching
because
another
there
video
will
like this.
never ever be another player like him.
I don't mind watching like an educational video, like a video to learn something, but I feel like I'm not gonna retain most of it. Like videos on like how to edit or I feel like that one was cool. Like a video on how to edit or a video on how to make a video game or something, I don't know. Let's watch this next video.
At the Volkswagen Sign Then Drive event, you can make maintenance costs
That was a whole
worse
more than a
so
full year
last
gap
year.
between that. But I highly doubt he's working on it for a full year.
New 2023 Tiguan for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month's payment, and
Did
0
Dale
down
Earnhardt?
signing. Limited
Yeah, Dale
inventory.
Earnhardt died a while ago. That's probably why he made it. At least for the series, it's the graphic. I feel like his series and here are basically the same. The fact that he
Brought
makes
to
it
you
based off
by
an extra
Keeps.
of an
Stay
series
tuned
is
till the
interesting.
end for more information.
Damn, Keeps was a while ago. I didn't realize Keeps was that old.
Hey, Meme Sauce, Emp here. Why are the Simpsons green?
Interesting that he
The
didn't show us.
green Simpsons effect is a running gag on this
Yes.
channel where I take footage of the Simpsons and hue shift it upwards approximately 44 degrees, transforming
I thought
their
this
familiar
specific.
yellow into a somewhat alien green. The joke
He did that to
began
himself
in
at
a
one point,
video
too.
from February 2016 in which I remixed a clip from the episode Homer's Enemy. At the time, The Simpsons had
He likes
just
that
aired their
episode.
588th episode. 588 nanometers is the approximate
that's the
wavelength
Vsauce
of
text.
yellow light, as seen by the human eye. MDB is the
Oh my
internet's most
god.
popular film and
That's some
television
Vsauce
database,
type shit right
and the
there.
place where people
I
from
forgot
all
the
around the
Vsauce did
world
that.
unite to rate everything a
That was
7
fucking
out of
like not
10.
ad-libbing, but I
The
forgot what you call
Simpsons
that, where
as
it's
a
like
series has managed to earn an 8.7,
You
and a
just
handful of its very best
translate it like
episodes have
that.
reached the fabled 9 category. But out of nearly 700 total episodes and counting, just one sits definitively above all the rest. The name of this episode
so weird how
is Homer's Enemy.
I wait and it
The Simpsons is the longest-running
Keep
primetime
minutes to one.
television series in the U.S.
like if I wait for him to
and across
spawn
3 decades
a little
of
bit,
programming,
then it kills
no other
everybody.
episode is more
But if I don't
provocative,
wait, then
polarizing,
it doesn't
and
kill all the
profound.
waves. Like that didn't kill all
It
the
is the
waves.
resounding
Didn't wait long
conclusion
enough.
to one of the
I
greatest
don't understand
runs
that.
of any show
It's better
ever.
to cast 2
After
and
this
not wait than it
episode,
is to
The
wait and
Simpsons
cast
was
for
never
1,
the
I
same.
think.
And come to think of it, neither were we.
I've had to work hard every day of my life, and what do I have to show for it? And what do you have to show for your lifetime of sloth and ignorance?
Stay the hell away from me, because from now on, we're enemies.
It's impossible to appreciate the significance of Homer's Enemy without first understanding the series that preceded it. The Simpsons is a show about many things: family, politics, religion. But most importantly, The Simpsons is a show about America. There's a running
Mega
gag
Flare
in
is
the
a big move,
series
but I wonder
over
if
the
that really is
specific
clever to do.
location of the Simpsons' hometown.
fact that you can just
Springfield is one
cast
of the
it.
most common place names in the U.S.
See, I saw that and I was
You can
confused.
find
I
a
always thought it was
town called
Springfield, Missouri,
in more than
but it
30
turns out it's
states.
Springfield, Oregon.
So which
I
of
learned
these
that.
Springfields is home to TV's most iconic
Springfield,
yellow family?
Oregon. I always thought it was
The truth
Springfield,
is,
Missouri.
It doesn't really matter what part of the country the Simpsons
Maybe it's
call
just because I was the
home.
closest one that I was
The
living
series has
at,
intentionally
but I don't
kept
know.
clues about Springfield's location inconsistent and contradictory. Springfield isn't in America as much as it is America. The town
Oh.
represents an
But
amalgamation of
the
American culture,
creator confirmed it was
attitudes, and
Oregon.
institutions.
So that's
It's a
fair.
malleable template for the show to comment on society in the United States.
But like
The true
people always
location
talk
of the
about
Simpsons' home may
like
forever remain
I think they wanted to like have a vacation
in
in
a
Springfield,
way,
Missouri at one point. Kind of like
all
people
of
go to
us
Branson,
live in
Missouri for mission trips all the time. Hey, Springfield, Oregon. Told you. But I did want to do
2 hours away from Springfield, Oregon, a young Matt Groening is developing a passion for cartoons.
Oh, so that's where he lived, okay.
In 1972, he leaves his parents, Homer and Marge, to attend the progressive capital of
What?
the Pacific Northwest.
That's his parents'
Evergreen State
names? I did not know that.
College. There, he would embark on the first steps in his journey towards
So
creating
that
one of the
fucking
most
ball that
influential
he always
cultural
cast at you is
contributions of the 20th
a
century.
variation of
But
Flare.
before he could do that,
Maybe not Mega
Matt
Flare, but
Groening had to enter
not
hell.
as explosivo, but Michigan? Hell, Michigan, I know this place. Ooh, Los Angeles, gross. I thought so. Holy shit, it's big.
Like many aspiring artists
Not
of
very
the
many
modern
big buildings,
age,
though.
Matt
Kinda
Groening
spread out
would
in
spend
flats.
much of his 20s
No, it might have been like an older
languishing
map.
away in California. While bouncing around between what he described as a series of lousy jobs,
That was a-
Groening
it's
would
gonna reset.
document his frustrations in a self-titled comic book called Life in Hell. The comic carried much of Groening's youthful cynicism.
Wish
and
I knew how to draw.
irreverence, And what started as a set of
I always got into
photocopied
it,
drawings
but
shared among
never
friends
really
quickly picked
improved.
up steam
I tried for
throughout
so
LA's
long.
underground art scene.
For probably like
One
15
day,
years
Life
I
in
tried to
Hell
learn to
would
draw,
end up
but
in the
just could
hands
not
of
do it.
television producer James L. Brooks. Matt Groening may have started off California dreaming.
That was
but
like
his
groaning or
doodling was
greening.
about to pay
He
off
said
big
graining.
time.
Groaning, groaning, graining,
1987 would change the
groaning,
face of
groaning,
American television through
graining,
the grand
graining.
opening of the Fox network.
That'd be graining.
For nearly 3 decades, the big 3 networks had reigned supreme over the airwaves. American television in the 80s was much like the culture that surrounded it.
Family Ties, is that
Conservative, sanitized, and family
Back to the Future guy? I forgot his name.
Primetime programming consisted mainly of sugary sitcoms with responsible and virtuous role models. The big 3 networks at this time had one simple strategy: mass appeal. They strayed away from programming that would risk alienating general audiences. Typically, this group included children, parents, and the elderly. The Fox network had a different strategy in mind. Their plan was to appeal to the other guys.
That's what I thought. Like, why not apply to the bigger group there?
Generation X represented
This
a
is a
group
smaller
of
niche,
Americans
you can
unlike any that
feel it
came
easier.
before them. It was a generation who found themselves born into a very different America than the one afforded to their parents. They grew up in a time when the
There's only 4
president,
here.
America's
Only
most
see 4. There should be
prestigious
5. I
role
might have to
model, was
reset.
forced to resign in shame after getting
That's gonna be health. That's
exposed
gonna be a lot
as
of health.
corrupt scoundrel.
Shit.
They witnessed the mighty and unbeatable U.S. military get humiliated through a fiasco in some part of the world most of them couldn't even
Man, that's a
find
bit
on the
big chunk of
map.
health too.
By
God
the
damn
time
it.
they reached adulthood, they were met with the worst economy since the Great Depression, unthinkable environmental crises, and the continued existential dread of nuclear annihilation. With all that said, it's not hard to understand
Sight
why
really
many
won't do
in
me
Gen
much.
X had no choice but to view the world with
God, one
ambivalence and
despawned.
apathy.
How?
Television in the early 80s tried to maintain the illusion of America continuing to be the shining city on a hill. But for those occupying
That's
lower
health, too.
ground, the realities of the country's flaws were far too much to ignore. Fox became the first major network to specifically appeal to the Gen X attitude of
I feel like it might almost be
cynicism and
faster just to go for the
irreverence.
kill.
The very same themes featured in the works of Matt Groening. In 1986,
The only reason
Groening got
this
a
is
call
better
from
is because it
James
kills
L.
multiple
Brooks
waves in one
offering the
attack. Like
opportunity of
right
a
as they spawn.
lifetime. The Fox network was looking for a cartoon segment to air on the debut
If I had a means to
Tracy
take more
Ullman
damage,
show.
that'd be convenient.
Unwilling to give up the rights to Life in Hell, Groening conceived of a different premise: a family based on himself, his parents, and his 2 younger sisters.
Oh.
The Simpsons entered
He's
the fray
Bart?
among a long lineage of American television families, and soon, people would come to realize that they were not at all like their predecessors. The Simpsons represented an honest portrayal of dysfunction in the American household. Viewers were immediately drawn to the Yellow family's relatable drama, and the segment quickly became one of the most popular on Tracy Ullman. By 1989, The Simpsons had
That's
become
gonna be a lot of
so
health. I
popular
did it
that
right in
they
the
were
middle of the fucking
upgraded from
room.
segment to series, and so began one of the most influential television programs in the history of American entertainment. It's remarkable just how different The Simpsons was than anything else on television at the time. It was edgy, subversive counterculture from an underground artist.
That's surprising. I did watch
the
the
show
first
was
few
experimental,
seasons.
avant-garde,
I don't know how
and
far I
even
got into it,
postmodern
but
at times. It was the first mainstream show to repeatedly reference and parody other media, relying on the audience's own knowledge of movies and TV for much of its humor. The show was free to determine its own creative direction without network interference.
Dude, I can really get
a
to where I'd be
liberty
only
that
one
was
dash in
virtually
a little
unheard
bit
of in
too.
1989. Not to mention that the series was animated, a genre that for the past 2 decades was exclusively associated with children, toys, and breakfast cereal. The Simpsons broke so many molds that it's almost preposterous to consider a
can.
show this brazen airing on network television in prime time. The series essentially rebelled against all of mainstream television and ended up taking much of America with
Did
it.
it fast enough they can't
Season 1
despawn.
debuted to an audience of 30 million people, immediately cementing itself as Fox's flagship series.
I can do that.
The mischievous Bart
That's a little
Simpson
faster.
became a cultural icon, one of the first characters to truly appeal to the slacker mentality of the 90s. The character
Despawned.
embodied the overall spirit of the show, defiant, unapologetic, and anti-authority. The series was simultaneously beloved
And
and
of course, that was just
controversial.
enough to get my
It
HP
was
over the
unafraid
barrier.
to challenge America's most revered institutions.
To make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons. Huh?
Hey, we're just like the Waltons. We're praying for an end to the Depression, too.
It's easy to imagine a TV show mocking the president now. It's all but cliche at this point. But in 1992, it was almost unthinkable. Much to the chagrin of President Bush, American TV families became much more
I
like
wasn't
the
around
Simpsons
for
by the end of the
H.W.
decade.
Bush, but I did not think he'd look like that. I thought he looked kind of similar to W. Bush.
Eventually, audiences ended up resonating more with the yellow cartoon family than many of the others
The younger
portrayed
Bush,
by
Jr.,
real-life
whatever.
actors. The Simpsons
I say, is it
didn't
George
just
W. and
challenge the
H.W.
status
Bush? Is that what it
quo,
is?
It
Or just-
redefined the status quo in its own image.
Because George
And
Bush
while it
was
began
George
its run
H.W.
as
Bush.
the
Right.
anti-sitcom, the show would eventually transform into something entirely different.
I'm trying to build my desk soon as well.
If you don't think there's hope
I'm gonna
for
watch
the
this trailer, see if this is any good.
why bother
I heard
going
people
on?
talk shit about it because of Joel's daughter being black.
Seen the world.
And people were mad about that.
You don't know.
Which she's a white character, so that would be
Going for
interesting.
family.
I'm not family.
No. Your cargo.
I wouldn't mind playing Last of Us somehow. I don't know if it's on anything. It's might be on PC.
Somewhere out west. They're working on a cure. I think what really impressed them was the fact that
This does look pretty based off a video game.
If she so much as twitches.
That's supposed to be Ellie. I mean, Chernobyl was pretty good too. I just recently heard about that show.
I'm taking you with me.
Naughty Dog has direct,
Do what I say when I say it.
not influence.
You got any advice?
Direct say on this game or movie, show, whatever. Show, I'm assuming.
Go
HBO, so I'm assuming it's a show.
You've come this far.
That's, I believe Chernobyl was a show, so I would assume that'd be a show too. See, if it doesn't knock me back just a wee bit, so I can use that kind of to my advantage.
Scared him?
Dude, I stand still during that animation, so I really want to make sure that I should check to see if the second wave gets killed too. Or not. That's a good song.
Careful who you put your faith in.
It's like an eerie amount of reverb though. It really sounds like he's like just in a metal tube. It's like recorded from really far away from him. But he's in a very long metal tube. Also, I'll be honest, I have no clue of what just happened in that trailer. It's nice to say that it exists. I've never played Last of Us though, so I don't know much about anything. Like, I don't know what the fuck those things were, because those aren't zombies. I don't know if those were a thing from the game or not. I would assume so. That's probably enough health to get me over. Yep. I don't know how to prevent myself from getting overhealed.
Hello, I'm The Real Jims, some guy who talks about The Simpsons on YouTube.
And this is the history of The Simpsons showrunners, seasons 1 through 7.
Worst case scenario, maybe I can force myself to get hit like every round. So if I get healed at all, I just get right back down to 1 HP. But I don't want to risk dying if I get like wombo comboed. I'm assuming if you hit by a second person, you're still staggered.
So all three of them brought a
And you can't get out. I'm assuming you can't get killed, but I don't know.
Season 1 is
Like one guy hits you down to 1 HP and you get hit again by a different guy. That would kill me. Even if there's a decent gap to be considered to get out of there.
Down to earth and character driven in terms of their plots.
It's like this much HP or so is what I would kind of want to set on instead of 1. Oh, I can take at least 2 hits. That's probably like 3, almost 4
They kept
hits.
things small, kept the focus on the family. However, Bart was the breakout star and got a lot of the attention in these early years. Season 2
Makes
was
sense.
more about the
Well, I didn't really
world,
like him that much.
introducing tons of new characters and giving people like Skinner, Mr. Burns, and Grandpa spotlights. These stories became slightly more topical and satirical, and the characters watched
58,
more TV.
okay.
You can see moments where things are getting a lot more wacky, but by and large, these first 2 seasons were about
I'll stop
telling
at
these
70. I was gonna stop at
classy,
65, but I'm gonna
focused,
keep going to 70.
character-driven stories with few gimmicks. For seasons 3 and 4,
It is beginner
Al
difficulty.
Jean
I should be able to
and Mike
kill.
Reiss took over
What is
as
his name?
showrunners.
No Heart.
This was where the show
Armored,
became
whatever.
significantly more referential and
The
bouncy,
fucking
so to speak. They weren't afraid to
Zemnis
cut
armor
away to
thing.
something else to do a quick joke, or suddenly do these extremely elaborate homages.
I should be able to kill that.
Maybe cut to the TV for some movie
At
parodies. We
70,
get
I
more
would hope,
B-plots
on
and
beginner mode.
converging storylines.
Especially with
There was a
Terra.
stronger
Terra's a lot
Hollywood
easier
vibe
than
to
the
this
others.
era.
They're a lot
You
simpler
get these
than
big
the others, it
guest star
seems.
extravaganzas
Ventus is
like
probably the
Right Off
hardest
Bat
at a
and
high level.
Krusty Gets Busted. Season 3 tried to keep one toe in the Season 2 pond, take a more balanced approach,
Because
whereas
he's
Season
too.
4 pushed the show
He
in
doesn't
a more
specialize in one
surreal
thing, so he's a little bit harder.
Although that might be a symptom of more Homer-focused episodes. By Season 4, the balance between Homer and Bart tilted much farther
I know
in Captain Wacky's direction.
The surge abilities are
That
really
being
good
said,
because
it never reached the point of
it
just
seems to
being a
scale off
meta
attack
comedy.
and magic.
These punchy pop culture references
So it's good for
were
Aqua and
balanced by
Terra,
actual character
but it's not very
drama.
good for Ventus.
It's not
It may
just
not
a
even
silly
exist on
romp through
Ventus.
Duck
I would
Gardens,
think it
it's
does,
also
but
about Selma wanting to have a baby,
no, I don't think it
or that
does.
Lisa needs
I
braces.
played Ventus first, but
Seasons 3 and 4 took these
no,
extremely
it
down-to-earth
does.
character storylines and told them in the most
It does.
cuckoo
I
bananas
just
way possible.
never really used it on
Seasons 5 and
Ventus.
6, helmed by new showrunner David Merkin,
Guess
took
I
the
gotta take
show in
damage
a
now.
bigger and more high-concept direction. I think big is the
Even at
best
20%
descriptor of
increase,
this
I don't know if
era.
that's really that much
You
useful
get
or not.
Homer going into space, Bart becoming famous, Springfield legalizing gambling, Lisa taking on the toy industry. And that's just Season 5. Whereas Season 6 concluded with Who Shot Mr. Burns and filled the rest of the season with mysteries, conspiracies, and life or death situations. These seasons loved the big Springfield stories, loved finding excuses for the residents to devolve into an angry mob.
I like how he attacked me when
Their
he fucking
homage
near
and
me.
parody game was still strong, sometimes evolving into full
So I really like to play
episode
Battle Cat, so I didn't realize how easy it was to cheat in that game.
Of screw the audience jokes, in which they
But I feel like it's
explicitly
just because
set
they
up
don't
a
have
fake
like
punchline
cloud
and
saves,
then do the exact
not much
opposite.
online capability.
The jokes became considerably more subversive and sarcastic.
If there's
constantly playing
PvP,
games with the
in Battle
audience.
Cats, I find that very
There's a
interesting.
higher sense of self-awareness here.
So that's what I'm
the
wondering.
audience has seen a lot of their tricks
Like,
already,
I think I killed them
so
all,
they gotta
but
keep us guessing. Veteran writers Bill
I don't understand how
Oakley
I
and
managed to
Josh
kill 4
Weinstein
waves in
took
a
over the
little
show
bit of
in
time.
seasons 7 and 8.
But I mean, you can
Season
attack them
7
like
took the
the ball
subversiveness
guys. You can
and
definitely
meta
attack them before you even
humor
see them
here
roll
and
it. Like
applied it to the
before
types
they
of
even roll
stories
in, you
from
can
the
lock
early
on.
years.
So
There was more of an emphasis to
I assume
bring
they're
things
hittable by
back to
then.
the family, tell these emotional character stories like Mother Simpson and Home Sweet Home Diddly Dum Doodly. But it wasn't just a throwback, they took a more experimental approach. Let's do an extremely mundane and observational
shouldn't be locking on during
simulation
that.
of George Bush. Now let's do a bunch of short sketches and Pulp Fiction homages. Season
But it's not
7
like you
loved
miss because the
experimenting with
AoE
its
on that's so
characters,
fucking huge.
putting them in these
It's just a matter of
strange,
making sure they don't
high-concept
despawn.
situations and deconstructing who they actually are.
How
By
bad was
now,
that?
It should be clear that the show had evolved into something
That was
far
kind of bad.
beyond
I had
a
to gain
simple riff on the 80s
a little too much
sitcom.
HP off that.
But
I
this
mean,
isn't even
optimally I want to gain
close its
0,
final
but
form. In
I
season
had to
8,
gain.
they pushed things even further.
See, almost 20 off that.
Season 8 of The Simpsons would mark the final run of the Oakley and Weinstein era. Many consider it the last hurrah of The Simpsons' golden age. But before their departure,
I think the golden age is always the
showrunners were
beginning
about
of
to
it.
take the series to
Like
strange
Family
new
Guy
places.
was 1 through 3.
Season 8
example.
features the most ambitious and
Maybe that's why people like it,
experimental
like why
episodes
they
that
managed
The
to get so
Simpsons has
far.
ever
Because the
produced.
first few seasons
They
did so
pushed
good.
the concepts
But
and characters within the show to their absolute limit.
one despawned. I don't
the
know where he
episodes
went.
were perhaps the most self-aware and meta in the history of the series.
I hate the
They
stand right in the
didn't
middle. Like
stop
you
at
can't
just
stand where he
breaking the
spawns. You have to
fourth
stand there in the
wall.
middle again to
At
spawn all of
times,
them.
they
And that's probably gonna heal me a
deconstructed the
lot.
television industry at large. And on
I
one
didn't heal at all, thank
occasion,
God.
The Simpsons went so far as to deconstruct itself. It
So
is
I
the
went from
most
44 so
ambitious
far.
and high-concept
So I've gone up
episode
16
of
levels
The
so
Simpsons'
far
most
in
ambitious and high-concept season.
over 20 minutes.
At long last,
Hey, Mr.
we have
Kashi.
arrived at Homer's
How you doing,
enemy.
man? I know I
It's
didn't
an
catch that very
episode
quick,
presents
but
The Simpsons
in all
in their
fairness,
natural habitat, but with
I'm
a
2 hours
single
40 minutes
addition.
into it.
Frank Grimes was
I'm 2 hours 40 minutes into it without a single viewer, so my apologies for not catching you right away. But how you doing, man? Thanks for stopping by. I'm trying to learn to be... I used to be kind of a streamer who would tell a lot of stories and not interact with chat much, even though I used to put... The first, like, 5-6 years of streaming, I always put interactive streamer in my title every single time. But I'm trying to learn to... As of the past few days, I've realized I probably need to try and work more on engaging the audience a lot more and talking a lot more. It's just that it's 5 in the morning, and I am actually going to try and do a... I was planning on doing a 24-hour editing stream, like where I'd literally just edit YouTube videos and TikTok shorts and other short-form content and such, but I would actually go mentally insane within 6 hours, I'm sure. So I decided to split it up a little bit, give myself some breaks here and there. I know I'm starting off with gaming, which probably wasn't the smartest choice, but they probably despawned. Yeah, they did, mid-screen. And some just came back and said hi. Hell yeah, that works out perfectly. But trying to work more on engagement because a few people have told me, a lot of people that have already kind of left my stream permanently because of some drama that happened, they've told me that some of my issues, I'll play game audio for now while I'm talking, but that they don't feel noticed enough. So I'm trying to practice engaging people a lot more, not just interacting with them, because usually it's like a conversation that I feel like the chatter has to start. But my goal is now is to, I mean, as soon as I notice them, I will try to get them to say something that then motivates me to tell a story. Is this my first 24-hour stream? No, I don't think so. I would assume not. I've done crazy streams. There have been some where it's like I've accidentally napped during a part of a stream and it makes it way longer than it should have been. Because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a shower real quick, and then I end up passing out on the floor or something like that. I did make the excuse to one person who actually was a really close streamer friend of mine who always bullied me. Because first of all, if he would make fun of me because I would rate his chat or like rate his stream and then not say a word, which I always felt bad doing. Just because, like, I usually by the end, I used to stream until I was tired. Like, I would not stop streaming until I'm tired. So it's like, I am beyond exhausted, and I'm sorry, but I cannot talk without, either I will say something stupid, or it will just be the most submissive and rude thing ever. Or dismissive, not submissive. And so, there's that, and I've also been streaming for 8 years. I've been telling people that a lot lately. I don't know why I make such a big deal of it. But I'm trying to push more. I'm kind of relaxing on the streaming side of it, but more so trying to do more of the YouTube and other like more permanent sources side of it, just because I feel like as phones and such, like social media is more accessible, people are becoming more and more desensitized to this kind of content. So it's like you have to have it just be highlights, and you just have to like, there's supposedly, according to most it's decently credible sources on streaming and just content creation in general, they say that about 95% of content, like 95% of streams is nothing. Like, just absolutely boring, abysmal, nothing at all, which I can understand, considering I used to do, which kind of as a follow-up to your question from before, is that I would do I would stream, like I said, for 8 years. I've been doing this for about 6 years, is I would stream minimum 3 to 12 hours a day, every day, including college, working, even high school. I went through that. And it would be, beginning of high school, it got to a point where I was like, I oversleep a lot, and it's starting to kind of I'm kind of getting in that mindset again. So I'm trying to doing this to kind of fight that. But I would sleep. Like, I would literally get home from high school, go to sleep, wake up late the next day. Luckily, I was that smart student who, it looked like they did no work but still got A's. Realistically, it's just because I did all my homework during class, and I literally never listened to the lesson plans at all, nor any of the mainline work. I just skipped it all and went straight to the homework, which usually was just a harder version of the main work, especially when you think of something like math, for example. It's literally just more nuanced versions of the same questions. Not all streamers necessarily chatting. Yeah, the ones that I find awkward are the ones that are almost the reverse, where, like, I've seen one before, love him to death, he's actually a really cool guy, but his streams, I can't watch it, because it's so boring to me, where he doesn't talk at all, unless it's to his chat, which is just, it's a very direct response, short-lived, but he's grown a lot. Like, I've actually known him since maybe a couple days after he started. Like, that's how I met him. I think it was through a modded Minecraft server. That actually was talking. That was actually with that person who was making fun of me for raiding. He did grow. He went from like average of like 1 viewer to, I mean, he gets like minimum average of 20, which nowadays, averaging even like 10 viewers, you're already top 0.1% of all streamers probably. Like, you're already better than the average 1,000 streamers. So you're set once you get that breakthrough, which I've been streaming for 8 years. Haven't gotten that breakthrough. Still not demotivated yet, though. I've been doing it considerably full-time, if you want to call it that, lately. Average of 160 hours a month. I mean, that's 40 hours a week. So I can say I stream full-time. But back to the other thing was the person who also was commenting on the raids. He also would comment on my August 2015. So 7.5 years, a little less, but I'm just saying 8 because it's a more even number and it sounds more impressive, I guess. But August 15 is the minimum because I saw somebody followed me August 15th, 2015. So it could very well go further back than that, but I don't know for sure. I could actually check somebody's name. One of my cousins. It's technically it'd be a great aunt's child, which is still like a, is that a second cousin? I don't remember how that works. Then you got the removals. I can watch a whole Vsauce video on that real quick if I don't fucking know how to do that. Which is weird, 'cause this video is like basically a Vsauce video that I'm watching now. But the person they're trans, I forgot. I was just saying he to generalize. I usually say sir, guy, bro a lot. But they asked me why I always take like what looks like 2-hour-long breaks on stream where it just says be back or be right back. And my excuse was that like I would just like, I was basically like narcoleptic or just sick, and I just like straight up pass out without meaning to, and they were like, oh, okay. They like kind of felt bad. Which I mean, kind of true, because that's what I was getting at with the, now I'm starting, like, I would get in, like, I would sleep, I did say, I'll get home from high school, go to bed, wake up late the next day. But it was like, literally, other than summertime, I would sleep 16 to 20 hours a day. Well, they were making fun of the raid. They were making fun of the fact that I would raid and then not talk in their chat. And my raids were only ever 3 people at most. Like, my raids aren't impressive. Which is fine. I'm not too worried about numbers. I mean, if streaming for 8 years and not quitting isn't a testament to that, I don't know what is. And I need to stop saying is usually like kind of I say it as a filler word to kind of tell you that I'm gonna say something else without jumping into it. But I usually is usually my loudest word that I say in that whole phrase, because I tend to mumble my words a lot, especially since I upgraded my mic. I've noticed the quality of it, like my not legibility, but like what's legibility but for speech? I forgot what it's called. It starts with an I think. Like clarity, basically. I can't think of the word. I don't know. I've gotten dumb over the past years too, because I also, longer story I can tell you as well. I've told a few times. I'm getting kind of used to it. Is that I moved a couple months ago, dropped out of college, quit my job to get out of a bad situation. So I'm living with my dad in his new house. But raid doesn't mean you're entitled to talk to someone for a period of time. But agree, rating, not saying a word, is something that works for me. Yeah. You stream still? Hey, Spike. How you been, man? I know. I'm willing to set aside all that drama. I talked it through with them, and they said that it was just a... Because what happened wasn't... I just kind of ran from that situation. So... I just didn't defend myself, which was a regrettable mistake, but... Luckily, it got settled, and I know it's kind of cooled down, and I'm glad. But... I'm completely willing to welcome you back, Spike, with open arms. I never demodded you as well. That's proof of that. No Robux for a bit. Yeah, I saw you joined. I was gonna join you, but I didn't want to start something by accident. Cause I know I got in a game of Valorant one time and Era said something to me. I just ignored it, but it was kind of a scary message that I received. But we're still good friends. Was I ever unmodded? No, I never unmodded you. I was saying I didn't unmod you. Is just kind of just proof that I still care about you guys, and I'm willing to welcome you back. But, let's see, what were you saying? Mr. Kashi, back to the raids. Actually, Spike the Orangutan knows them, too. That's who I met them. I believe that's who I met Spike from. I think. But... let's see. Well, actually, Mr. Kashi, while we're here, I'll get to my story again if I remember it. But, how'd you find me, by the way? I'm curious. It's kind of an analytic I like to know, just to help me try and find out what I'm doing right, I guess. But it is super late. Mr. from Sil? Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. So I was saying how Sil would get upset whenever I would, like, pass out on stream by accident, or when I would raid them and then not say anything in their chat. That's exactly what we were just talking about. Good timing, I guess. But I'm assuming Kashi, I'm assuming you found me from 1.5 plus 2.5, low to high viewers or something, because it is super early. Oh, Fish Kingdom Hearts saw it was 24-hour stream. Yeah. The Let's Get Productive. It was supposed to be a 24-hour editing stream. I know I missed that already, but I knew I would go insane. I'll actually show you. I didn't actually expect to be playing Birth by Sleep for this long. My plan was to literally just go through, do Terrace command boards, like the mini games, and then do Mirage Arena for a little bit, which is like the boss rush stuff, and do all that, finish it as far as I can on every character, and be done. But lo and behold, I got into a guide, and I've been doing this for an hour, and then building up to this point for about an hour and a half to get the Mega Flares to be able to level up quickly. Which, leveling up in this game is god-awful. Probably not as bad as like Chain of Memories. Leveling up Riku apparently is really bad. I used to speedrun Critical Mode on Kingdom Hearts 2, which, of course, ironically enough, I don't want to play it again, but I have to go through all of it again on this computer because, long story, but CyberPower PC that I bought my computer from, one of my computers, I have 7 now. I had 8, but I might have stole one. I shipped it off right when I moved to get it fixed. And they emailed me, basically, short end of the story, there's a lot more to it. They emailed me back saying it was damaged, and they're charging me for the damages, and it's been 5 months now, and I still have not paid for it. Even though it's a better computer than this one is, even. But that one's the one that has my save for Kingdom Hearts 2 on it, I believe. I beat all of beginner mode for... I'm trying to go through all the games and 100% them all, or platinum them all, if you want to call it that, on Epic. Which I still regret buying them on here. I could have played them on Xbox Game Pass, I'm pretty sure, for PC. Maybe, I'm not sure. But I bought them all on Epic on release for like $250 or some shit like that. Because, like, there's 4 games and they were all on sale, pretty much. Except maybe Melody of Memories wasn't. I don't remember. They were all, like, $10 off a piece, pretty much. I find that goofy that you can't just buy. I mean, fuck, man. I bought literally a year before... maybe even more, I bought my ex's stepdad, I bought her Kingdom Hearts The Story So Far, or bought him the Kingdom Hearts Story So Far for PS4 for fucking $15, which had every single game except for Kingdom Hearts 3. So basically the first 2 packs, which is $120. So it's like, what, not even a sixth of the cost. But I typed out a list so far of what I wanted to do. Didn't get too far. Basically got the Mirage Arena, Missing achievements, basically the only ones I have so far that I can think of. I don't even know why I'm 100%ing this game. I think I decided I want to 100% all the Kingdom Hearts games. The only ones I've ever played are 1, like growing up. The ones I played were 1, a lot. 2, quite a bit, but not as much. 1 I was obsessed with. I almost kind of want to play 1 again, even though I've already 100%ed it. 1, 2, 358 Days Over 2, Recoded. I played 3 on release. I remember I did really want Dream Drop Distance and Birth by Sleep when they were released, but I didn't have the consoles, handhelds, because I was like, why the fuck are these on such random things? I did want a PSP growing up, because I remember watching someone play a Naruto game, my cousin playing a Naruto game. 3DS I wanted because of Kid Icarus, actually, back in like 2012, Kid Icarus Uprising. But missing achievements, so let me see, I have the list up here. So, clear game on critical, we still have to do, haven't even started that. Complete all unversed battle missions with the highest rank. I don't know what that is. Oh. Is that those little things you see floating in the sky? Oh, fuck. Collect all stickers. I've done that. Complete reports with Terra. I think I've done that. I don't know what the reports are considered. Actually, no, it's not. Because apparently, complete reports with Ventus is the highest difficulty achievement in the game. So, I don't think I've done those yet at all. Pete D-Link I haven't even unlocked yet. I don't know how to. I probably have to do an actual command board, not the Mirage Arena version. Learn all the finish commands I have to do still on every single character. Break time I have to do with Terra and Aqua, which isn't hard. Create all flavors of ice cream, I don't even know how to do that. Win each playable command board. I hope to fucking God that doesn't mean do it in the command board version, which it probably does. I've done all the command boards on multiple people in Mirage Arena versions. First on all Rumble racing courses, same thing, I don't know. I have done it on all the characters, every single race. Obtain a fantastic rating for each song in Ice Cream Beat Master Mode. I just did that on Ventus not too long ago, like 2 days ago. Beat all opponents in Fruit Ball. I think I've done that. I don't know for sure. Yes, I have. Complete the Destiny Island. Okay. So let's see. Whoa, which one are we confused about? Command Board Conqueror. Let's look that one up. 160p. I'm banning from Discord? Okay. I'll do that in just a minute. But my streams do be kind of interesting lately. I don't have internet. So also to clarify, Mr. Kashi, most of the time, the game I enjoy most, just because it's just the game I'm best at for some reason. I'm really good at shooters. I am best at Counter-Strike and Valorant, but this computer, for some reason, the CPU is just really limiting on this computer. Even though it's a 3080, it's like an 11600 KF. Even though I bought it, was like an 11700. No, it's a 10600, but I bought it was an 11700. I was lied to. Whatever, I don't care. But it can't run. Can't run Counter-Strike. It can only run it at like 100 FPS, which is weird. Because I have a 144 Hz monitor. Does that work? Sound alert? It does, okay. I was worried that it wouldn't work. I'm assuming that's really loud. So let's wait. Spike, you should bug me to add more redemptions. I have some typed out, but I never actually added them. I was gonna do the fart on Mike, but nah. No, I'll probably do more community redemptions as well. I might try and pay back and do that karaoke stream at some point, but I don't know if I can do it where I live now because they don't like me raging. So I don't know. I did do kind of a semi-karaoke stream. Like I just sang some songs here and there randomly. But I don't know. I do need to add more things. Like I want to run more predictions too. But running predictions is kind of hard. Short of maybe I could pull out my Surface on stream once I get internet again. Because I technically don't have internet right now. I'm doing a little bit of a sneaky beaky. And I found something. I'll show you. I should be able to show you on the screen. I know you can't really see it that big. I'll show you here. I found a little sneaky beaky I can do. Which, I mean, God forbid your internet ever gets shut off. The same way mine does. So what I do is... where can you see it? Fucking hell. Okay. Hide that. If I do that, you should be able to see it. Yeah. Right here on the very top. Use a random address for this network. Right here. I just turn that on, and it makes it to where my IP changes every time I connect. I think it changes my MAC address, but I don't know. Also, I probably may have just fucking doxed myself, but I don't care. You're doing a poll? Okay. I like how I can vote too. Oh, it didn't go through. I didn't spell redemptions right. I'm gonna bully you for that. You just forgot a P. Redemptions, I believe. What were we talking about? What were we talking about? That's the point. Oh, okay. That I can't vote? Understandable. Even though I clicked yes. But talking about the achievements and something else. Oh yeah, I don't have internet. I like to play Valorant. Oh, but then Surface I can't use, because Surface I was gonna have just popped up as like a tablet, and I was just gonna have it off to the side, and I could do like predictions or whatever the fuck else. I don't know, because I don't think you can do it from a mobile device. Because mobile device you can change the title and category, and that's it. But I could do then I can do like I can do highlights. Because there's something new. They did a lot of changes recently on Twitch in the past like 2 or 3 months. I don't know how aware you are of all those, Spike, but like they got rid of clips. Or no. They didn't get rid of clips. Sorry, that's wrong. They got rid of hosts. Rating is now a bigger deal though. There's now a way where you can shout out. There's now an actual shout out command. You can shout out people directly, which adds a button to follow right there. I believe I've never done it. And there's something now called highlights, which are like clips but a bigger deal. Which I don't know if highlights are like the old highlights where it was like videos, but you you just take a video and you make it a highlight, or a stream and you cut it down to like this piece, like 30 minutes long, whatever, highlight that. But then there's highlights that are, I don't know how long they are. Yeah, see, there you go. You got it. You got the actual highlight thing, but you can only do 5 a month. So that's like, if I play Valorant, I mean, maybe I can make it an ace every time. I don't know. I'd rather do those as like good moments than funny moments. Clips would be like funny moments. Highlights would be good moments. But it's like, my thing is when I played Valorant, I would get an ace every single game. Like an average of 1 ace a game, I think, maybe every other game. Or like a 1v3 or 1v4, definitely as well. That's when I played like Reyna. I can't do that as Chamber. I'm trying to learn Chamber, but apparently they nerfed Chamber. Oh yeah, Spike, yeah, you played Counter-Strike or Valorant. Also, I have been playing a lot of, I did play a lot more Valorant, up until they shut off my internet, like, a little over 2 weeks ago again. On the 21st, I believe. And 22nd, actually, I believe. I don't remember for sure, but I checked my stats, and that's like my most hours streamed, and then it just whoop, whoop, and it stops right there. So you can like clearly see when they shut off my internet. It's kind of funny. I tried learning Chamber finally, and I finally got good at him. But apparently they're nerfing him now. I don't know what the nerf is. I want to say it has something to do with his TP, but I don't remember. But he's still apparently good. Announcement. Neat. I don't know what that is. I wonder if there's a way to like pin messages as well. I feel like you can do that. I feel like that's something you could always do. I don't remember for sure. Anyways, back to what I was saying, Mr. Cashy. So effectively, I'm just gonna try to be 100%ing all these games. Like I'm trying to shoot for like kind of a 50% variety, 50% Valorant, and maybe Minecraft. Split, because I'm good at Valorant, but it's not really all that funny when I play it, unless I play like Unrateds or something. I don't know. I'm assuming that's Spike. Oh, that's not Spike. Oh, it's Texwa. Shit, I'm gonna unban Spike, even though there's the drama that happened.
Aren't you like, isn't it like so early in the morning for you right now?
Yes, it is 5:40 or 5:50. So it is. It's what, 8 p.m. for you?
It's 7:49.
7. Close enough. Okay. Actually, so while we're at it, I'm actually trying to be productive right now, so I will send you those clips. I know I didn't before. I saw your messages, but I was kind of in a shitty mood.
Okay.
Because I was trying to have you, and then some guy named Ryan, and then later bugs from the server all edit for me. I guess Lily is what she goes by now on here, but I was trying to have all you guys be like a little mini editing team, and then she dipped, and like she was possibly getting hospitalized, so I was like, oh, okay. She actually
Spike is talking in chat. Long time no see, Spike.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's going to have one TP thing that is bigger range he can TP to, and if broken, it's gone for a round. His ult is getting a longer re-aim time. I did think that was kind of annoying, how fucking quick he's just right in. Because I was at the point where I actually watched a clip of somebody playing Chamber, which may have actually been that thing right there, that turning off cycle aiming might be better. Because, like, on Counter-Strike, you don't have the option of turning off the cycle where it goes double zoom. But in Valorant, people just don't use the double zoom ever. I use it because I react faster. But in my case, when you react faster, I'm just going to move my big monitor to one of my sidearms, just pull it right in front of my face so I'm like inches from the monitor if I really want to play Chamber that bad. Because that's all you do with Chamber. Fucking op crutch. Like a little bitch. Headhunter recoil is going to be heavier on the second shot and up. That's good. I really didn't understand that either. I didn't like the... I always thought... I mean, when he first came out, I thought he was going to be... You didn't have to buy his bullets beforehand, but when you shot, it costed money. Same thing with his ult, honestly.
TV said to magnifying grass.
What?
I thought we were talking about Plants vs Zombies 2, the hit game, where there's a plant called the magnifying grass, and when you tap on it, it uses up sun to shoot a very powerful bullet.
Is that... What's that called? Modern Warfare. What the fuck's it called? Something Warfare. Garden Warfare. There you go.
No.
Is it from 2?
No, Plants vs Zombies 2. Just...
I've never played 2. I think I tried playing it on mobile one time and I was like, ew, this is garbage. I did play the original again about a year or two ago. And holy shit. I mean, it's easy. Until... I mean, growing up, I thought that shit was a fucking nightmare. Oh, she's turning the camera back on. Let's see where I can ban people. I think the only person I'm probably gonna keep Arab banned because she's probably still kind of heated.
Okay.
But
you can find my Facebook account very easily. Did you know that?
No, I don't even think I know your name. Okay, Spike ban revoked.
So easy to do it. You know that, right? You know. Cop, look at my profile picture.
Yeah, I assume so. Oh, camera. But, I mean, I did not expect you to have... It looks like dreads. Oh, Spike's here already. Nice.
What? Dreads? I don't have dreads.
It looks like it from
just my
far.
hair, not in a ponytail.
Oh, it's just pulled back really hard. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Floofy.
Hair not in a ponytail.
You got like just a long Jufro, it looks like. That's not... I don't think your forehead's that bad.
That I don't get to see.
Hello, Spike.
Did you not see it, Spike?
Bro. I didn't get to see.
Wow.
Fuck.
Dude, that's
I joined a
crazy.
second too late.
We're all three in like different parts of the world. All we have left is to get like a Russian guy, and we'll be in like 4 different points of the globe.
Hey, do you want a does a Croatian work? A Croatian guy?
I've got a ruler. Let's see how big the
Perhaps.
gap is.
I used to have a
Hey, let me
dude.
see that.
No lie, my hairline used to fucking be like to my eyebrows.
8 centimeters. It's an 8-centimeter hairline.
Jesus Christ.
I don't have a ruler on me. I don't know what mine would be, but like I would say up until college, like that fucking college stress level was insane. But like it was literally like my hairline was touching my eyebrows, like the middle part. I don't have a widow's peak though. But
Yeah, I'm not a fucking thingy anymore, am I? I don't have all the roles. I'm
yeah.
a basic bitch.
Is there anything I can give you that's not like admin right away? I don't think so.
Merchant.
It's 7.7 centimeters.
Well,
That's
I don't want to give you a
how
level roll
long
either.
hair gap is. The hairline
What's the
gap.
highest level? The fuck is the highest level?
It would be, I think Paladin is the highest you can achieve normally, which I think has some admin perks, but I don't remember for sure. But I mean, just a piece of advice. I mean, I could add levels. I might do a role explanation to the server. I need to revamp it again at some point, or at least add more stuff
The
to it.
role info is still work in progress.
It's our channel, which has nothing in it.
Yeah, well, it's just there's so much fucking shit that happened that like Spike was there for some of it, but if you remember,
I was there for a lot of stuff.
and Dexo was technically there in the same server when it happened, but I can't remember her name. Envy. I don't remember what her name in game was and stuff. We played Minecraft with her. I remember I roasted it. Remember that when we were like, look, you, me, and Murphy's Law were looking at the bone meal that was in the dirt, that was like floating.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was there having her IRL Morg was her name on Minecraft. She's having a conversation about something.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah,
shit.
she's the one that ruined the rules. The rules. But before that, there's somebody else who ruined the rules again. Cause do you guys remember when we had like it was like 14 or 15 rules and they were all pretty long actually?
I don't remember that.
And I remember
It's been a while.
it was 10 rules, and then I think I added another, and then Yui added another one that said like listen to this or you're gay, and it was the Oh My Wamo song. And then I said something dumb as fuck that was like, technically you're not gay because by some random logic, blah 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 blah. I should have deleted those last
Logic.
few rules, but that was my favorite iteration of rules. This current iteration is kind of annoying. I need to fix all that. Maybe that's something I work on during this 24-hour
I don't
stream.
see rules. I'm gonna be honest. I don't see rules. I don't see none of those.
It is locked.
They don't exist right now.
Oh. Yeah, because fucking Ira Morg, she fucked those up too, I think. There's roles in the top as an announcement channel, if you see
The
that.
only rules one is the Discord TOS.
It should be
Which I have not read.
You said the only rules one or roles?
Rules.
Oh, okay. I was saying rolls. I think you said rolls. Yeah, because that's the one that got fucked up. I wish I could like look at all the old versions. I think there is a
yeah,
thing
I
on
have
Discord where you can see
Phasmophobia
deleted
now.
messages.
Oh, I got Phasmo. I got Phasmophobia.
Nice.
That's amazing.
But the roles got fucked up too because I used to use Carlbot, and then
yeah,
then IRL Morg changed all those to this roles bot, whatever the fuck that is. I think that's what the actual bot's called. I don't know how that works.
It's literally just called rules. That's what the boss called.
But you click the bot and it's like it doesn't exist. So I don't know what the hell that is.
I think it's a part of one of the other bots you have. Like it's an integration.
Maybe. Yeah, because I think she did commands, because there's a staff channel, it's called roles. It's Disco Bot, I think is what it is.
Oh. I'm looking through the
She was going
bots you
ham.
have to check.
It was Disco Bot, I see her. I see the roles channel in there for staff.
What
Oh.
other rank in here?
What?
Let's see. I'm just writing a like temp role information for you.
But there's, I kind of wanted to add it, because I think it's every 5 levels, you get a new role. That's how that works.
Okay.
And so, but it uses the activity rank one, which is based off your text and VC, like voice time. But VC is way easier than text for sure. Because I've seen there was a server I'm in right now. It's like actually kind of one of my favorite servers for one of my smaller ones.
I forgot the
But
name to my fucking Valorant account. I'm so fucking dumb.
But in order to turn on your in order to turn on your camera and share screens, you have to be like level 10 or so, something like that, in text chat, which I find so stupid. Because I don't use text chats. I usually only have a VC.
If I open this, should be. I hope this is the right account, because if it's not the right account, I'm gonna be pissed.
But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna curate the list real quick, because I have recently I've been getting a lot of dumb clips that I don't even mean to clip. It's just kind of, I used to be really screenshot horny, as I would call it, where I literally just screenshotted fucking everything on my computer or on my phone for some reason. And I started doing that with my replay buffer on Twitch too for some reason.
Valley.
What's
what
up?
should I put in the princess role information?
Oh, you're like making
I
one?
want to be a princess again.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah, I was a princess last time. That's what I was.
but
I was the princess.
yeah, king through princess, I believe they're all just admin roles, just with different names. They're
Can
not
I
really.
buy Smite Knife in your account?
Or anything important. What?
Could I buy Smite Knife in your second account on Val? Just because.
I mean, if you want. Which one is that? I don't remember. Is it an
It
axe?
is literally the default knife that is just lightning and blue.
Ew.
That's all it is.
Why do you want it?
It's just I don't. That's the thing. It's your account, so.
Oh, and that's what I was gonna say as well. Is that I started playing that group actually I played on. There are a lot of Immortal and Diamond players, And I was actually carrying those.
I'm a bit like.
We were playing
I'm a bit
10-mans,
like-
and I was carrying in those games. And then I started playing on my plat account, playing with diamond players who all were like. I was kind of worried I was gonna play like ass, but I played like 2 or 3 games with them all, and I was fucking carrying that whole time. And I learned that I'm actually, even though my main account is Silver 2. I don't know if you know rank. I don't know if you know ranks at all, Dexwa and Valorant, but even though I am hard stuck Silver 2 and have never moved, I play at like a Diamond 2-ish level because those are the people I went even with at the same role.
I play. Not really as no.
I mean, do you know like League of Legends roles or ranks?
I haven't played it. I actually kind of want to though. I want to try it out.
League?
Yeah.
I have it downloaded. I don't know if I could run it off the hotspot. I could try. I don't know how good it would be.
I want to try Genshin Impact, even though people hate it. I don't know why. I just want to try it out. It's so good.
Main reason people hate it because gacha game. First off, very bad luck. The fandom is terrible because it's all children. People love making porn of them for some reason. And then it's terribly optimized. Like, it's hard to even get 60 FPS in general, but they don't even let you go above 60. That's my issue. Was the 60 FPS cap, and then the sensitivity. They have a 1 sensitivity option. They don't have like X or Y, like horizontal vertical sensitivity, but yet your vertical sensitivity is like half your horizontal sensitivity. So you can move left and right really fast, but you move up and down so slow, and I hate that. Except for when you're using like a bow or something, which isn't as bad, but. I think I did end up spending money at one point, but I like quit as soon as I spent money on the game. I was like a top player when the game released. I remember I pre-ordered it on or pre-downloaded it on my phone way before anybody knew what it was. I didn't even know what it was. I just saw it, and I remember it looking hyper realistic when I saw it. I saw screenshots of it, and it just showed landscapes, didn't show anything else. And I was like, damn, this game looks really realistic, and for an RPG, this might look good. But I was just like in the bathroom, dropping a load, and I was like looking for games to play. Remember that? I just got a DM at 3:24 a.m. so almost 3 hours ago. Are you able to play? Whoops. Whoops was on Do Not Disturb.
Guess what? I'm gonna play a great game called BeamNG Drive. Okay, have you gotten it yet?
I mean, short of torrenting it, I cannot afford it yet.
It doesn't like torrenting it. I tried that ages ago. It doesn't work. You can't torrent it. But you can torrent Worldbox, Trailmakers.
Did you know that less than 10% of the servers rank? Oh, that's amazing.
Sorry, what did you say?
I like your role information stuff.
Thank you.
So this server is actually technically based off of an old server of my friends who we were all back in like TeamSpeak era. So this was like, I preferred Skype at the time, but they all used TeamSpeak. And they did eventually switch over to Discord for a while. And then there was like a Discord years later that the main guy used. But it was, I think one of the admins actually blocked me, and I tried getting really close to him. He was the queen of that server, which is why I got the idea of making, like, I think I made Yui queen at one point, and why Spike was princess, and why I was cool with that. I know Lily was queen for a really long time before she got banned and unbanned. But it was called Kingdom of Dongulstan. I think they had a level system like that. And then it was like the top role was that. But it's also kind of based off of a modded Minecraft server I was in like 10 years ago. It's called Black Gear. It was from Technic Mod Pack, Big Dig. It was like a more toxic version of Tekkit Classic, basically. Big Dig. It was 1.5.2. And they had it's called Auto Rank plugin, I think. And I wanted to figure out how to do it because it was auto rank that's like you have to be like levels in certain things. And I think it might have had MCMMO as well. But you had to be on the server for a certain number of hours. There's like other criteria like that. I wanted to learn on my own servers. I really badly wanted to know how to make it to where the MTMMO level, like your power level, which that one like easily exceeded into the thousands. Like I was 4,000 by the time I quit, and Juck was a couple thousand as well. Basically, him and I were top dogs on that server. I feel kind of bad that we lost that server. I hope I still have that world saved. I might somewhere. Fingers crossed. I know there's one where somebody built the Genshin Impact Cathedral from Mondstadt, which is the very first town. It's not like a spoiler or anything. On a giant island. That was one of our worlds. I gave her creative to do that, and I think we lost that world because it was in Turnus world, and I don't know the account information for that one anymore, apparently. But I really badly want to make it to where your MCMMO level is directly attached to your rank on that server, because that was kind of the original idea. I don't remember if you were there for this version of the server where your rank was like 1 through X, basically, like Roman numerals. It went like I, V, V, VI, VII, VII, and then IX, X. And it was like every level you got access to a new set home was the idea. But it was like you had to get 100 power level, 250 power level, 500, 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000, so on. Me and Juck were the only people who got it to level 10. Which was like 4000 power level, I think. But I really wanted to try and integrate that with auto rank, towards like if I never touch that server ever again, people could still get more set homes. But I would not know how to do that. I did some research and couldn't find it because those mods aren't, or those plugins aren't really directly attached anyway, so it's like I would have to do some external work to find all that. Also, Spike, that Mr. Kashi guy never even followed.
I mean, the guy
How dare. I'm on 9 followers. I'm pretty proud of myself.
He was in my chat for
I'm on
almost an hour.
44.
I'm a bully
I
for
have
so much
streamed
Kashi.
like 3 times in the past 2 years, basically, and I have 40 something followers. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, well, it's probably because you're such an active chatter. People follow you. I don't know if they can see that you streamed or something beforehand, but that's my guess.
Okay, so I've updated the thing to have a bonus info section. Do you want to just read through it and see if it's all good?
Which one? I see role information, but what are you looking at?
Yeah, I've added a new section.
Oh, I see the... Oh, okay.
I just wrote down what you said and altered it slightly. If that's good.
Oh,
Did I
man.
play a comp game on
That's a lot.
NA?
Thank you.
On the plat account? Sure. Do you have access to that account still?
Yeah, you
Okay.
haven't changed the password.
I thought I did, but...
No, it's still the same one.
Huh.
Holy shit. I saw
Oh,
this on my...
maybe I couldn't find the username or something then. I swear I changed it, because I thought you changed it at one point, like when we stopped talking.
How would I change it? I don't have the email to it, so I
Oh,
couldn't.
Yeah.
Wait, no members.
Okay.
You know what? You want to
Oh!
try and comp with me?
I actually met the person, apparently. I met the person who originally had my
Dex.
account.
You met them? Who was it?
It was, on that account, their name was, like, Flamin was the friend of the person who did. I might have played a game or two with them, I don't remember. But the person who played on the account was, like, boosted as fuck or something, maybe. But there's actually a guy who's...
They're already getting dimed descendant lobbies in this.
There's a guy trying to boost me, in the server now. I talked to him, he was actually teaching me a lot, but he basically said the number one thing I need to work on is stop over-aggressing when we have man advantage. Like, stop over peaking. But, I told Dexwa, like, the thing you said right before you left, or what I was saying right before you left, is that, like, that server I was in, there were immortals, and I was, like, we played custom games, like 10-mans, and I was carrying just fine. It was Reyna the whole time. I think I might have filled a different role at one point, but I don't know for sure. If I did, I probably didn't do good. But then I later played on the account you're on now with Diamond people, because there's actually somebody from those custom games who I recognized randomly in the Valorant looking for guild, and I was like, or looking for game. And I was like, oh, cool, I can join him, see if he recognizes me, and he did. And he was fine with me playing on the plat account. I could have even played on the silver account. I'm sure he would have been fine with that. I played on the plat account, so we didn't get the 25 RR loss or whatever. And I carried them through and through that whole time. Me and that friend who I met were...
Funny thing is, one win on this account will make it plat 3. It's at 95 out of 100.
Damn it. Typical. But out of all those games I played, I was going even. Like, I was playing Duelist the whole time. I might play Chamber at some point, I don't remember. Because I was trying to win
Yeah,
Chamber.
I see you at 24-18, 30-23, 25-17.
And I was going consistent. Like, I was going even with Diamond 2, Diamond 3 players. So I've kind of come to the conclusion that I should be at a Diamond 2 level right now. I just kind of, and I've just been kind of rolling with that in my head. But yet, I'm still hard stuck Silver 2. Although that person boosted me up to, I think that person boosted me up to Gold 1 before I got off.
Let's be honest, silver lobbies are different. They're something different than plat lobbies.
It's just because they don't play
silver
conventionally.
lobby,
I wouldn't say it's not they don't know
they
how to
don't
play.
play like they would. They play so strange.
Which I was always
You
kind
can
of in
just
that
never get
mindset with Counter-Strike as well. Is that, like, I would play at my level for a really long time, then go to Smurfing, be terrible, then give it like a week of Smurfing, and then I'm really good at Smurf lobbies, like Smurfing for my friends. I'm getting like, I was literally getting like 50 kills a game, which is kind of the equivalent of dropping like, 35 to 40 in a Valorant game. And it's like I was doing that consistently, and then I go back to my level and I just get fucking shafted, like in like games for my college. Which
Yeah, you adapt to the way they play, and then when you
Yeah.
try and play a different style, you just get fucked over.
Which I kind of want to, since I want to go back to my
Oh
old
my
college at some point soon.
God, the sensitivity.
Yeah. I want to play either at, I don't know if I want to play Valorant or Counter-Strike yet, because this computer can't run Counter-Strike for some reason, my gaming computer, because the CPU just sucks apparently. But it can run Valorant just fine, so I really don't understand that. But people say Counter-Strike's probably optimized.
Valorant is something.
Like I get
when it
like
comes to
I get
playing it.
800 FPS in a game of Valorant, but yeah, I can't even hit 100 in Counter-Strike. So, I mean, Valorant looks like fucking Fortnite in comparison to Counter-Strike, I guess. Tarkov I can kind of run enough to be able to play.
Bro, right-handed just feels so weird now that I always play on left.
Yeah, I'm assuming those were your settings I played on before. It was like the 1.5 and shit. I was like, oh my god.
I play 1.3 and above. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I think it was like, you were like 1. I said 0.393, so I was wondering what you were. You were like 0.39 something.
Was it
Well,
393? Because if that's what it was on this account, yeah.
Because I remember seeing yours and I was like, oh, it's slightly close to mine. And then I saw the 1 and I was like, oh, never mind.
No, it is nowhere close
Yeah,
to yours.
you were 1.33, I think is what it was. And I was like, oh, that's pretty close to mine. It's actually a little bit lower, but I was like, why does it feel so fast then? And I saw the 1 and I was like, oh, that's why. Like, I knew to notice the crosshair was different, the fucking colorblind mode or whatever was different. People say yellow's better, but eh.
I like purple.
I think
The reason I like
think
purple
when
is
I-
it doesn't blend in anywhere.
When I initially got hacked, I think people said, or I was on yellow, I think. That was also the person who, like, when I first got hacked, they also turned off bodies, which actually I kind of prefer that now. But, do you see the new map now, too? Apparently
Which
that's,
one?
Apparently that's what you're supposed to, the new map. Apparently that's what you're supposed to play with the map.
Oh?
Like, you're supposed to have it. That's what you have to do to make it look like you can see the map at all times, which I fucking hate. Like, I want to be player-centered, but, and rotate, but you can't do that and be able to see the full map, which I find very dumb. I mean, if you're, like, on, like, A site on Fracture, you can't see B at all. But it's like, at that point, you can kind of, you don't need that precise of information, because well, by the time you rotate, they're going to be in a completely different spot, so whatever. Unless, you know, God forbid, you're like Yoru or something and you have a TP all the way over there. I think my camera's still just on my face, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. Oh, shit. I keep, like, pulling up Microsoft Edge to send Dex all the clips, and I keep forgetting to. Okay.
I should make a map for this game. So it's gonna be like just a huge stretch of highway.
What game is it? Oh, BeamNG.
BeamNG Drive, yeah. I'm just gonna make a huge box. So I'm just gonna get this huge section of road. And I'm just gonna make a BeamNG map out of it. I'm just gonna get this huge section of road. Alright. Boom. Then I could make a BeamNG map where it's just like a huge racetrack. I'll just add stuff aside like pillars, you know, halfway there. Then at the end, like, have a jump or something. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and work on my 3D print here in a minute as well. Slice that bad boy up real quick. I was gonna send you the video of me putting on a French maid outfit and tell you to go nuts with that, but it's an hour long, I'm pretty sure. But I guess the payoff will be worth it. I'm assuming you want them all MP4s, right? Ain't that the truth? Last one's B somewhere. Probably Snowman.
Order 4 data sets. Let's see how big this is.
I clipped a friend's ace, but we literally... There's no content off of it, just them trying to ace.
I'll flash him, I'll flash him.
I just like the person's reaction. Your bomb, buddy, Raze. Oh wait, you're Raze one.
Oh, I'm stunned.
There's an op below you, op below you.
I'm stunned. That thing ricocheted off that wall into me.
I like these guys. I haven't talked to them in a while. I wonder if they would accept me back. I know some of them did at some point, but...
This map's gonna be pretty wicked.
Still have access to the Minecraft server, but...
It's a big stretch of highway. It's gonna be absolutely wicked.
Trial accounts may be considered abandoned after 14 days of inactivity. You're given 1 gigabyte on MediaFire. Yeah, never mind. Fuck that.
Why don't you just use that website?
So, my Airbridge? Is that what it's called? Yeah.
It's got 20 gigs free. And you can delete it whenever you need. I think. I haven't checked, I haven't tried it yet, but you don't even need to register. Anyways, I'm gonna play some BeamNG Drive with this cool map I downloaded. So yeah.
Can I drag and drop? Let me see. No, I don't think you can.
I'm gonna click upload, I think, or something.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, every single one of these 2 minutes clips is about 400 megabytes a piece. I was gonna send you about 10, I think.
So that's 4 gigabytes. Sure, I can take that.
And I was wondering. Oh, whatever. Can I up the expiration?
They're queued up.
I'll just put a 30-day. Oh, never mind. You have to buy an account for that.
Yeah, they're not. They weren't partied though.
Oh, they're not partied?
Yeah.
Hey, the mods folder won't open. That's a good start, because I need that to be able to play this map I want to play. Or I just search it up in here.
Oh.
But again, a lot of these clips are, once you get them, like, realistically, they're like 30 seconds of content. It's just that they're consistently clipped to be 2 minutes every time. So I don't have to like sit there curating it and crop it out before I clip it or whatever. And since Twitch only allows you to do 2 minutes at a time, or 1 minute at a time, but it only does 90 seconds of the clip. Like you can only watch back 90 seconds, and then you have to pick 50 seconds to save, which I find so weird.
They can hear the ladder. I just want to know.
And the timing on that delay is weird. So like if you use a clip to chat, it's not. It's like hella delayed, so it's like you can clip too early too.
I thought it was an HE.
Yeah, just send them to me. Because I'm on holidays from Wednesday, or from Thursday onwards, but I'm on holidays half every Wednesday, so I'll just make all these clips for you. I'll make them into YouTube shorts, or whatever you'd like me to do. I could do both if you'd like. I'll just have my watermark.
Yeah.
How's that sound?
Do what?
I'll make you a full-length video with the clips, or however long it becomes. And I'll also make them into shorts form for you.
I don't think so, cause
with
I
bouncing
told you got a whole
text.
time and I fucking
How's that sound?
Understandable.
Yeah.
Bouncy text.
Like inside lobby.
You know, like it comes up as you speak. You know?
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Is it like the subtitles I was doing? You mean?
Well,
Like something
except
like if you watch like Ludwig.
each word is kind of bouncy. You know, like it just comes up like they all come up like in like a flow. I'll try and do that.
Let me see if I have any up right now that I can show you. Probably not. Let me see.
Or I could just do a simple one, depending on what takes me longer.
Like this one from good old Purple Twig, the Australian. Let me see show you my screen here. Do you see my screen?
Yes, I can see.
But just like literally just like how it bounces like that. Yeah, that's kind of a simple. That's like very subtle.
Yeah, Twig. That'll take a lot less time. Thank you.
Is that what you meant?
Oh, I kind of meant like each word kind of bounces up in its own text box, but that'll take me way too long to do. So yes, I like your option.
Yeah.
I'll do your option.
Because all I learned is that you just have to make this fancy animation and then you just alt drag it every time and it just makes like I can literally, I mean it'll be the same word but I can copy it later if I wanted to. So it does the same thing.
Play the
again.
fucking sound.
It still pops in like that. Yeah, you just basically it's like a quicker way to copy paste, just alt dragging. Although I don't know what you used to edit. I want to say you told me, but I forgot. What is it that you use?
I use Final Cut Pro.
Wow. Is that the Mac one?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It works very well.
I would think it's good if you have a Mac, but most people don't, so that's why they...
Sometimes in life,
You can get it on Windows.
You can't get it on Windows?
Yeah.
Huh.
A lot easier to pirate on Mac though, but I have a legit copy.
Well, is it...
You can't pirate this, by the way.
Can you get Premiere, or...
No, that's Adobe's kind of patched all that stuff. I tried
or
pirating.
Vegas on
By no more than 1610, I think, for this to be
Mac at all?
considered a good hack.
Which thing? So you can get-
There's a Premiere on Mac, I know that. I don't know if Vegas does.
on my PC.
Sony Vegas has it on Mac or not.
Okay, I'm gonna play this new map I just downloaded, which looks absolutely wicked. I'll send you a screenshot. But since it is a very intensive game, I will have to leave it because it takes up a lot of RAM. Like memory, it takes up 14 gigabytes at least. So I've only got 15 gigabytes of memory, so it's kind of a bit rough if I'm in other programs. So yeah.
Yeah.
See you later, Valley. See you later, Spike.
Wait, real quick thing before you do go. Some of these that I am sending you, I mean, I'm like looking them through them all before I send them to you, just to make sure they are like nothing. But if you can't do anything with it, that's why I'm sending you so many. And if you can't do anything with them, you don't think it's funny or something, that's perfectly fine. Just skip it. I don't care.
I'll just get the good parts of the clip. So it might end up being 15 seconds one clip, or like
Yeah, no,
20
totally fine.
seconds.
Even if it's like literally a 5-second clip versus like a full minute, I really don't care. I'm trying to get something out there, because I'm working. I'm gonna be editing stuff too at the same time. Like I'm trying to get more into that myself because I kind of have to. So,
I'll just my leg up.
two heads better than one for this kind of thing. So,
Get back in the game. I'm
but I do appreciate your help a lot with all this.
Like, I'm behind all my teammates.
If you do start earning money from YouTube, I don't know, maybe hey,
Yeah.
pay me.
I mean,
and I'll make fun watermark.
Assuming I have
Hey.
if I can get a job by that point, I will honestly I might be able to just give you the full cut on the ad revenue.
Or I'll just move the watermark to the corner for like a very low price, like $3 or something like that.
Understandable.
You can copy it.
You don't need comms when you play Minecraft.
Okay, anyways, see you, Ellie.
See you later.
I'm tired of it.
I'll see you tomorrow probably. Oh wait, no, I've got a concert tomorrow. Yeah, see you
I'm tired
on Wednesday.
That's alright. I'll be here for 24 hours. So,
Yeah, okay. See ya.
see ya.
General, it might be. That could be good. That was easy. Boss. Oh, this is more. It literally just a weapon. Get his ass. What is this?
I'm about to get a.
Triangle face 78.
Fucking triangle face. Her
Wait,
name's
she doesn't play
Bessie.
Tarkov. Yeah, Rift. Oh no, she does. She plays Shadowline.
No.
Get a plane ticket.
No, she's not streaming. Isn't it one of her most viewed clips where Austin's in it?
I wouldn't have her eye in.
70
Face.
No.
Yeah, dude, stop fucking triangle face. Her
Wait, she
name's
doesn't play
Bessie.
Tarkov. Yeah, Rift.
Times they first teach you your account.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, it's just the fucking default knife, but it's colored. That's all.
Oh my.
Here, let me go put my cat on the mic. Meow! Meow! Ow!
Oh, oh my.
This account is flat too chill.
Are you shitting me? What are you up to, Spike? Are you just playing comp, I'm guessing, or what? Man, I only have 150 view or people. Wow. There's a lot more than that. I guess people leave all the time because it's an old server. Pretty sure I made it up to my stepsister at some point, because I promised her I would, help her with math on Friday, but I never did. Now it's Monday, and I feel really bad. That's kind of why I've been ignoring them. I ignored them all weekend. I was so worried that they were upset at me. I don't think they really were, but now they're upset at me for ignoring them, though. That's for sure. I can confirm that. Okay, it's better just not fight, because it take longer. I get more health trying to fight them than I do just restarting. Yeah, everybody's just Mega Flare thing. It's 3 couple hours. Fuck. That's bad. Yeah, there. So there's some, like, back when I did, like, I had to level up, or I had to go through Tron to fucking get all the, like, Space Paranoids to get all the, items from a certain enemy in there. That shit was nuts. I do remember doing that. Bro. Shit. Probably didn't work. No, it did. This when the last one doesn't die quick enough. Although I thought that one definitely wouldn't be a one cycle. That's what that one would be. I really don't know. You know, this guide says the exact same thing as the other one, so I'm pretty sure it's probably this is the only way to level up quickly. Despawned. I'm leaving. So maybe critical mode is better to do the other way, but I think it's like a high enough level where you can just do this over and over safely. Doing the Neverland version might be better early on when you die too quick. If I can kill them and dash out, that would save me a couple seconds each cycle. You stand still for too long. That's health, too much health. Try to take damage on this next cycle. Level up reasonably fast. But I do this on every character, so. Probably call it quits at 70 for that reason. Come on. Oh, that's the circle. Too close to the bird. Oh, the bird doesn't drop anything. That doesn't one-shot every time, it should be okay. I think realistically it does. It basically does, just that little bit that's left. Maybe leaving those little guys to live and just quickly leaving and rejoining them might actually be faster. Just doing it in one Mega Flare every time. Yeah, I guess 24-hour stream is a good means to get people, because apparently there's something random I can do that'll get people in here. Once I get remotely bigger, I'd love to do a subathon too. If the subathon goes well enough, then I'll do a... I mean, I need to host a Minecraft server before I get the subathon, so assuming I get enough subs to host the Minecraft server 24/7 instead of hosting my own, then I can potentially I get to a point where I can host a Minecraft server myself, or host it 24/7. Off of that, then I'll do a then I'll do a subathon on the Minecraft server for like a long time, and then I might switch to something else, but I don't know. After that, I could do a subathon now, but I thought even just a follow-a-thon, every unique follow, but the problem is then is people could easily just make accounts to keep it alive if they wanted to. Like maybe a follow is like 20 minutes, sub is like an hour. Let's see, if I do it that way, I realistically don't need to do a second flare, so I can just do that, and that's way faster. I'm getting the grind of it, I kind of want to do 75. But beginner mode, I should be able to get through. I'll do it until I hit the 4-hour mark, then we'll stop. Let's back to that one video from before.
Created not just as a foil for Homer, but as a foil to the series itself. In many other settings, he would be a hero, but in Springfield, USA, there is no greater antagonist. Grimes is a prime example of a sympathetic villain. His work ethic is admirable and his struggle is relatable. With Frank Grimes, The Simpsons succeeded in making an antagonist so compelling that he made the audience start to resent the protagonist. Grimes presents a scathing critique of Homer Simpson, the flagship character of the series.
What are you saying?
I'm saying you're what's wrong with America, Simpson.
Homer's enemy confronts the most confounding issue of our time, inequity. The character of Frank Grimes was conceived to resemble actor William H. Macy, who often portrayed downtrodden working-class roles. Grimes would end up being voiced by longtime Simpsons cast member Hank Azaria, who delivered what is in all likelihood his greatest performance of the series. Azaria described the performance as the most emotional and meticulous he had ever attempted. His goal was to portray Grimes with a seething passion underneath a totally calm exterior, such as the temperament of many working-class people today. Everyone knows what it's like to be treated unfairly. It's one of the most frustrating experiences imaginable.
This isn't as bad as like KH1 grinding.
We do so under the expectation that our effort will be rewarded.
It's probably
this
worse
doctrine
than.
is the essence of the American
No,
dream.
KH1 grinding wasn't bad. KH2
What does
grinding.
it mean to be American?
Post
It's a question that will remain
Final
forever
Mix was a
contested
goddamn nightmare.
depending on who you ask. But in
That's why
my
they create the
humble
forms and
opinion,
shit too, which is
the
awful.
spirit of the United States is rooted in ambition and discontent.
It was more fun because you could do
Ambition
cycles,
creates
so I just need to
discontent.
go
The
back
desire
and forth
to
to speed
change
same
the
thing, but
status
that also
quo
makes it
drives
harder.
people to demand something greater.
More
It's what
opportunity
drives
to max
people
it.
to give up everything they ever knew and cross an ocean. It's what drives people to overthrow the most powerful monarchy in the world. It's what drives people to venture into parts
Almost
unknown
10K
in
every
search
time.
of gold, oil, and whatever else that might make tomorrow a better day. The American frontier saw people risk
was
everything
at
for
21.
the opportunity of prosperity and individual liberty. They operated
16.
under
He
the
has only
simple
5K.
ideal of a man controlling his destiny through only his own passion and self-reliance. Frank Grimes represents the classical American hero, the only problem being that he exists in modern America, where the idyllic frontier has been all but replaced with catatonically tapping away at a computer for 40 hours a week. In most aspects, the US is no longer the land of opportunity as it was once regarded. Many Americans now experience disillusionment with the American dream, believing that we are now subject to the same kind of tyrannical oligarchy from which our forefathers originally fled. The only difference now is that we have run out of oceans to cross. Frank Grimes not only witnesses his own efforts fail to improve his standing, he witnesses Homer prosper from a lifetime of sloth and ignorance. Homer's outcome reflects the American dream, but his actions reflect the antithesis. The episode raises a serious question, one that potentially threatens our entire perception of the series. If we believe in the simple principle that hard work deserves to be rewarded, then shouldn't we resent Homer Simpson? Well, why do we like Homer Simpson? There's no denying that Homer is a very flawed character. Simpsons writer John Swartzwelder suggested that Homer may embody all 7 deadly sins. Many aspects of his character are quite unpleasant, if not downright unflattering. At times, he is reckless, ignorant, impulsive, and over-emotional. He is the spitting image of how people from other countries stereotype Americans. An overweight, lazy, dim-witted consumer. You can call Homer many things, but one thing you can't call him is pretentious. Homer Simpson is the real deal. He doesn't hide behind a sanctimonious persona. The truth is that we like Homer because he represents all of us, whether we want to admit it or not. In complete contrast to ambition and discontent, Homer embodies a totally opposite but equally American ideal, laissez-faire, the attitude of letting the world around you run its own course. Such is the essence of freedom and individual liberty. Only by relinquishing control over others can we ensure our own agency to do as we please. Laissez-faire is most commonly mentioned in economics as the key principle of capitalism, which, depending on who you ask, is the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. Laissez-faire created Homer, and it also created Mr. Burns. Is true freedom even attainable if its unaltered state inevitably resurrects tyranny? Pretty much every political belief system today exists to answer this question in one way or another, realizing that perpetual endlessness of political debate can easily force us into a nihilistic outlook of society at large. But Homer Simpson may offer us a way out.
There's something very zen about this episode. You know, it's Homer's blind happiness, his ignorant bliss, that just gets him through, you know?
Despite his overwhelming flaws, Homer has managed to reach a state of modern-day enlightenment. His childlike ignorance has liberated him from the rat race and the cult of work. He somehow exists in total harmony with the frustrations of 20th century life. In a world where everything has become so nauseatingly complex, Homer represents a return to simplicity. He goes to work, clocks in, and gets paid to do nothing. He is essentially stealing from the most evil man in town, and he doesn't even question it.
Homer, I don't use the word hero very often, but you are the greatest hero in American history.
If Grimes represents the classical American hero, then Homer may very well be the modern American hero. Sometimes the best way to fight the system is not to rebel against the system, but to exploit the system.
Hey, seem like a great guy.
45 to 73.
If you
Not
turn
bad.
that security camera around, you can sleep and no one will ever know.
With a character like Homer, there's beauty in imperfection. Unlike an ideal father figure, he doesn't always have all the right answers. But watching his misadventures provides us with solace that for as much as we screw up, things can still wind up okay.
And it's a nice lesson, you know, Grimes works he's so type A, he works so hard, he's so uptight, and you can't enjoy life if you're like that, whereas Homer is hapless, but, you know, thrilled.
Not everyone can be like Homer. Not everyone should be like Grimes. Society can only function with a good mix of both. It's easy to feel sympathy for the plight of Frank Grimes, but at the end of the day, Homer is not his enemy. Hating Homer is kind of like hating your dog. Sure, they may inconvenience us, but that's just the price you pay for unconditional affection. With all the cruelty in the modern world, it's about all you can ask for. At the end of the day, Homer has a heart of gold, even if sometimes he has a hard time showing it. Where Grimes goes wrong is blaming Homer for his own misfortune.
You leech off decent, hard-working people, like me.
Perhaps the best scene in the episode is Frank Grimes snapping at the sight of the Simpsons' home. Realizing Homer's material wealth utterly destroys Grimes' outlook on life. The sheer unfairness of the situation transforms his relationship with Homer from mild annoyance to bitter hostility. Homer's enemy draws many parallels to Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman, one of the first high-profile works to truly question the ideals of the American dream. Death of a Salesman's Willy Loman is a misfortunate, exhausted worker who measures his life's worth through popularity and material wealth. He becomes so paralyzed by this idea of success that he loses his grip on reality. Likewise is the story and fate of Frank Grimes, who comes to resent Homer's popularity and material wealth. However, this perceived injustice is ultimately an illusion, stemming from Grimes' incongruent concept of success. Homer was never wealthy because of his success, nor was he successful because of his wealth. Homer is where he is because of the intrinsic value he places in the people and world around him. This theme is accented by the B-plot of the episode, where Bart buys an abandoned factory that everyone else thinks is worthless. If most of us bought a factory at auction, we would immediately become consumed by thoughts of profit, value, maintenance, and renovation. When Bart buys a factory, the only thing he thinks about is how he can use it as an extended playground. This premise is a microcosm of how Homer is successful and Grimes is miserable. It is specifically referenced in the dinner scene to punctuate this distinction.
Beautiful wife, a son who owns a factory.
During his rant, Grimes doesn't care about who Bart is as a person. He only bemoans the unfairness of his material possession. Contrast this response with Homer reacting to Grimes' life story.
I live in a single room above a bowling alley and below another bowling alley.
Wow.
While Grimes complains about living between two bowling alleys, Homer is impressed. I believe that referencing a bowling alley with this line was a deliberate choice by the writers to remind the viewer of Homer's lost dream of working in a bowling alley, a dream he chose to sacrifice for the good of his family. Ultimately, status
Here's
and
the
material
monkeys.
possessions do not determine
Hmm.
our character. Our value as individuals is dictated by how we act in our most challenging moments. When push comes to shove, Homer
got a lot more
chooses
health.
to be kind and forgiving, while Grimes chooses to be spiteful and vindictive.
I would die a happy man if I could prove to you that Homer Simpson has the intelligence of a 6-year-old.
Frank Grimes' fatal flaw is spawned through his obsession with fairness. Unlike the principle of freedom, fairness is not something that can be explicitly given or taken away. It will
Damn, I do
always
do a lot
be
more damage now.
fundamentally tied to randomness and chance. The sad reality is that life is inherently unfair. There will always be someone more fortunate than you, but by that same token,
That's just like
there
a
will always
fire
be
strike,
someone
but
less
worse.
fortunate than you. Tomorrow you could win the lottery and then die from a lightning strike. Would that be fair? It's impossible to answer because both of those events are entirely out of our control. They exist
Of course, you need Mega
beyond the
Flare.
scope of our influence. Even in our most systematic attempts to practice fairness, inequality always manages to slip through the cracks. There is no such thing as an absolutely fair system. Someone will always be getting the short end of the stick. By trying to sabotage and humiliate Homer according to what he thinks his co-worker deserves, Frank Grimes is entering himself into an unwinnable battle. In the end, his obsession with fairness ultimately drives him mad. The idea of rewarding a man as incompetent as Homer Simpson is simply too much for him to bear.
Hi there. I'm just finishing up my holiday masterpiece.
Since I healed.
Our premium wireless plans start at just $15 a month, so this deal can be the centerpiece of your holiday savings. For a limited time, buy any 3-month plan, get 3 months free. Such a sweet deal.
In any business, you ride the line between numbers and people. It takes balance.
I never dropped or anything.
CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors will
I
get you
did.
there.
Homer's job as a safety inspector at the nuclear power plant is one of the most iconic gags in the entire show. The premise of
Alright,
a
Gal, you
buffoon
gotta dodge
being
out of that.
responsible for preventing a reactor meltdown
Fucking
is
Dash
as
killed him,
hilarious
out of all
as it
things,
is
wow.
dark. If you ask me, however, the whole setup is a perfect metaphor for Homer's outlook towards the universe. He exists in one of the most stressful environments possible, yet his only concerns rest within his narrow slice of the world. Homer is destined to remain forever content, even if the world melts down around him. There will never be an elegant, harmonious solution to all of America's problems. A part of America will always be fighting, and another part will just sit back and watch the fireworks. The engine of America is powered by turmoil. No matter how tough things get, it just keeps on chugging ahead.
Frank Grimes, or Grimey as
Oh, I didn't get rid of my. I need to get my Mega Flare build back
taught
up.
us that
Before I
a
forget.
man can triumph
Got rid
over
of that bag.
adversity.
The accident.
The end of Homer's enemy is one of the darkest moments of the entire series. The audience is intended to laugh at Frank Grimes' epic meltdown, but at the time, not everyone found it funny.
When this came out, I really recall it made half the audience very mad. The more recent generation loves this episode, but when it first came out, a lot of people got very angry about it.
Upon release, the episode stirred controversy among the Simpsons
I just need
faithful.
regular Firaga.
The grisly ending polarized viewers who had actually grown attached to Homer's enemy. Frank Grimes was so persuasive that he
I don't know how many
successfully
rounds there are,
turned
so
a
I don't
part of
wanna
the
risk
audience against
losing
the face
now.
of the
I
show.
don't wanna
In just a
waste my
single
blade charge
episode,
now.
The Simpsons introduced the most compelling antagonist in the history of the series, and then utterly dismantled him. They took the classical American hero and lowered him in a casket among gregarious
Oh, did I pick out
laughter.
the one shot?
Looking back, one has to wonder if the series was burying more than just Grimes at the end of this episode.
The origin of
This
this
should probably be the strongest
episode
version of him. I don't
was,
think I've killed him
what
on
if
even
a
Ventus.
guy seemingly from the real world, had to come deal with Homer.
The original concept for the character of Frank Grimes
do a
was
significant
taking
amount of damage,
a normal,
though, so-
hard-working man and placing him in the satirical and often nonsensical cartoon town of Springfield. He was designed to be categorically unlike any other character on the show.
That's new.
It's for this reason why many have since labeled Grimes as one of the most unique characters in Simpsons history. Except, there is one other character in the series lineage who does bear a striking resemblance to Grimes. A character who on many occasions showed great envy, insecurity, and vindictiveness towards one of his peers. The name of this character is Homer Simpson.
Well, if you gave Ned Flanders a chance.
Oh, here we go again. Look, I don't care if Ned Flanders is the nicest guy in the world. He's a jerk.
In the beginning, Homer's enemy lived right next door to The Simpsons. Ned Flanders served the role of Homer's original foil. He represented the idealized role model of traditional
does, like, no
family
damage.
sitcoms. This era of the show featured a much more desperate and frustrated Homer, one who would go through great lengths to try to measure up to the more wealthy and popular Flanders. Early plots of The Simpsons were frequently driven by Homer's jealousy of Flanders' material possessions. Beyond matters of wealth, Flanders highlighted Homer's inadequacies as a father.
You were right the first time.
Jesus.
He's perfect.
Don't kill me in one
Perfect
shot.
every way.
A major theme in the early seasons is
Damn it.
Homer learning to accept the imperfections of his family. The Simpsons may look dysfunctional versus the picturesque and well-behaved Flanders, but that's okay, because The Simpsons don't have to be the Flanders. This conflict effectively captured the original spirit of the show, eventually culminating in the season 3 episode when Flanders failed. It's an episode that eerily mirrors Homer's enemy, but with the roles reversed. Despite Flanders only showing Homer hospitality and kindness, Homer
Fucking ask
still
for that.
roots for his demise. For once, Homer actually gets his wish, and only then does he realize that the ultimate triumph over his
That's because
adversary
he caught me.
hasn't made him any
Because
more
this is
happy.
happening. Oh, this is a
Many
DM.
fans of the show wonder what could have happened to the character of Frank Grimes
I've never
if
fought
he
this
wasn't
before. This
killed
is all
off
new to me.
after a single appearance. It turns out the answer may have been hiding in plain
I couldn't
sight
fucking
all
imagine doing this
along.
on Critical.
Hey, you okay, Grimy?
I'm better than okay. I'm Homer Simpson.
Only by viewing Homer's
I
enemy
definitely
through
think
the
that
totality of the
does the
series
most damage,
can we
though.
truly grasp the brilliance of the episode. Homer's enemy is not just a critique about the regression of the American dream, it is a testament to the progression of The Simpsons. When Homer encounters Frank Grimes, he is essentially meeting an earlier version of himself. It could be said
Yeah,
that the original
that is so
vision
much
of
more
The
damage.
Simpsons
Jesus.
was to confront the whimsical television landscape with a brutal dose of realism.
The sitcoms that I grew up with presented a sort of weird zombified ideal of the American family, and it didn't relate to anyone I knew
Sherlock's are OP.
in reality.
Goddamn.
The show began with a series of grounded and unromantic stories designed to challenge the establishment
What is
in
that?
place around them. What they never envisioned, however, was becoming the establishment. By the late 90s, The Simpsons were larger
That's
than
my can.
life.
That's gonna be- sounds
They
like a
had
shot
become
lock.
an American
It is.
institution and a worldwide phenomenon. The show had accomplished more than its creators could have possibly imagined. The Simpsons
Is it
always
the best
prided
shot lock,
itself
though?
on being at the cutting edge of nuanced, subversive comedy. They pioneered an entirely new genre of
Is your
programming.
name in Mirage right now?
Pioneers will always get a lot of credit for whatever they discover. They take unthinkable risks at a time when the odds are completely against their favor. However, every pioneer knows deep down that they will inevitably be overtaken by their successors. After 8 seasons and 175
That's safe.
episodes, The Simpsons were running out of stories to tell.
One problem with doing a show as long as we've done is we're fighting the fact that people are familiar with the show, and it's harder and harder to surprise the audience.
There comes a time in all of our lives when we want to go out and change the world, to break free from the system. Eventually, though, life always catches back up to us. Being like Frank Grimes is inherently unsustainable. Sometimes the only option left is to be like Homer. Following the end of the 8th season, showrunners Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein departed to work on the ill-fated Mission Hill. Matt Groening was all but checked out of The
Please don't be
Simpsons
Peter
at this
first.
point,
Okay,
focusing
thank God.
much of his attention on developing the concept for his new series, Futurama. Starting with season 9, The Simpsons began what can
Holy
only be
shit.
described
5
as a
stuns in a
long,
row.
slow march
He's
to
about to get
mediocrity.
fucked up.
It's extraordinarily sad to still see The Simpsons producing new episodes today. It's like watching a dominant athlete have all their remarkable abilities stripped away through the march of time until
Holy
they
shit,
are no
1500
more
on that.
special
Ooh, and
than
another
the rest
stun.
of us.
There's a reason why many all-time greats in pop culture also happen to die young. We never get to witness them wither away into a shell of their former glory. The brilliance of those first 8 seasons now only amounts to a measly quarter of the show's entire lifespan. The Simpsons has been on the air so long that YouTube videos
TikTok is
complaining about
not
the
as old
show's
as
decline
Harambe?
have
Damn.
themselves become
Well,
stale
Harambe's
and
death, I guess.
cliche. What was once the epitome of media counterculture is now owned by the epitome of the media establishment. Following Disney's acquisition of Fox in 2019, The Simpsons featured in a series of uncanny animated bumpers welcoming their new overlords.
Still on a perfect run. I
Considering
got
the
2
prior
6s.
2 decades of openly trashing
Can
the
we keep those
evil
high rolls
empire,
going?
it's hard
Or
to
higher,
believe that this
please?
was
I
even
prefer.
the same show anymore.
Let's go.
In all
Not bad.
honesty, The Simpsons was never designed to survive until the 21st century. The big media conglomerates just keep it around as a ceremonial token to evoke nostalgia for better times. At this point, Homer Simpson has been relegated to a figurehead akin to the likes of
I've never
Mickey
seen Double
Mouse
Toe
and
and
the Queen
Navigator.
of England. Like
Are
many
they
other
both cost
forms
too?
of counterculture, The Simpsons ended up becoming the very thing they sought
There's one
to
of them 3.
destroy.
If I had a TV show, I'd run that sucker into the ground.
Don't cry for me.
Yeah, Double Toll
I'm
cost 3. Okay.
already dead.
I thought Navigator was 3 for some reason. I don't know how long it lasts though.
The Simpsons may have fallen hard, but we only see it that way because its original run set the bar so high. Lots of people today have been amazed by The Simpsons' remarkable ability to prophesize modern-day events in past episodes. The truth is that for as
Still another
wacky of a
stun.
place Springfield is, it was entirely modeled off our reality.
I've done for 7 turns so far.
Quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
America is still America, and certain patterns in history tend to repeat
Triple rolls
themselves.
are better, but
If anything, The Simpsons predicting
That's
the
cost
future
effective.
serves more as a testament
Stun
to
is
how
by far the most
tuned in
cost
the
effective,
series
because
was
screws
to
him overall,
American
helping me out
culture at
too.
its peak. The satire of The Simpsons held up a mirror to our world. It shouldn't be much of a surprise when some days we start mimicking the reflection. It's unfortunate to consider how younger generations never had the opportunity to experience The Simpsons at its creative and cultural peak. While the actual show has never been less relevant, the spirit of the show has witnessed a rebirth through the rise of remix culture on the internet. One could say that the fast-paced, irreverent attitude of
Thought he
The
finally got a turn.
Simpsons
Nope, not yet.
perfectly foreshadowed
Almost.
interactions on the internet today. Much like a certain young
I'm fucking over Peter
cartoonist from
Pan, but yet
Oregon,
I got fucked
a
like
new
happened pretty
generation
hard
of
last time.
artists is now using The Simpsons as a springboard to break into the cultural space.
He starts with 3 dice.
The
What a
life
guy.
cycle of the show has now come full
He
circle.
starts yellow, so
going
he can't
from
hit that green no matter
parody
what
to
unless he hits a
parody.
really shitty roll.
So despite its descent into
Well,
corporate
it's
mediocrity,
kind of a shitty roll, but not shitty
it's
enough.
at least comforting
One
to
short.
realize that The Simpsons is still
hitting me
contributing to
even that
culture
way,
in a
but he could
meaningful
avoid it
way.
either way.
One such contribution was made by British underground street artist
Which is why I don't
Banksy,
understand why that's there.
whose
That's such a
brutally
terrible spot for it to be,
unflattering
'cause you can easily
satirization
avoid
of The
it, no matter what.
Simpsons was aired as part of a 2010 episode. Banksy once famously reflected on the concept of the second death. When
Tries to get
somebody
attacked
speaks your
considering I got
name
all those
for the
magic
last
cards
time,
throughout the duration of
it
my
suggests
gameplay just
that
now.
even if we
I
cease
used to
to
have a shit ton of
exist in the
confusion strikes,
physical
that's about it.
sense, our legacy will continue to influence those who follow us. Frank Grimes may have only lasted a single episode, but what he accomplished in those few minutes of screen time was unforgettable. There comes a time for every long-running TV series when they jump the shark. A moment when the creators realize that they have exhausted all of their creative juices and have nowhere to go but down. So they release an episode so
I gotta get water here in a
unabashedly
minute. I'm dying of heat
preposterous
stroke.
that it fundamentally
I was
undermines
supposed to get double
any
dice.
immersion
I was
in
supposed
the
to do double
story,
dice that round. I fucked
characters, and
myself
world
just now.
moving forward.
I could have avoided
With
that with double
Homer's
dice.
enemy, the Simpsons jumped the shark, but in typical
really did
Simpsons
fuck myself
fashion,
just now.
they did so in the most
I thought I was gonna get hurt
brilliant
again
and
there.
subversive way. They welcomed an age of mediocrity with the show's final masterpiece.
If my left dice is low, I
Homer's
won't be
Enemy
mad.
is a monument to a television empire at its
Realistically, it
absolute
means nothing,
peak.
but-
It pushes the original
they're both low.
artistic vision of the
I'm gonna
series
get hit
to its
again, so-
absolute conceptual limit. In just 23 minutes of screen time, The
Maybe that time I got
Simpsons
hit
created
twice.
something
If
so
I had one more
intensely
roll, I would've gotten
profound
hit
that we still
once
think
earlier,
about it more than
regardless, but-
23 years later. After it aired,
Whatever.
The Simpsons was never the
He's
same.
about to beat me.
It
He's
didn't
almost caught up
just
to me
change
already.
the
Even
show,
after getting stunned
it
7
changed the
fucking
way
times
we
in a
looked
row.
at the
That's kind of
show.
bullshit if you ask me.
Homer's Enemy was an episode so high concept that it elevated the series from a source of entertainment to a source of study. It entices the audience to dig deeper and think harder about the show than they ever have before. Oftentimes, the greatest art doesn't give us all the right answers.
I don't know why I'm doing
it
all
makes
this. I could
us
just be done
ask
with the
the
game.
right
I beat
questions.
it. I may as well just be done. There's no fucking point in continuing. If all I'm doing is just needlessly grinding just to be able to one-shot bosses, there's no
The
fucking
discussion
enjoyment in that.
continues. The great lengths we stray in search of our own
Like, I'm not playing for the challenge of it because I don't find the combat in this game riveting enough.
The series as a whole. A majority of Simpsons episodes are not spectacular. Many of them are hard to even call entertaining.
But we don't remember the series for those episodes. When people think of The Simpsons, they think of an incredible show. They think of a show that redefined comedy and satire. They think of a show that pushed the boundaries of what was
I like the newest
possible on
episodes of The Simpsons.
television.
But
They
they're
think of
all,
a show
all the jokes
so
are pretty meta.
influential that
At
every
least now
other
they
show
are.
would
I don't know if
eventually
they were before.
copy it in some way. The legacy of The Simpsons has always been defined as a show that stood out from everything else around
God damn,
it.
I'm just barely
So to
winning
answer
now.
the question, why are The Simpsons green, we may instead want to ask why The Simpsons are yellow.
So, yellow skin.
Jaundice.
Why? Because it looks like there's something wrong with your TV set.
Sometimes a small
Questionable.
tweak in what we find
Motherfucker,
familiar
he's
is
winning
all
now.
it takes to change our whole perspective. The
By a
Simpsons
lot.
made everyone stop to adjust their TV sets, but the picture within was never broken. Everything else around it was. The Simpsons opened our eyes to the yellowness of the whole world. After a while, we no longer questioned why the Simpsons were yellow.
God.
They simply were. It
And the
was
thing is, I
only
had
then
such good
when,
luck
for
early
just
on
one
too, but it
moment,
wasn't enough.
The creators
Not
had
even
nothing
close.
else to do but to make them green. Homer's enemy is The Simpsons' magnum opus, and there will
Well, he's
never
used all
ever
his
be
cards,
another
never mind.
episode like it.
But he's like, he's next to me. Alright, so he doesn't have it yet though. So, I mean, I'll be fine with catching up once I get here.
Hi, I'm Z-List YouTuber Rusty Cage. You may remember me from such videos as The Knife Game Song and The Knife Game Song Part 2.
I'm
But
somewhat
today
caught up.
I'm
I
here to
mean,
tell
I didn't
you
get hit by that
about a
1K.
revolutionary new product.
Is it keeps? Probably. I just want to know about Leafy was here. Let's watch that too. Alright, screw it. I'm probably not gonna watch this full video.
Los aerosoles baratos usan propelentes artificiales. Por eso, Febreze funciona diferente. Además, elimina los olores con una fórmula a base de agua y sin colorantes. Disfruta de la frescura.
3, please. Okay, thank you. Oh, I wanted 4. It doesn't matter which way I go. It's safer.
You know, being a big YouTuber is a lot like being the captain of a big ship. You're in charge of this massive machine with a ton of different parts that you don't fully understand, and thousands of people depend on you to steer that machine in the right direction. Every sailor knows the tragedy of the Titanic, the unsinkable vessel, the ship that
Blow it
was
up to
too
3,
big
but
to
if I get
fail.
screwed over royally,
It's a
then
story that's been
I'd be
told
really
dozens of
fucked.
times,
Be
and it
guaranteed
always
lost
ends
at
the
that
same
point.
way, with the Titanic doomed to a watery grave. And just as sailors should
I've stunned
beware
him like
of the
11 or 12
Titanic's
times
fate,
by now.
so too
Or I'm
should
going to. I
YouTubers
think 11
beware
by the end
of
of this.
Leafy's fate. Did you ever hear about the tragedy of Darth Leafy the Young?
No, it'd be
When you
10.
look at Leafy's channel today, what you see is basically a sinking ship. His channel is bleeding subscribers almost every day. Like a ship taking on water, it has become completely unsalvageable. There's no way to stop the bleeding. The only thing left to do is watch it sink. Looking at the ruins of Leafy's channel today, it's hard to believe that this was once one of the most powerful empires in YouTube history. So what on earth happened? What caused Leafy's expedition to sail so desperately off course? Why did all of his fans suddenly abandon ship? Everyone thinks they know the whole story,
iDubbbz,
and if you
okay.
ask any old YouTuber, they'll tell you the same old tale,
Pyrocynical
that the
one.
content cop, iDubbbz himself,
okay, never mind.
heroically slayed the beast that was Leafy is here, and that was the end of it. The content cop may have taken all the glory for the kill, but he won't tell you the whole story. That's where I come in. This is the real
Never
story
mind, then.
about the rise and fall of Leafy's empire.
I've heard this song before. Yep. I usually speedrun straight to checkpoints. I feel like that's the best way to play it.
Leafy is here.
Oh,
Opened
it's
his
BoJack
YouTube
Horseman. That's why I've heard it
channel
before.
on October 7th, 2011. But if you look on his channel today, his oldest videos only date back to November 2013. So did Leafy just wait 2 years to start uploading content? No, it turns out that Leafy spent 2012 doing what every other person on YouTube was doing, making Minecraft videos. That's right, one of the most notorious YouTubers of all time started off as just another Minecraft Let's Player.
It's really strange and ironic looking at Leafy's channel with less than 4,000 subscribers, knowing the behemoth that it would eventually become. It's easy to look at a giant YouTube channel and call them overrated while discrediting all of their success, but it's important to remember that every channel has to start from somewhere, and most channels have to spend years working their way up from the very bottom, including Leafy. Sometimes when waiting for their channels to grow, YouTubers get impatient. You look at your sub count and you start to see it as a score in a virtual game. That big number at the top of your channel just looks so impressive. That number is power. That number is influence. And soon you begin to get desperate, trying everything you can to attract a new audience and grow that number. Because if you want to make it big on YouTube, you gotta have a lot of subscribers. And you think you can control how much that number grows. But if you're not careful, that number will begin to control you. And unfortunately, many YouTubers don't realize this until it's too late.
Especially since it's a fucking...
Trying to produce Minecraft content on YouTube will quickly teach you a valuable lesson.
It really doesn't matter.
That's that you're a long way from the top.
Does he still take damage when he's stunned on that?
Start up a YouTube channel.
Just maybe stunning him on top of that's the right idea.
In 2 years, they'll be driving up to their new mansion
I mean,
in
if
a
I get a...
Lamborghini. That's the image that
here? That's really
YouTube
good.
has expertly marketed for itself.
Fucked him.
But unfortunately, it couldn't be further
Guaranteed more
from
damage,
reality. You see a guy like Captain Sparkles get millions of subscribers from only making
bye, Spike.
Minecraft videos. And you think to yourself, this is so easy. I'm just gonna do what he does and I'll get famous too. Because if you want to make it big on YouTube, you gotta make Minecraft videos. This is everyone's mentality when they start their brand new YouTube endeavor. What they never seem to realize, however, is that about 10,000 other people have the exact same idea. Let's pretend you're driving down the highway. Say you want to stop and order a cheeseburger at the next exit. You pull off the highway and right down the street are a McDonald's and a Burger King. Now imagine that further down the street are about 10,000 other restaurants that sell burgers that are all pretty much all the same, if not worse than McDonald's or Burger King. Now, which restaurants do you think are gonna sell the most burgers? That's pretty much how I imagine what it's like to run a Minecraft channel on YouTube. The difference being that on YouTube, you never see the 10,000 other channels just like you. All you see are McDonald's, Burger King, and all the money they make. And that's usually enough to keep people chasing the dream for a couple of years. Leafy started out as just one of those 10,000 or so channels jockeying to get his own cut of that sweet Minecraft viewer base. By May 2012, he was up to 3,600 subscribers, most of which originated from his flagship series, Minecraft PvP server Let's Play. Who could forget classics such as Part 38, Extreme Rage? By November, his sub count was over 9,000, and by August 2013, he was up to almost 19,000. Decent numbers for sure. Most YouTubers never even get this far. Leafy's channel was almost 2 years old, and something was about to change. Minecraft surpassed its cultural peak in summer 2013. It would never again be as popular. Leafy had a very critical decision to make. He could continue making Minecraft videos and ride that trend into the sunset on his very average YouTube channel, and that would be the end of it. Or he could risk everything and start searching for greener pastures.
I should win here.
To those dedicated to making an impact in the lives of others.
There comes a time in every YouTuber's life when they're faced with the prospect of abandoning their tried and true formula and pivoting their content to a new frontier. It's a decision that I, myself, have made in the past. It's pretty much the biggest gamble any YouTuber can make. You build up an entire channel, an entire audience doing one thing, and then you just go ahead and do a completely different thing.
4 more times.
Some channels have pivoted away from their original audience and experienced tremendous success. Others have done the same thing and killed their entire audience. Some channels never pivot, at least not until it's too late. Remember, it's a decision that I, myself, have made in the past. It's pretty much the biggest gamble any YouTuber can make. You build up an entire channel, an entire audience doing one thing, and then you just go ahead and do a completely different thing. Some channels have pivoted away from their original audience and experienced tremendous success. Others have done the same thing and experienced tremendous success. Others have done the...
Is that Germa? I think it's the Germa guy, right?
the same thing and killed their entire
Sure.
audience.
Think
Some
so.
channels never pivot, at
Maybe.
least not
Maybe
until
not.
it's too late.
Probably not.
Remember Captain Sparkles? In his heyday, he was gaining upwards of 250,000 subs per month. Now he's struggling to break 10,000. He stuck to Minecraft content until late 2015, and by the time he tried to expand to other games, it was too late. Captain Sparkles had gone from one of the biggest channels on YouTube to completely irrelevant in just a couple of years. And if there's one thing I've noticed on this website, it's that if you stick to the same formula, you'll inevitably fade away. However,
That's crazy.
if you shake up your style, you have a chance, just a chance, of sticking around. And sometimes, that chance is enough to convince a YouTuber to make the switch. Leafy showed signs from very early on that he wasn't satisfied with just patiently waiting for popularity. He wanted
Next
to
one's
stand
short,
out.
the next
It
one
was
after
likely
that's
during
really
the
long, so I'm
Minecraft
gonna take a
era
break
that
from
Leafy
this.
conditioned himself to use clickbait titles and flashy thumbnails. Because if you want to make it big on YouTube, you gotta make yourself the center of attention. Over the next 18 months,
I'll
Leafy
grab
would
water.
undergo an evolution.
I'm kind of relatively watching this, so I'm gonna go ahead and pause it. I'll be right back grabbing water. Oh, that's not there, never mind.
He would reboot his vaunted Minecraft PvP series. He would expand to other trendy games, Rust, CSGO. He began to experiment with new video formats. He started a small vlog series. But most importantly, Leafy started to dip his toe into the wild world of YouTube commentary. It started with a brief 3-minute rant on Google Plus in November 2013.
Hey, what's up everybody? Today we're going to be talking about the most loved comment system on the internet, which is Google+. Actually, I lied. Everybody fucking hates Google+. What a fucking surprise.
This was the first time anyone got to see a darker side of Leafy, a much more cynical Leafy that would attack a topic with ruthless derision. There was just something about his pungent and nasally tone that made young, edgy people want to rally around him. The Google Plus video was Leafy's first rant, and it certainly wouldn't be his last. In 2014, Leafy would appear in a few crossover videos with other Minecraft YouTubers, some of which are still online today.
Dude, there's no way. Look how many people. They're all drinking their pods.
Pop-Tarts toaster pastries. Saving that other one for later?
No, just pre-gaming.
Nice. Crazy good.
Dude, if this works out, I will be extremely surprised. Yeah, they're all drinking their pods, dude. They all are.
It's weird looking at these videos and seeing Leafy act so amicably and casually. At times it sounds like he's genuinely having fun with his pals. Leafy may have been portraying a friendly outward appearance, but internally, Leafy was changing.
Hey Ash, pretty sure Ash, right? Asher Splooshy. How you doing, man? Or, I guess, I don't know. I was gonna say like Milady, or I don't know. I don't remember. I'm assuming I don't really do pronouns that much, but I'm assuming you're they, them, right? Yeah, or he, him. Okay, there you go. I was right. Man, it's fine. Okay. I don't remember. It's been too long. That's how long it's been since we haven't talked. This is a testament to that. But good luck at school. If you're just dropping by, I'm trying to practice engaging with people more, but if you're going right to school, I'm not gonna disturb you then, try and start a whole conversation or whatever. Especially for Leon right now. But right now I'm trying to go through and tie up some loose ends with stuff that I always needed to get done. That's what the whole 24-hour stream is for, originally I was playing. I played Kingdom Hearts for a little under 3 hours. I feel like that was way too long, but I was honestly thinking I would get way more done, but I barely even got like partially through one character, so like all the side quest stuff I need to do. So I'm gonna switch back to just chatting for a little bit and maybe sending some emails to people who I'm going to potentially have edit for me. Oh, that was a bad one. All right. Let us see what we gotta do. There we go. I could have sent her a link, but nah, I'll just send it to her through Gmail. Bruh. No, now it works. That's rude. I need to really just switch to Bluetooth on everything, but nah. I was trying to get my pin back for Roblox so I could do the voice chat feature for when I play with people, but weird. I did find a decent looking job for, although I don't really have a good enough portfolio anymore, but I was going to try and apply to a job from Blizzard to manage their Twitch and or YouTube channels, but I don't think I'm big enough on Twitch myself to be able to do so, or YouTube. I could mention the fact that I'm starting to get into that myself, but nah. That's okay. Average viewership's going up a little bit on Twitch. Okay, let's see. Gotta send that email. Ooh, that's a good tablet. It's on sale. Let's see. 2. Let's see if I remember right. It's at Gmail, not that Gmail. At gmail.com. Oh, it worked. I see your profile picture. Let's see. Guess I can send her some clips on plug back. Gotta go now. Alright, see you later, Ash. It's fun having you here. I'm gonna be streaming for 24 hours, so by the time you're back, and if you're able to watch for a while, I promise I'll try to be more entertaining, more engaging. Assuming we're not fucking pooped by that point. Might be a little bit tired, but I should be okay. I took some ADD medication to start this stream, so I should be okay for another 8 hours minimum. I would hope. Worst case scenario is pop another one, but I don't want to take 2 in one day. I can, but I don't really know that I want to. Okay, so let's see. I gotta find the file so I can send it. It's probably my download somewhere. So I can just send her the... Oh god, which one is it? I'm gonna send her the WinRAR file. Can I send her a folder? Yeah, I can send a folder. The file size difference is literally 0.03 gigabytes, so it really doesn't matter. I do not remember which one I used, though. I think I used this one. Yes, I used this one because the date on it's a lot later. File 0 bytes will not be attached. Bruh. Although I have this on the download. Well, I'll just give her the fucking zip file. Or the WinRAR file then. It's fine. Google Drive link. Now it's going to take a while to upload, and it should be good to go later. I still don't know if I want to learn Unity or...
Expanding famous backroom images.
Should have given Dexwa a, 1 hour of Dr. Pepper spinning. Thank you. That means a lot. Did you say that before you joined? Yes, you sent that to me before you even joined. Nice.
It was during this time when Leafy would noticeably alter his style. Leafy started to implement his now notorious all-caps video titles. His tone would begin to shift from joking fun to biting ridicule. By February 2015, Leafy was embroiled in the middle of a major transition. He had only gained about 5,000 subscribers.
Okay. What do I need to do? Send the email. Download Unity. Record the video. Could start getting clips. You see that screen? Oh, you do. Start getting clips for the fishing video. And then basically other than that, it was just dead space. Just keep editing old stuff. But I currently can't really edit that video in this current space I'm in. So I'm going to wait and do that a little bit later. By the time I want to, I'll probably be tired as fuck though. We'll see. Does this computer have Photoshop on it? It does not. I need to get Photoshop on this computer. I can do it in Paint if I really want to, but... Like, that could be the joke, that I do it in Paint, but I don't want the... I'd prefer the text to look high quality. I have an idea in my head what I want to do. It's literally just my face. I'm wearing a blue jacket. Yellow background. Blue text. Comic Sans. HI period. All lowercase. That's it. But I guess while we're at it, let's go ahead and look up make a new YouTube channel.
Oh, Valiscar joined the. Hello, Valiscar.
No way.
And
Valiscar.
my God, my hair so annoying. Ah.
Understandable.
Oh wait, hold on. We lost one of our European people also. And I'm sure you. Yeah. Oh no. I see. Did you lose your taste by the? Ah, I see. I was at 29. I was fine. I'm at 36. Yeah. All teachers and emails to parents on the amount of absences. I always tell my mother even when I'm not here in class. Yeah. It's better to tell the parents than the.
Nadam porona to fal, pronto. E ele tu to superior. Играта като класо, quello sto caso, però sta troppo viaggiato. Sì, tanto ti riesci. Devo andare da mia casa. Devo darsi.
Nice. It's okay. It's okay. I don't really mind that you pestering me about. I see.
Oh, I thought it was 5,000 subs to make money on YouTube. Apparently it's only 1,000. But you also have to have 4,000 hours watched in the past year, which, I mean, I feel like you probably would have that if you have 1,000 subs. Maybe not, because that means for every sub you have, they've watched 4 hours of your content within a year. That sounds kind of high, then for the hours. Although I wonder if streaming counts on YouTube, since I do restream. That might help. I guess stream them both at the same time.
I have to say something. Homework should not exist.
I agree.
Homework will just make things more painful for the student.
Teach text.
They teaches us for the but but they but but they don't but they don't but they don't to like force to do something because every end of the day every student is gonna feel shit because of being in school. Yeah, 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 that's why, yeah, that's history where it gets hated a lot. It's just, it's just a freaking middle finger to the student. You think you get away from school? Oh no, you don't. Oh no, you don't. You have to do something. Yes.
I want you to notice one time
I don't care. It's your fault. No, yeah.
left. I left my
Freaking just moral, just demoralizing a student, just like that. He's in here. Okay, he's in chat. Okay.
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 Bless you.
Wait, tram? Wait, hold on. Am I being a dummy right now? What's a tram?
It's like a train. Or I think yeah. I was thinking trolley. But I think a tram. It's like yeah, it is like a trolley. It's like a bus, basically. Yeah, it's like a mix between a bus and a train, I guess. Like it's like a train, but it goes through roads that a car would go on.
I see. Oh,
It's just a bigger bus that's powered by electric light.
That's also on rails, and it's just that seems very very dumb of an idea.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Wait, did I just upload that? What? Did I not do it on YouTube? Where did I save that?
Fox kinda did it. Look at chat. Hannah did it. The creepy face. Especially the eye twitch.
That's a big ass sticker.
I did that, by the way. I know there's a fly that was flying over my eye, but I don't know how my like other eye twitched and the other didn't.
Bruh. It has to be less than a megabyte, but this one is 1.15 megabytes. Come on.
Nice. Oh god, my thigh Hold on. My thigh got stiff there.
Nice.
I could say it was on paint. No, I'm not gonna do that.
I stretched my leg. That's very fun.
I'll reduce it down to 482 kilobytes somehow. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Damn. Oh no. 4 days. The 4-day trip.
Oh, they say downloads apparently. So I need to add a background to this image because now it's just white and it looks weird. Ooh, I got posts unlocked already on this channel. I don't recognize any of my subs on here. This account had to have been like hacked or something at some point.
Там я такого, кто тебя, но... Palestina, tam я такого, кто тебя...
Oh, is this Finox person the arch rival of Nifox?
Käftåt med det. Alltså gidisek stigarek le. Sarista. Ina koma ba ito na ito ma.
Mangkot ka. Why? Kay why? Why? Kawai. Kawai man. Question mark. What's going?
Go to the bathroom, get some more water, and I shall return. Okay. I have returned. Of course, literally. Oh my god, I had to... I just realized the audio was muted the whole time. I was streaming, but I was trying to have it through you guys are muted. But I didn't realize in doing that that it also muted the music I was playing in the background while I was gone. So that was like 15 minutes of silence. There's actually someone that popped up in my chat during that, and I feel bad.
Seems to be a problem with my sound. It's only on my left ear and it's very quiet for some reason.
Do you use a jack or USB? Because the typical fix is usually something with the jacks, if that's the case.
I'm trying to see if just need to be a bit twisted to work, but no, they're plugged in all the way and they're supposed to be working.
Yeah.
Probably something like that. Oh wait, bro. I forgot to turn the dial on like the back of the headphones because they probably get toned a bit down.
Oh, understandable. Yeah, and I tried to just go to whisper them to apologize, and they have the whispers turned off. Like, I can't whisper them unless they whisper me first. That's awkward. Man, prospective viewer gone. I don't know. I've been streaming for I've been streaming for 8 years now, so but like I've not grown at all. So seeing one viewer, it's like every time I'm gone, whether I look away for too long or I step out for a little bit, that's when there's people in chat. The chat is just fucking ballistic when I'm gone. I get back, everybody's gone again. So annoying.
It's literally like that with Discord too. Like when I'm gone or at school, there's always a bunch of people in voice chat and like talking. Oh yeah, and they're probably mostly American too. Or like in the time zones where he gets to play with them without them being in school or college or work or whatever. By the way, yesterday I had a very interesting conversation with some guys on Roblox in voice chat, and one of the guys he was this like very heavy English accented man who was just talking about Andrew Tate and his girlfriend and how he was just very dumbfounded by that.
I didn't realize Andrew Tate's original explosion of growth was Twitter. He posted the very first viral tweet of his was basically saying that if people have watched Star Wars, they will never be able to make money in life. Like they're guaranteed to not be a millionaire in their life ever. And that was like 6 years ago. He was known as like Mr. Plenty or something like that, I think.
But Andrew Tate really got his fame, I think, from kickboxing because that's what he did.
Oh.
I think it was on a like broadcast.
I've never actually seen anything of his ever, so I find that interesting. I mean, I do know his biggest hot take. Yeah, I heard his biggest hot take at one point that like really kind of caused him to fall was something about like was basically saying if women get raped, it's their fault.
Like I don't don't get why people are offended, but I also get why they are offended, you know?
I'm personally not offended, I just don't like it.
There's something I saw on Instagram from him, like a quote. It seemed kind of like he's like, it's an unpopular opinion, but he's not wrong. I don't remember what it was.
What I'm saying is, like, you're allowed to have an opinion, but like, you don't need to force it onto other people in the way that he does it. Because he's like, if you believe anything else than what I'm saying, you're stupid and you're ignorant.
So I think Mr. Plenty is his original. He did music back then, so that might have been what his start was. Or that's where he got like notoriety on like Twitter and such. Let me see. That was when he was called Mr. Plenty. I think Mr. Plenty is like his Donald Glover to Childish Gambino type of deal there. Like his pen name, if you want to call it that. Artist name. American British internet personality. Then I go to Mr. Plenty and it says musical artist. Where did Andrew...
But I'm just not there, I'm there, and I'm not doing anything to harm others. And then this one guy comes in and he just screams and barks at me for no reason, and I'm like, are you okay? And he's like, and he just keeps barking at me. Like, he has no mental disorders, he just barks at me for no reason because he thinks it's funny. And then I ask him why he's doing that, and he just keeps on barking and roaring like a dinosaur, and clearly making fun of like me or other people with disabilities. Yeah, he does that, and then he won't stop until like 15 minutes later, when one of his friends said, "Dude, shut the fuck up," and then boom, he stopped.
So he was on a show called Big Brother. That's where he initially got famous, and then he did the kickboxing. His first one was in 2009. Yeah, he said he's won 4 total.
He also boasts about how he can knock you out in one punch, and you're just gonna cry there on the floor like a baby. Yeah, but like I don't think it's necessary because you don't need to establish your authority by the strength that you have.
Which is weird. 'Cause, I mean, I've been in so many fights, and it's like I can't really deal punches, but I have taken so many, and I've never even like been phased by one before. And, like I don't, which sometimes I don't. I find that interesting watching the fights, and it's like people fall like the lightest tap. I'm like, what the hell?
Dude, I've been punched so many times in the face for like no reason. There was one time I got choked in school because I told the guy, "You want to fight me?" after he literally did that for like 2 weeks straight for no reason. And then another time I got punched in like on my face, like in my nose area, like right next to my glasses, because I told the same guy he's gay after he literally said he called me the R-star and said I should kill myself. Yeah, people are like, oh, you snowflakes, you get offended by everything. It's crazy. It's crazy because everyone gets offended by something. You're just choosing what you get offended by. Yeah. Because instead of being aggro, we're mostly choosing the defensive option. Like, at least I try to do that. I mostly go for like trying to cool them off, trying to get them to ease themselves down before
Yeah.
they can something. But yeah, that just think of authority as like I'm the strongest. Weaker than me, therefore you have less authority over me. It's like a very stupid mindset. Anyways, yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say, but I was gonna say something, but then I forgot.
I have these three kids that are so bad to each other, and especially two of them. Every time something happens that they don't like, instead of listening to the explanation of why it happened, they keep asking non-stop with a loud voice. Even after you explain to them the loud voice that they can hear, they still keep going.
It was,
So annoying, and they don't stop talking about the class at all.
yeah, with the same guy that was roaring in the classroom, like, the first thing we did when we came into the classroom was he sat next to me in class, and I was just sitting there. And then suddenly he was like, I don't believe in the Big Bang, because why do I need to believe that 15 billion years ago there was this sudden explosion in atoms? And then I explained, well, you have no proof of God doing that either, and he's like, oh yes, there is, because of the Bible. And then I tried to explain it to them, and then he's like, dude, you need to shut up, because all the time when you speak, you just talk about hot garbage. So that's fun.
Trying to find a YouTube MP4 downloader, and I'm like, not finding anything good. Well, I had a good one, but it just went away. What the fuck? Where'd it go?
Oh, by the way, in my, what's it called? My Spotify Wrapped, in the playlist that you get for it, there's like all these emo songs, like pop punk, it's new metal, screamo, and whatnot, and then suddenly Buddy Holly by Weezer starts playing. It's the funniest shit ever.
Jesus, all these online ones are so fucking, like, riddled with pop-ups. Like, they really trying to get me a virus. Good God.
I probably have like 10 viruses on my computer. So I just
Nowadays it's really hard to get one, because I've had one before. It's like, it was actually detrimental, and I had to reset my PC. That one was fucking scary, because I probably had it for the longest time, because it was just like in the form of like a memory leak or something, and then suddenly the message just popped up, I love you. Like, it's just an empty pop-up window, and like I could tell my computer was fucking chugging, and so I like had to quickly like go through and back up as many of my old YouTube videos that I had downloaded, that I hadn't uploaded yet, as I could. That shit was, I was fucking scared.
Yeah, but there's like two different kind of monsters. Viruses.
There's a lot, yeah.
There's a destructive, like, which is like, it destroys your computer, it gathers all the files and gets it onto another computer. And then there's like the almost like spies. It's like, it latches onto your information and your computer stuff, but it keeps it very secret, and it's like running in the background.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very difficult to spot those, but you know when you have a virus, if you see that your GPU or your CPU is running extra high for no reason.
Yeah, mine was always running hot, pretty bad. Like, the CPUs are overheating all the time, which, ironically enough, that's the one I sent in to go get fucking fixed, and instead they fried the graphics card and other stuff, which I know I probably shouldn't have sent in. I learned now that if you send in a computer to get fixed, send in as little as possible to save shipping costs, and also so they don't fuck up something like that, because it's probably over $1,000 in damages that they caused, they're charging me. I still haven't bought it yet, and it's been 5 months, and I haven't paid for it yet because I'm still angry.
What I really hate about the new Roblox update is that it runs the background too. Like it takes up like 20% of my GPU.
Oh damn.
Like the Roblox app, it's like
The new UI is definitely a lot different. Which, yeah, I mean, I finally started trying to play Roblox again. Now I'm trying to recover my PIN, and I don't think they actually even did it. Like, I sent an email yesterday, I think, for it, but so I can use voice chat or whatever. Because when my account got hacked, they added a PIN, so I straight up don't know what my PIN is. But I just saw a fucking everyone ping from a different server to get on the hood modded.
mostly I just go on Criminality or MyCup nowadays because like those are
Yeah, I was actually joining it for trying to get it working for Mic Up because that's what my neighbor was trying to get me to play.
I'm not really friends with my neighbors anymore, because one of them is a year older than me, and like we've kind of grown apart. And the other neighbor of me, like they live like a bit over me. It's really hard to explain, but they're in my server, but like we don't talk often because like he's mostly on Minecraft and I'm mostly on Roblox.
It says please restart the app and disable antivirus. I don't know if I should trust that or not. It was from I got this downloaded from a WikiHow article, so.
What did you say, Tiger?
What are you trying to do?
MyCup is a release game.
I'm trying to just download YouTube videos.
Hey, no way, Roblox.
There's a website that allows you
I know there's like YouTube to MP3. I'm gonna look that up. Maybe it'll do MP4s. Cause I just need the video. I don't even need the audio, honestly. Yeah, YouTube to MP3. This one might work. I sent it as an APK. Is that what? I don't know. That's what I want.
Oh, APK is for like mobile, like apps.
That's what I thought. That's like a developer kit. I don't know why it would do just that.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of kids in MyCup. I go into the game and it's just like either filled with unfunny copy and pasters or like edgy teens or like I don't know. It's just full of different people, and then there's a few gems that are nice and calm and collected, and like has good topics to talk about.
There's the ones that try to make their voice sound deep.
Oh yeah, like they use voice mod.
And they fucking didn't even comprehend what the fuck about this happening. Good thing I don't have the voice chat.
It's a blessing and a curse.
That's an MP3. I don't want that. Oh.
I meet a bunch of cool people and then some other not so cool people. Oh my god. But like it's fun and it's annoying sometimes.
You do not want to get into the pieces.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of just simpers.
Let's say I feel like people will just be screaming into hood at people.
I have the best screen. I have the best screens in the server.
I am the best. Bullshit. Speak.
You're the best.
shotgun.
Dude, you're the best person ever. You're the best person ever. I love you so much.
Duration 21 seconds? No, it's. Oh, yes, I know this.
We're super friends, bro. I tuck you in bed every night.
How sweet.
I'm the sweetest. I'm the best.
The voices in my head say.
Okay, I click the download button. What's it doing? There we go.
Yeah, the voices inside my head, they give me update recipes.
The voices in my head say
No, that's just your thoughts.
this is urging me to punch a kid.
Punch a kid in the face.
I have the most malicious thoughts to announce. The words of the people itself. We did not want to hear this, but I once put hot sauce on my ice cream.
That's like a pregnancy craving, right? Like some sort of sauce on ice cream.
No. That's just me.
Dude, okay, wait, well, whale. Yeah. Okay. I saw a video about like weirdest pregnancy cravings, and one of them was pudding on vanilla ice cream.
Fuck this buddy, bro.
It's the thing that goes when you jiggle it. You know it jiggles. Pudding jiggles. Pudding, yes, pudding.
You mean it when you go like
when you go
I was about to say, the only thing I think you could possibly compare it to be Jello, but not even. Like, I don't know how you could explain pudding. It's like Jello, but with the consistency of mayonnaise.
like it's kind of a but it's also a boiling, you know?
Daddy, stop.
Pudding is weird, but it's good. It tastes like pudding. Pudding.
I finished downloading it from one converter, and then I put in a link, and it takes me to another converter.
Explain pudding in a sentence.
Maybe it's like a cross between Jello and milk.
No, I really don't want to taste it.
Cream soda is good. It's like the consistency of cola, but with the taste of like.
It's like if you say like you say Jello's candy, then you could say that pudding would be cream, I guess. Well, no, I was saying Jello. If you consider Jello candy, then relative to that, pudding would be cream. But pudding's a little more so than that. I mean, it'd just be a dessert, I guess. Because I remember going to this Chinese buffet when I was little all the time, and they had Jello next to the sushi, which was all kind of off to by itself. I think it was kind of by the desserts, except for ice cream. Ice cream was on it by itself for some reason there. But it was next to the like cookies and stuff. Could you classify a cookie as a dessert then? Cause the purpose of a dessert is just something that's really sweet, that has a lingering taste. So that way that's the taste you're left with when you're done eating. I guess they're small because they're really sugary usually, so they try to make it seem healthier by not giving you much.
I feel like the best dessert for me personally. Oh, that's really that's really. I don't know. I got the name of it, but it's like
Me too. I forgore.
I remember.
You remember?
Forget everything you know.
Go on. Bing chilling.
I love how John Cena actually speaks Chinese and not just makes it up.
True, true. And it was just a Fast and Furious ad. Mandarin's traditional Chinese, I believe, and they're simplified Chinese. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, you'd probably have to watch the video. I don't think you could. I'm downloading them all in 1080-60, and I probably don't need to, but oh well. I'm also downloading the full videos, and I probably don't need to, but oh well.
Chinese captions. So you can, I think Mandarin captions, so you can also see the sense.
Why is there 1080p MP4 7 megabytes or 1080p MP4 8 megabytes?
Because that's how it was saved on the file, and then they translated that into like the video captions.
I think there are lyrics in the internet.
I love John Cena. Bro, you turned into a transformer.
Does Skyrim have fishing? Terraria. Terraria is another good fishing video. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Wanting to start again? Feels so paper thin. Like a house of cards? One blow from caving in?
Literally me.
Me IRL.
Me basically the entire personality of that one main character from the same movie. Why do people identify themselves with Patrick Bateman from American Psycho when he's literally a sociopath?
I need to watch that movie. I keep meaning to. I saw clips for it recently. I was thinking about it though, and
It's a good movie, but like, I don't like the people that base themselves off his personality.
yeah. I didn't realize. I used to confuse it with Psycho from like the 60s. So I always thought that's what Bates Motel was about American Psycho. But in fact that is wrong. So the WikiHow one seems fine, but I have to disable my antivirus to use it, so I don't know.
There's this one guy on TikTok, and like he's just pointing his camera at his screen, and then he says the thing that makes him that he doesn't like about the game, and then he just says fuck, like exactly like that, and then he just posts that on TikTok, and he gets like thousands of views.
Are you talking about that black guy? Oh, okay.
This game really bothers me. This guy keeps pushing me around. Fuck.
Huh.
By little meat slob, if I do say so myself.
An artificial being controlled by consciousness.
The never existing consciousness. Oh wait, that's the biggest one of all time. You're like an unconscious conscience. Like you're living on unconscious man. That sounds like a heavy metal band.
Dragons? Oh.
From Minecraft.
What about the gay update? What are all the new characters' names? I don't remember. Yeah, there's something called the gay update where they made like there's like 9 more characters that they added to Minecraft alongside Alex and Steve. New Minecraft avatars. New default skins. Let's see. You got Fa, McKenna, Nor, Ari, Zuri, Sunny, Kai. That's it. They all look so eerie. Like, they don't look like Minecraft at all. They look like one of those rip-off Minecraft games.
Minecraft also had like skins that didn't look like
I mean, Bedrock Edition does do some weird shit. Oh, this was published October 20th, 2022. I don't know when they're actually uploading it, but
I love Minecraft Bedrock Edition.
I tried playing Windows 10 one time and I wanted to die.
My friends disowned me because I played Minecraft Bedrock Edition.
Makes sense.
Destroyed my face. Minecraft Java Edition.
I do want to start an SMP soon, but currently I'm waiting for some means to pay for one because since I did move recently, I don't have the ability to host one on my own computer like I used to. Yeah.
I love Dream. He's so sexy. His face, very handsome man.
I actually one thing I want to do really bad for my streams and stuff is I want to make a compilation. I've only just started recording it, so I only have 2 times of it happening, even though it's happened over 20 times, of people telling me that I look just like Dream. Before his face reveal, people told me I look like Sapnap. Now people tell me I look like Dream. And I want to start recording those, make a compilation of that, and like make that my branding is like I'm the Dream lookalike, and I could use that to my advantage to grow. I could go so far as to, like, make an account that's like not Dream or something.
I have something to say. Hold on. Something very serious. While the electricity was out, there was an accident happened close by. No, it wasn't like. Do you guys know like more like a card, or more like the truck, more like more like one of those like trucks that you will go to like money ones. It hit a motorcycle. It was really fast. It was running very fast. Hit a motorcycle with a family of 3. There was like a family riding the motorcycle with the guy. Highway Sokoteko.
Yeah, it was like it's very sad. But like I think you can revert that.
But thankfully, but thankfully the kid that is probably like around like 2 or 3 years old is fine.
The mom.
And her mom is fine also. Only the dad who got like seriously injured.
But he's alive, yes.
Yes, he's alive. He's just mortally wounded on his leg. Like his leg is bleeding like crazy. I think it is something. Yeah. The ambulance got here like a quick like 10 it took like 10 minutes for the ambulance to get there.
Source ninyo doon now.
Anong light source? Is your only like choice? Is your only like choice alam code? What? For example, imagine a highway. Yeah, it's street left. Yeah, street left. That's the light source. No, the reason I think, my uncle was there also. He literally saw the crash. He was outside close to the road walking his dog, and he saw it. It's my other uncle, by the way, Fox. If you're wondering, it's a different uncle. He, the other uncle is still in prison. In prison. It's a different one. Okay? So, what? So he was like walking on the road and saw it. And also, it could probably be because the driver of the truck is probably drunk.
Typical.
Before that happened, I somewhat can hear the freaking car zoom pass right through because my house is pretty close to the road. It's pretty close to the highway, so I can like basically like can hear vehicles going through by, and I have to tell you, the truck was moving pretty fast. All of you, do you want to know a not so fun fact about the Philippines?
What?
The majority of people here in the Philippines are drunk addicts. Yep. Yep, and I am not different. I am not different. Yeah. People here really like to drink for some reason. Except for me, I hate alcohol. And also you have to be careful as a foreigner because some Filipinos are very convincing on like inviting you for a drink.
I love drinking beer as a 15-year-old.
My first drink was at 14.
Yeah, well, my first drink was at 12.
Nice. Did you reference that? What? Well, you know, my first drink when I was 1 year old. Yes.
Oh. Mine was my first drink wasn't like 0. No, not 0. When I got the kitty juice. How can people unironically say like is at like the age of 20 years old?
Come on, I say because also I'm trying to remember. God damn it, I just had it in my head. Hold on. God damn. Shush. I tried to remember. It's so many experts. You all believe.
One time, I scraped my entire left side of my body, and like my left arm was bleeding out.
Oh yeah.
And then
Oh yeah. I remember now.
And then my dad said man up, and now I'm completely fine.
2 times from liking. If it is not the sexy kind. Also, I had like I had like a problem. I I had I was I You can speak in Tagalog. I just translate it for them. I see. I had a I had a problem. More like I just assumed like I was like okay. More like my mother told me about this. Just as I like I newly got born. More like I was like a little wee baby. I already got sick so quickly. Hey, I already got sick, and when my mother rushed the doctor said like I have like a very bad fever as a baby, and there's a probability that I will not survive. Back then, surviving, that's right. So, when I got recovered, they also just when I got recovered, my mother told the doctor said that it was like very surprising. It was surprising me like the fever going away so quickly. The fever just come in and went so quick. And then like the doctor said that it was like very surprising. Yeah, that it was like very surprising as well. And yeah, I don't, I don't know. For 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 some for some for some yeah for the yeah let me talk. Yeah, it's a mystery. It's a purity, yes. Yeah, yeah, for some, yeah, for some reason, I like to say something. Yeah, for some, I get sick. I get really sick, but but somehow, because I, I think you know, they told you it's the my like 2 week fever. It was then when I was like elementary, got a fever that was so bad, lasted for like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That was it was chicken pox or something.
I'm always sick, but my parents say shut up.
My 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 body was burned. Like my whole body is like but yeah, that was not the person who parents love. And also add to also about this of being a dumb child. Have you guys ever swallowed a marble?
Understandable.
Brain back then, as a kid, my head is just like it was. My head was like, it's fun. It's fun to put a marble in my mouth and just move it around. I think I accidentally swallowed it because my friend freaking jumped up, scared me from behind, and I accidentally swallowed it because I freaking I do have to say it was not fun pooping it out. And also myself, vision for that noise is just painting. But like I just, but like after that, but like I will never touch a marble again. Yeah, yeah, basically terrified of them. But I really don't want to like touch them. Like, I like watching them, but like touching them and like feeling them, and it just reminded me of what happens, and it makes my stomach like go weird. My stomach knows that it wasn't very pleasant. And also I got it out. I got it out like pretty quickly also because of my grandmother. She knows more like or she knows how to make me like she knows how my body works. So she basically give me like
Oh, oh.
goodbye, David. We just had a conversation of me like swallow. What should I do? I went to sleep there but now I don't feel like sleeping.
I say heads if she doesn't say anything.
What's going to be a heads or tails?
I'll say tails.
So, based on. Okay, there we go. Tails. You know. Just as you said, I opened the flip a coin. Go, go. And then yeah, it says. Watching me. They watch.
You have any ones you haven't finished yet? Well, do you have any you're like in the middle of right now that you could finish?
But those are but those that I'm thinking of, I don't like.
Wow. Well, I mean, if you don't like them, are you just not gonna go back to them ever again? You mean?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. That's fair.
Especially freaking Attack on Titan.
Yeah. I couldn't. I didn't like it either. I'm still forcing myself to watch it every now and then. It's actually been a while since I watched it last, but like.
I know I'm going. It's just that I have this feeling that I'm going to get annoyed by after I'm done watching. I have a feeling that I'm going to get or just because yeah I'm not gonna watch it. I might as well gonna watch stupid one. I'm gonna watch a stupid one and fry my brain. Is there a new episode? I think that's going to be a new episode. Yes, there's a new episode. There's a new episode there. It's still episode 9. I thought there's episode 2, but you laughed. Science. You know what? Wait, I'm gonna read the manga again. I'm gonna read the manga. I already read the manga of the I forgot Shadow. I already read the manga, but I'm gonna read it again. Yes, why not? myself.
Man, I fucking knew it. I knew it was gonna happen. It happened again. I I left to go get dishes or take care of dishes, and they're 17 minutes ago. Man. Well, I don't know if they left, but I'm assuming they did, but I feel bad. Maybe this person I can actually DM though. Let's see. Although people don't, I don't know why a person would really check their Twitch DMs, but you know. If I knew what their Discord was, I could probably find them on there, but here, let's do some stalking, see if we can find their Discord. I found their Instagram. Oh, there's their Discord. Invite expired. Oh my god. Discord's official birthday is May 13th, 2015. So I made an account 6 months after Discord came out. Interesting. Well, I probably used Discord before that even. My hands smell like dishes. I feel like I should try out Warzone too. Bro, I went to their Instagram and it took me straight to Twitch. Twitch's Instagram. Is it this account? No, I don't think so. Try it, follow them, see if anything happens. No, I don't think it is. I think, oh, maybe that's why it took me to the wrong account, because their account just doesn't exist. They probably changed their name. Dang.
Yes, really.
How do you get 118 eliminations in Fortnite? In a game of Fortnite? What? Oh, I guess reboots. That makes sense. But still, 118, that's fucking insane. Man, I wish I got as many views as her. Totally could make, like, just live on streaming. If I could even manage like 10 to 20 average views, I feel like I could just survive on that. I also love how Twitch likes to keep telling me that I'm about to lose a subscription to somebody that I never even knew I was subbed to in the first place, because somebody randomly gifted it to me and I never was aware of that. Like, I never got a notification for that either. There's 412 million shorts on YouTube now. Welcome back. Oh, goodbye. I know I can't advertise my channel. It doesn't yet have views. Or doesn't have videos posted yet. I wish they made uploading YouTube videos as a short easier. Oh, it's a short, okay. Although I do need to re-upload this one as a short because it didn't upload correctly. 0 views, 3 views, 3 views, 3 views, 81 views, 0 views. Wow. Maybe I should re-upload those 0 view ones. Because it's not like anybody's ever seen it. The 81 views one is like my worst one ever, too.
When you stay at a Vrbo, the host doesn't stay with you. Because without privacy in your vacation home, it isn't really a vacation, is it?
If you're a college student like me especially, you need Grammarly in your life. Grammarly is a digital writing assistant and it's super easy to download onto your Chrome browser. I use it to draft emails for obviously my college assignments and essays and even applying to internships. So the plagiarism detector helps you check your writing across 16 billion web pages to ensure that your writing is your own. They also offer this really cool thing called vocab suggestions, and it basically helps you replace boring or bland words with more exciting and effective ones. And I don't know about you guys, but I always word vomit to make my essays seem longer than they are. Grammarly rewrites your sentences to make them more clear and effective by cutting out any unnecessary words that you don't need. So if you guys are not using Grammarly already, you guys better get on it, okay? Because you're gonna be using it all the time, trust me.
When it gets too hard to do it on your own, welcome back to the no judgment zone. When it seems that you just can't pick up the slack, time to take a breath, you really should relax. Life is hard, life is mean and full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge you. Learn second chances, release all the tension. In the trance, swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back from the fight. Go ahead and rub your eyes to the beat so synthesized. Life is hard, life is mean and full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge you. Learn second chances, release all that tension. In a trance, swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back from the fight. Go ahead and rub your eyes to the beat so synthesized. When it gets too hard to do it on your own, welcome back to the no judgment zone. When it seems that you just can't pick up the slack, time to take a breath, you really should relax. Life is hard, life is mean and full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge. You learn second chances, release all the tension. In the trance, swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back from the fight. Go ahead and rub your eyes to the beat so synthesized. Life is hard, life is beating full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge. You learn second chances, release all that tension. In a trance, swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back from the fight. Go ahead and rub your eyes to the beat so synthesized. When it gets too hard to do it on your own, welcome back to the no judgment zone. When it seems that you just can't pick up the slack, time to take a breath, you really should relax. Life is hard, life is beating full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge. You learn second chances, release all the tension. In the trance, swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back from the fight. Go ahead and rub your eyes to the beat so synthesized. Life is hard, life is beating full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge. You learn second chances, release all that tension. In a trance, swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back from the fight. Go ahead and rub your eyes to the beat so synthesized. When it gets too hard to do it on your own, welcome back to the no judgment zone. When it seems that you just can't pick up the slack, time to take a breath, you really should relax. it seems that you just can't pick up the slack. Time to take a breath, you really should relax. Life is hard, life is mean and full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a fate. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge. You burn second chances. Release all the tension in the trance. Swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back from the fight. Go ahead and rub your eyes to the beat so synthesized. Life is hard, life is mean and full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a fate. it's too hard to do it on your own. Welcome back to the no judgment zone. When it seems that you just can't pick up the slack, time to take a breath, you really should relax. Life is hard, life is mean and full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge. You learn second chances. Release all the tension. In a trance, swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back from the fight. Go ahead and rub your eyes to the beat so synthesized.
Hey guys, what's up? I have partnered with Best Buy and they have sent me this super sick Asus GeForce RTX 3060 gaming laptop. It's a really versatile tool and it helps me keep up with content for you guys, whether I'm at home or traveling. It's powered by an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060, which can play all of my favorite titles. It actually has a really cool software called DLSS to essentially boost frame rates and make all the graphics crisp and sharp. If you guys haven't already, be sure to check out the Asus gaming laptop available at Best Buy.
Life is hard, life is mean and full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one it seems that you just can't pick up the slack. Time to take a breath, you really should relax. Life is hard, life is beating full of stress. Take a breath and you can do your very best. Welcome to where nobody expects a thing. Chill out here among peace and tranquility. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one is around to help. No one stares, no one to judge. You learn second chances. Release all the tension. In a trance, swing your arms. You should be dancing. Unclench the muscles so tight. Take a step back.